Chapter 751, Little Monster vs. Old Freaks. Humph, I've heard so much about the best and most talented disciple in Western lands, how he was so heroic at the Double Dragon gathering. In the end, you're hiding behind a child. You really opened my eyes in this. Sect leader Xuan mocked, while the mystical Heaven sect was jeering at Zhuo Fan's expense. When disaster struck, a babe was taken out. Demon Scheming sect were facing a fierce enemy now, but they were all veteran cultivators. They had status and respect, even as demonic cultivators. Even they wouldn't stoop so low as to use a child to take their burdens. It was beyond disgraceful. They all cast blaming looks at Zhuo Fan. This war was a big misunderstanding to begin with. We can even forget the fact you brought us to our death, but can you at least let us die with honor? What the hell did we do to deserve this? Steward Zhuo, if you're at the end of the rope, fighting to the death is much better than leaving it in the hands of a child. Are you maybe going easy on your enemy? Venerable Kai sighed. Fiend Yang blamed. Zhuo Fan, I know your whole clan is a den of freaks, obvious from how this child is in the ethereal stage at such a young age, but he's way too young and never knew war. It'd be better to let him escape and take revenge for us. Why must you push him forward, crushing our hopes and making a fool of yourself? Hey, did you just say something, chubby? Yours truly can dish it out. Are you calling me weak? Gu Santong wrinkled his nose in anger. Fiend Yang sighed and rubbed Gu Santong's head. See that? Look how much he resembles you. But no matter how strong, you can't grow overconfident. He's just in the ethereal stage. How can he fight those old freaks at peak ethereal stage? Have you no heart to send your child? Gu Santong was about to blow a gasket. Zhuo Fan shook his head but said nothing. Fatty Yang, you asked for what's coming. Young Sanzi won't go easy on you. Pa, Gu Santong grabbed Fiend Yang's hand and startling him. What is it, little guy? I hate it when people touch my head. Gu Santong gnashed his teeth, but just then, a fair hand touched his as a delicate voice spoke. Are you young Sanzi? I heard of you. Startled, young Sanzi looked at the pretty lady with a stunned gaze, his hand easing his grip on Fiend Yang. Then, young Sanzi, our safety is in your hands. Chu Qingcheng leaned and touched Gu Santong's cheek. Her bright smile blew the child's mind, nodding out of reflex. Zhuo Fan sighed. No one can resist Qingcheng's beauty, not even this brat. So he coughed and pointed at Chu Qingcheng. Young Sanzi, this is my lady. She'll be your mother from now on. Mom. Gu Santong shook and looked at Chu Qingcheng. Great, I like her. Chu Qingcheng blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhuo Fan. Then she turned to the enemy at the Heavenly Cycle Elders and asked concerned, Young Sanzi, can you beat them? Won't it be hard? Humph, what's so great about some small fries? Gu Santong mocked, then strutted over. Dad, Mom, in half an hour I'll make mincemeat out of them. Chu Qingcheng looked at him, then at Zhuo Fan with red cheeks. Ha ha ha, this kid is just like his dad. He called you Mom without hesitation. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Chu Qingcheng glared at him but felt warm and fuzzy inside. The others was watching the queer scene in stunned silence. What kind of parents sent their child to die? Even if unrelated, Han Kainying frowned and asked. Qingcheng, how can you agree with Zhuo Fan letting a child? Senior sister, he's no child. Chu Qingcheng said, in Tianyu, he has never lost a fight. He's called Invincible Scamp for a reason. Yeah, even I couldn't beat this kid, Zhuo Fan sighed, then smiled. Qingcheng, you sure know young Sanzi quite well. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Of course. I might have come to mystical Heaven sect earlier, but my sisters from Drifting Flowers Edifices have sent me jade slips with all you've been doing in Tianyu. So the fact you have such a godlike godson I knew as well. I just find it odd, though. Just what did you use to cheat this great force to be your son? The same way I charmed the most gorgeous woman to be my wife. Zhuo Fan grinned. Chu Qingcheng rolled her eyes and cursed. Since when were you such a smooth talker? As the two were in a rare moment of flirting with each other, Gu Santong was a child on a mission. This monstrous scamp wearing the face of a cute child was finally unleashed on the battlefield. Everyone stared at him, sighing and helpless. They knew Zhuo Fan was a bastard, but not without morals. To send a child on the cruel field of battle and even calling him a glorified ace. How revolting. Seeing that sweet little face and those chubby hands, they all found him adorable. That's no ace, but a small fry. Sect leader Xuan mocked. Is this demon scheming sect's trump card? With both parents dead, this child will have to wander alone the cruel road of cultivation. Ha ha ha, a shame that this won't work on us. We may be righteous cultivators, but no saints. Humph, yeah, this demon brat is so young and in the ethereal stage. It's best to cull him now before he grows. Xuan Sheiyu gnashed his teeth. The heavenly cycle elders agreed. One elder even shouted, "Kid, do you really want to interfere for demonic cultivators? We won't go easy on you just because you're young. Cut the crap, I came to stomp you." Gu Santong stuck out his head and charged. Demon scheming sect was shocked and praised him. How brave, like father, like son, they're both stubborn. Mystical Heaven sect clenched their fists. Clear this was a demon in the making that was treating everyone beneath him. They had to get rid of him now. The elder smirked and nodded. Fine then, since you've been taken in by the demonic path even at your young age, then the four of us will have to cleanse you and release you from your mortal coil. The four made signs, and with a draconic roar, a dragon soul shot for Gu Santong. Everyone was shocked, worried for the sweet child. Then they looked at Zhuo Fan. Aren't you going to rescue your own son? Zhuo Fan just stood there with a smile. Hypocrite, get in here and fight. Stop with your prattle. You're nothing more than a bunch of hypocrites using numbers. Seeing the dragon about to strike, Gu Santong mocked, flicking his hand at it. Bam! With a loud explosion, the dragon was sent flying with a wail before anyone could react, back to its circle. The four elders shook, not believing their eyes a child was capable of so much power to bash their earth dragon soul away. Gu Santong wasn't finished with his attack. He stomped and was right in front of their spinning circle. He let his almighty fist smash down on them. Boom! With another explosion, the yellow dragon, constantly floating around the circle, had its body cave in and cry in pain. Its body was broken and turned into pretty lights before vanishing. As for the circle, with the vanishing of the dragon, the power of his strike traveled straight for the four, who lifted a hand to block. Bam tilde the four were sent hundreds of meters away. They were forced to open their eyes at last, having no luxury to show off any longer. Looking at Gu Santong, they had shock painted on their faces. What the hell are you? Oh, you weren't blind? I thought you were cripples, so I held back. Damn fakers ruining my sympathy. Now I see there's no need to anymore. Gu Santong clenched his fist and mocked. The audience was still very much out of it after seeing a 7-year-old brat punch the 4 old freaks. No wonder Steward Zhuo says he's his ace. He was serious. But what the hell? There's just one freakier than the next. Looking from Gu Santong to Zhuo Fan, they sighed, having no idea what to call them anymore. How are we supposed to make a living with so many monsters around? Chapter 752. Ender. A shock like no other overrode their minds and all common sense. Everyone was now watching with empty eyes as Gu Santong stood in the air. ZZ Zhuo Fan, what the hell is that kid of yours? Fiend Yang gulped. The others were looking at the Grand Steward Zhuo with overwhelming emotions. He did not reply and ordered instead, "Everyone scatter. Get some distance from them." Zhuo Fan was the first to move back, with others quick to react, flying 1,000 meters, while the mystical Heaven sect's side were still too stunned to react, not even noticing their movements. They just stood there, watching Gu Santong with a dumb look. This distance should be safe. Zhuo Fan sighed. Do you know why I had young Sanzi come out now to fight? They just shook their empty minds, still dazed. Zhuo Fan chuckled, because this kid has a foul temper and mean strength. Once he gets worked up, nothing can stop him. Our main objective, you all know, is to teach mystical Heaven sect a lesson, crush their attitude, not destroy them. Or Double Dragon Manor will not sit still. The oldies nodded. No matter how many conflicts there were between sects, Double Dragon Manor would never allow for them to blow out into a bloody war and weaken the western lands. Only as a last resort could I let this troublesome kid out. or one strike from him could even wipe this thousands of years old sect off the face of this world. Zhuo Fan sighed. A shame they just don't listen, insisting on making me take out my last move. They reap what they sow. It's not my fault at all. Dude, we're the invaders here. Fiend Yang scratched his nose and felt helpless. Steward Zhuo is such a dirtbag. He has no morals. You came here to mess them up, and you expect them to welcome you with wide smiles. Then again, those were demonic cultivators for you. Especially Steward Zhuo's arrogant, self-righteous kind, they were everywhere. However, there was something he failed to see. Steward Zhuo, is your son that strong? The mystical heaven sect is still a sect. Don't believe me. Watch. My kid was known as an ender in Tianyu, destroying everything in his path. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Everyone frowned, then focused on the fight. Just in time to see Gu Santong walking for the mystical heaven sect with an obnoxious attitude, like none were up to his standards. Steward Zhuo, your son is your spitting image of your heroism and brutality. Ha ha ha. Venerable Bai chuckled. Zhuo Fan shrugged and smiled. The Heavenly Cycle Elders watched Gu Santong's insufferable attitude and were fuming mad. They knew the kid was more than he seemed, but his blatant disdain was getting to these elders' nerves. Enough of your arrogance, kid. We have underestimated you before, but don't think you will get rid of us so easily. Really? Then let's continue. Gu Santong snickered and hooked a finger in mockery. You're all bark and no bite. Come and get me if you want. Heavenly Cycle Elders were red with rage. Mystical Heaven Sect's side cried out, worried by their looks about the terrible kid. This was the first time seeing someone humiliate their four venerables, though he does have the strength. They looked on with bated breaths as the two sides were ready for a grand battle. The four elders made signs, followed by draconic roars. 4 dragons took to the skies. Yellow light shone from the ground beneath and bathed the dragons, transforming them into a yellow dragon hundreds of meters long. The thick pressure was crushing on everyone's shoulders, and it was all focused on Gu Santong. However, the kid's face fell a bit, and that was it. The audience, even demon scheming sect's side 1,000 meters out, were gasping from shock. This power was hundreds of times stronger than what the four unleashed before. Han Kainying was bug-eyed. This is the 4-element cycle array? Fiend Yang saw the formation and cried as well. His face was heavy. It was an array that was made by radiant stage experts and defeated 4 ethereal stage experts. Now that 4 peak ethereal stage experts formed it, its power must be unimaginable. The 4-element cycle array borrows the power of the earth and 4 elements to unleash the world's energy. Its power is endless. I fear that not even an early soul harmony stage expert can block an array formed by the 4 high venerables. That child is in danger. Shui Ruohua was worried. They all turned their eyes on Zhuo Fan, but he was as calm as ever. Yi Lin was a killin. His soul and body were one to begin with. Reaching the soul harmony stage would hardly make a difference to him, since Yi Lin could do it earlier, so can young Sanzi, but his will be stronger. Sect leader Xuan saw the 4 venerables unleash such might and wrote off the kid as dead already, ignoring him. Ha ha ha, get ready for a funeral. You must have seen the power of 4-element cycle array, but I must tell you that it is far deadlier in the hands of the venerables. Even more so when the venerables aren't using the 4-element cycle array, but the stronger one, Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array, formed by using 4 Earth Dragon souls. Your end is nigh. Xuan Sheyu heard his dad brag and laughed as well, looking the part of the winning side. Mystical Heaven Sect snickered. Demon Scheming Sect was silent, gnashing their teeth. Only Zhuo Fan just watched Gu Santong as he said, Young Sanzi, it's fine. Gu Santong waved his hand. His face was hard but still mocked. Before me, even Earth Dragon souls are nothing more than worms. Zhuo Fan knew where young Sanzi's confidence came from. His body was that of a killin, his soul that of a sacred beast. Not even a heaven dragon soul could top that. Zhuo Fan just eased a breath and relaxed. Young Sanzi's confidence was seen as a joke by the Heavenly Cycle Elders, mocking him. Ignorant young devil, do you even know what Earth Dragon Soul is known for? It connects to the world. By combining with the Earth, one's power grows tens of times. It's unlike the previous Dragon Soul you beat. And they're still worms, Gu Santong mocked and taunted. If you don't strike, I'll do it first. The Heavenly Cycle Elders was outraged. Damn brat, you have the nerve to mock us. It's best we get rid of you at once with all we have. The four made a sign in unison, then pointed at Gu Santong. The huge dragon roared and charged at the little figure. Everyone watched with their hearts in their throat. Only the few who believed in young Sanzi's strength were calm. Roar. Along with the draconic roar, the dragon's soul slammed down, making the ground cave in thousands of meters. Despite not feeling the dragon's brunt force, they could still feel the aftermath, the biting winds that cut at their skin. They were overwhelmed. The power was so incredible even bystanders would suffer from a stray wind. Just how would that kid stand it? When the eyes turned to Gu Santong, they were stumped once more. The kid wasn't harmed in the slightest, as if he was only standing in a mild rain. Gu Santong looked up at the incoming lizard and took a deep breath. His body flashed scarlet, his eyes shining as he got ready to lash out with the might of a true Killin. His body as well was itching to strike and explode with power. Chapter 753, Killin Roar, Roar. As the huge dragon soul was right on top of him, Gu Santong perked his mouth up in one eerie smirk as he roared. An image of a scarlet Killin came out of his body. As it howled, there were scarlet shock waves spreading out. As for the huge dragon soul, it faltered like it met obstacles. The scarlet ripple's shock waves slammed into it, making it feel great pain with every strike and pushing it back. That's not possible. Just by roaring he can push back the Earth Dragon Soul us four-formed. Their eyes shaking, Heavenly Cycle Elders cried out in unison from this shocking revelation. They could not believe their eyes that this was happening, their hands shaking non-stop. They felt an immense power coming at their array, to the point it wanted to tear it out. They could not believe what was happening. This unbridled power came from a mere child's howl. His soul was also sending the four eerie vibes, a fear they hadn't sensed in centuries. The Killin flexed its claws, ready to tear the sky open as it howled. Anything and everything that stood in its path was feeling the brunt of its power, plunged into hell. Heavenly Cycle Elders' brows shook, feeling feeble. None wanted to admit it, even as they knew it already. The four had met a tough opponent this time around, one that was a freak beyond them. Roar. Gu Santong saw the huge dragon soul just kept retreating and was on the brink of collapse. He grinned, having a nasty smile on his face as he shouted at the sky once more. Boom! In a split second, a red sound wave came at the huge dragon soul like a tsunami. This time, the huge dragon soul barely lasted a few seconds before crumbling down to nothing. Following the defeat of their combined Earth Dragon Souls into the Heavenly Cycle Dragon Soul, the Heavenly Cycle Elders spat blood in unison. Their soul had a deep wound, evident from their ashen face. They had no time to even catch their breath as the red sound wave came straight for them. Fricking hell, what monster is this brat? The four watched as the red wave came with dumb looks. They cursed in defiance like dying old men before being pulverized. All that was left of them was blood sprinkled down from four clouds. Not even their souls could withstand Gu Santong's Killin roar, shaking their very core and ripping it apart. The dreaded red sound wave boomed in the distance and warped the space, sending shock waves everywhere. Everyone was too speechless to react. The four dragons of the Great Tianyu's three guardian sects, one sword 5 dragons, had been killed by a 7-year-old just like that. Holy hell, just where the hell did this freak come from? Sect leader Xuan and his mystical heaven sect were sweating. They watched the still-roaring Gu Santong with blank stares. Not just them. Even the demon scheming sect was dumbstruck at such display of raw power. They never thought it possible that Steward Zhuo would call someone of such caliber, all packed neatly in a monster that was barely 7 years old. They thought the kid had a high chance of winning, but not to the point of being as easy as they saw. Those were mystical heaven sect's 4 dragons. killed just like that by a kid. What's wrong with this world? The demon-scheming sect experts sympathized with mystical heaven sect. What sin have they committed to suffer this father-son disaster? They all looked at Gu Santong, then at Zhuo Fan, chuckling to themselves. Thank God he's on our side. Roar. As the red sound wave faded into the horizon, Gu Santong's bloodlust was far from quenched. He spread out his arms and legs, making the scarlet glow on him flicker brighter. Zhuo Fan cried out, "Oh shit, the kid is high on his win and won't stop. Get back 5 more miles?" Zhuo Fan was the first to get the hell out of there. The rest followed. They had no clue who Gu Santong was, but his pops should be more than clear on this. The demon-scheming sect team retreated again, while mystical heaven sect was just too out of it to react. By the time they came to their senses, all hope was lost. Killin's soul might shock and awe. Gu Santong shouted and flicked his childish hands. The red Killin image once again came out and roared. A dreadful shock wave flew from Gu Santong in every direction. One could see with the naked eye how the scarlet wave was moving through the air. This wave was different from before. It carried death and nothing else, like a scythe coming to reap lives. The space itself warped and threatened to crack as all that stood in its way was erased from this world, going out in a puff of dust. Sect leader Xuan and his team gasped. "Run!" Mystical heaven sect panicked, each going every which way. Alas, they were just too slow. They were the closest to Gu Santong to begin with and had missed their chance in getting to a safe distance from this monster. In this chaotic retreat, hundreds of people shoved, pulled, screamed, all trying to get just a little bit further. Yet in a blink, the red wave caught up to them and even passed them. Og tilde. The cries of pain littered the sky, losing their lives like they were no ethereal stage experts, but mere mortals. Nothing survived, even as they used all their soul power to protect themselves. Their bodies were ashes in a blink of an eye. As for their soul, it kept being shaken until it fell apart. And the enactment of this slaughter only took a few brief moments. The people watching their friends die like that were filled with shock and dread. They watched as the red wave annihilated everything in its path, not even sparing a blade of grass or a speck of dust. Rumble tilde, it was doomsday. The beautiful and amazing mystical heaven sect was being laid to waste with Gu Santong at its center. The worst part was, the destruction only increased. "Steward Zhuo, what do we do if the red wave comes here?" Seeing the horrors the mystical heaven sect was going through, Venerable Kai spoke with fear. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. "Just leave it to me." Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 5 golden halos as he shouted. Divine Eye of the Void's 5th stage, Void Wall ×3. The space rippled, and in front of them appeared 3 thick invisible walls. The red wave came and stopped before the walls, but not without giving them a good rattling. Crack tilde as the intense sounds echoed. Everyone was on tenterhooks in fear. With a loud bang, the first wall was peeled away and the red wave moved on to the second one. Everyone's face sank, looking tensely at Zhuo Fan. "Hey, Steward Zhuo, what's with your son not knowing friend from foe? He's coming after us as well." Zhuo Fan easily understood their fears and just stared at the second wall without replying. PFF. The red wave slammed into the second wall and started rattling it too, but this time, it was far weaker. With a bang signaling its collapse, the wave came upon the third wall but very much dimmed. It struck the third wall, shaking it a little, just like an arm wrestling, none giving an inch. Everyone tensely watched the scene. If Zhuo Fan's last void wall couldn't stop it, they would end up just like mystical heaven sect, though they would be in a better spot, as the wave was much weaker than the one that culled their enemies. Chapter 754, Waste. Crack. With a sharp sound, Zhuo Fan's last void wall was about to fall, giving way for the red wave to attack. The demon-scheming sect team's faces turned heavy, their hearts in their throat as they used all they had to protect themselves. Kui Lang held Han Kainying close as he used his soul power to protect both of them. Bam! Zhuo Fan's third void wall collapsed at last and caused the others to jump. The red wave swept for them the next second. But before it reached them, it faded away into nothing, and Gu Santong's dreadful power never touched them. Startled, they all looked at each other before bursting in joy. Hu tilde, the kid's vibration wave was like a shock wave. My void wall used separate spaces to lower its power. One can say they're mutually exclusive. Zhuo Fan eased a long breath. If not in the face of that high-intensity vibration, even an ethereal stage expert would receive a heavy wound if not killed outright. The others nodded, exuberant they just got out alive. Venerable Bai gave a thumbs up. Steward Zhuo, you really know your son the best. If it were anyone else, they'd suffer for it. Only you could resist it. You are his father after all, ha ha ha. The others laughed alongside him. Ha ha ha, you don't have to say that. I'm so much weaker than my kid. Since we're so far away and the kid didn't use a targeted move, I could block it. Zhuo Fan sighed. Now do you understand why I didn't want to take him out? Because this brat forgets himself, just like a child. The others nodded and felt Zhuo Fan's pain. Such a mighty power in the hands of a rash kid. It was not just deadly to the enemy, but even to oneself. The only reason Steward Zhuo let the boy out was because the Heavenly Cycle Elders intervened. I worry he just destroyed mystical Heaven Sect with this move. How are we going to explain it to Double Dragon Manor? Zhuo Fan frowned and sighed. With sacred beasts' pride, they never go easy. Ever since young Sanzi was taught about being a Kilin, he's been going further and further down the path of a king of beasts. Just like earlier, the enemy was clearly crushed, but he still showed off his power as if to show he was the best in the world. He gave no thought to the consequences. This was the difference between beasts and humans. Beasts only cared about power, while humans were shrewd, turning the strong into weak, defeat into victory. Young Sanzi was a Killin's son, so following the beast way was a given, though throwing him into the world of man was far from sensible. If he lacked the tiniest bit, Zhuo Fan, his godfather, would have died alongside the enemy. Sighing, Zhuo Fan shook his head. Fiend Yang spoke in a shaken tone. Zhuo Fan, look there. Your son didn't ruin mystical Heaven Sect, though there's barely anything left. He really is an ender. For crying out loud, what kind of monsters is your clan made of? One is worse than the last. The father ruled Double Dragon Gathering, and the son stomps a sect. This is unnatural. The rest turned their heads to look only to be staring agape. Gu Santong was still acting almighty in the sky, looking down on everything, but turning to mystical Heaven Sect. The previous nice scenery was reduced to rubble, with corpses strewn everywhere. There were also sobs and cries here and there, while blood trickled from every corner. This was hell, no two ways about it. Han Kainying and Shui Ruohua looked away in tears. This was their home. Chu Qingcheng looked away as well, even if she hadn't been here for long. Dad, Mom, I mowed them good. It hasn't even been half an hour. Gu Santong smiled as he sped for them. The others were so scared they didn't even look him in the eye. What kind of child can raise a lower 3 sect to the ground? Fiend Yang looked worried by his attitude. He still recalled the child's annoyance with him. To any normal kid that whined, Fiend Yang would only tease him more, except for young Sanzi. He didn't have it in him. He was better off keeping a safe distance. If the guy's temper went off, there wouldn't be just whining and tears, but blood and gore. Looking at the ground littered with corpses and victims, Fiend Yang felt utter regret. Am I that bored to rub a kid's head? Zhuo Fan looked around, then smiled at Gu Santong. Young Sanzi, you did great. Leave the rest to me. You don't have to do anything now. Sure. Young Sanzi bobbed his head like a good kid, giggling innocently. Only the guys around thought. Who'd ever believe that pure smile seeing the bloody aftermath? Venerable Kai said, Steward Zhuo, this isn't easy to settle. We need a very good reason for all of this to make the Double Dragon Manor stop even if they come here. I know that. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Find sect leader Xuan and Xuan share you fast. They're our only hope of coming clean out of this mess. None knew what he meant, but they obeyed, understood. They all began their search. Venerable Kai and Bai shared a look and grinned. Crash, in a pile of rubble, sect leader Xuan crawled out from all that rock, bleeding from his mouth. He had no time to address his condition as he felt the rubble shift under him, and a youth clawed his way out. Xuan Xiaoyu. Only Xuan Xiaoyu looked deathly pale. The spiritual armor on him had long since broken into two, dangling from his body. Thank God the 9th grade spiritual armor was here to save his life. Sect leader Xuan touched his hand and sent his soul power to check Xuan Xiaoyu's condition. He laughed in joy. Xiaoyu, I'm so happy you're fine. Xuan Xiaoyu opened his eyes to see his father, but then he gasped. Dad, Zhuo Fan ruined our sect. We can't let him get away with this. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure he'll be ripped apart for you. Sect leader Xuan's face was hard. Xuan Xiaoyu showed a weak smile. Great. Zhuo Fan, I won't ever let you and junior sister King Cheng be happy together. Ha ha ha, you can't even protect yourself, young Master Xuan. Yet you still have the luxury to worry about King Cheng and my happiness. Why thank you? Xuan Xiaoyu did not get to finish as a mocking tone came. Sect leader Xuan looked to see Zhuo Fan bearing a sinister smile as he came over with the girls. Sect leader Xuan spat. Zhuo Fan, demon fiend, you ruined my sect and still dare to show your face here. Why not? With your heavy wounds, what can you possibly do to me? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Mystical Heaven sect's experts are now dead or wounded. Even you can't protect yourself. So why the high and mighty attitude? You! Sect leader Xuan was filled with fury, but didn't get to finish as he coughed blood again. Zhuo Fan shrugged. See, you have no power left. Your life is now in my hands. I'll be honest here. Your death or survival is at my whim. You have no choice in the matter. Sect leader Xuan remained silent, only biting his lip. Utter humiliation. A sect leader like him had never been in such a state before. Taunted by the enemy and with no way of retorting because he knew what he said was the truth. He was now powerless. The demon's scheming sect team grinned at him. Han Kaianying and the girls just sighed. The great mystical heaven sect had gotten theirs, now reduced to this. Well, do you want to live or die? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, getting to the main point. Chapter 755, Rules. Sect leader Xuan's brow shook. He looked with gnashed teeth at Zhuo Fan but said nothing. Despite that, the humiliation was so great he clenched his fists. Zhuo Fan ignored it all and leaned over him, reaching with his venomous claw and hoisting Xuan Xiaoyu by the neck. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Wait, what are you doing? Let him go! Sect leader Xuan cried out. He wanted to move, but he only coughed more blood. Zhuo Fan snickered as he shouted, Do you want to live or die? I. Sect leader Xuan's eyes shook, but the words were stuck in his throat because speaking meant surrendering. As they say, it is better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Many of the secular cultivators could do it. So why couldn't the great sect leader of mystical heaven sect? But looking at his son, turning red from the grip on his neck, sect leader Xuan sighed and shook his head. When even an ant clings to life, what more's there to say about man's desire to live? What do you want, Zhuo Fan? Sect leader Xuan, that's an attitude more befitting of moving with the times, ha ha ha. Grinning, Zhuo Fan relaxed his hand and Xuan Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at Zhuo Fan in fear, having lost his cocky attitude. Ignoring the useless son, Zhuo Fan gave Venerable Kai a look and he threw an empty jade slip over to Sect leader Xuan. Taking it, Sect leader Xuan asked, What's this? Ha ha ha, nothing much. Just hoping Sect leader Xuan can help me write something down. Zhuo Fan beamed. Sect leader Xuan's hand tightened at his words and his brow furrowed. Zhuo Fan, you can't possibly be thinking of twisting facts and making my mystical heaven sect be the culprit here. Sect leader Xuan knew the minute he put any word on the jade slip, his soul's signature would be imprinted on it. Then no matter how much he begged Double Dragon Manor for justice, no one would believe him. They would have no choice but to live with this stain. His hands shook and his teeth clenched together, all while the demon's scheming sect team was looking at him with mockery. Yeah, that's right. We bet you and now we're robbing you of any means of fighting back. What are you going to do about it? It's not our fault you turned out to be so weak, ha ha ha. Looking at the piles of rubble around him that were once his sect, at the dead experts and few survivors, they had no other fate than to be under someone's thumb. Sect leader Xuan sighed. His hand twitched as it held the jade slip. Sect leader Xuan, if you don't do this, we'll leave no survivors. Zhuo Fan snickered. We might even turn this place into a wasteland. You dare. Why the hell not? Zhuo Fan shouted back. The central area is getting ready for war with the other lands. Mystical Heaven Sect's demise can be written off with hundreds of excuses. Moreover, the girls were your disciples, and with a few words to Double Dragon Manor, your case will be put aside. Who would want to test the relations because of a lower 3 sect only to give room for the enemy to strike? Shaking all over, sect leader Xuan's face fell. At the end of the day, rules are gimmicks used in times of peace. When the enemy comes knocking, even Double Dragon Manor would focus on the good of Western lands. Who'd have the time to waste on rules? Zhuo Fan grinned. Sect leader Xuan has been around for so long and should know this better than anyone. Sect leader Xuan's clenched fist finally eased and sighed. If the central area is indeed attacking, haha, the mystical heaven sect's matter will be forgotten. I talk, you right? Ignoring him and his last probe, Zhuo Fan spoke in a cold tone, as if he already knew the central area would come, when he was just being full of it. But because he was acting like this, sect leader Xuan bought it. Firstly, the matter with King Cheng. You came to her for Double Dragon Gathering. Now that's over, the deal is also over, but you still forced her to stay. As her husband, I came to take her, but you started pushing me around, which led to war. Zhuo Fan narrated while sect leader Xuan wrote down like a machine. Next, mystical heaven sect's elders picked on me with their superior numbers, and then demon scheming sect's elders came to the rescue, leading to both sides entering a bitter fight. Sect leader Xuan's eyes shook, but he stayed silent. Picked on you. You were the one who got the whole sect to come in hiding, and you dare say picked on you. You did it knowing fully where it led. This Zhuo Fan is so sinister, planning it all from the start, and I fell right for it. Sect leader Xuan gnashed his teeth in hatred, writing down as Zhuo Fan said it. Finally, after a hard battle, the demon scheming sect came out victorious, being lenient on you seeing how both were sects from Western lands. But the casualties were too great, and not what we hoped for. Your clan also knew this matter could have been done without bloodshed and sincerely apologized, promising to leave this matter as that. To prove it, you leave this jade slip. Finishing, Zhuo Fan nodded. That's about it. Did you get it all, sect leader Xuan? For God's sake, this is clearly kicking us while we're down. I'm so mad yet I can't even fight back. Sect leader Xuan's hands shook, his breath ragged as he finished writing. Looking at the green jade slip, he wanted to crush it so badly. He knew that the instant he handed it over, his loss today would be left with his sect suffering in silence. Double Dragon Manor would see that he was in the wrong and would not take his side. They wouldn't even look into it, now with how ruined his sect was. Are these reasons enough? Seeing sect leader Xuan shaking as he offered the jade slip, Zhuo Fan did not take it but looked to the others. You guys have been around Western lands for longer and understand the rules better. What am I missing here? PFF. Sect leader Xuan spurted blood on the spot. For crying out loud, isn't this disgrace enough? You want more. Are you trying to peel us one strip at a time? Venerable Kai smiled and shook his head. Steward Zhuo, these are enough. Steward Zhuo saving his wife after being trapped is reasonable. Our later help to Steward Zhuo is only natural. It's all reasonable. Even if you argue it with Double Dragon Manor, it still won't matter, ha ha ha. Hold it. Kui Lang shouted, bowing to Venerable Kai and saying, Steward Zhuo, I find these reasons adequate but not enough to stir sympathy. They're too plain. Shouldn't we flourish it a bit? Pa. Zhuo Fan clapped and praised. Good man. You sure have improved after sticking with me for so long. We might be demonic cultivators, but this fight was fought for justice. Sect leader Xuan, make sure you write down your endless greed, trying to extort me out of my 2,000 sacred stones, and also wanting to suck women's yin to cure your son. It seems that in this battle, we took heaven's place in purging the demons and setting an example for everyone. What? Sect leader Xuan's face twitched and cried out, You, demonic cultivators, dare use heaven as your excuse? I told you to write, not yap. Zhuo Fan's face expression steeled. He stepped on Xuan Shaoyu's leg, life or death, choose. Sect leader Xuan's fists shook and sighed, writing down as he said it. This was no longer just a scuffle between sects, but a question of mystical heaven sect's morals. A righteous sect actually wanted to use women's yin to cure someone, and even tried stealing another sect disciple's sacred stones. Although sect leader Xuan did not want to admit it, Zhuo Fan truly did purge demons in this case. Once he handed this to the demon-scheming sect, it was the same as handing blackmail evidence for them to threaten him with. They would not only be left with no means of rebuking them, but even obeying them. Or when the jade slip got out, the mystical heaven sect would never rise again. If it had happened in peace times, sect leader Xuan wouldn't have done it even killed. But his son was in their hands and he had no choice but to fold. The future looked bleak, with generations being threatened by the demon-scheming sect. He truly suffered more than he could have imagined this time. Seeing this, Venerable Kai patted Kui Lang's shoulder. "Disciple, you've grown." "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Master and Steward Zhuo's teachings." Kui Lang bowed humbled. The others laughed. Only the girls rolled their eyes and shook their heads. They're all evil demonic cultivators who only got worse with Zhuo Fan around. Chapter 756. Burden. Hutilda letting out a long sigh, sect leader Xuan finished filling self-incriminating facts into the jade slip and slumped powerlessly to the ground, the jade slip falling at his side. Zhuo Fan flicked, and the jade slip went to his palm, nodding after checking the content. The battle now took a righteous tone, and the enemy was vanquished in heart as well. There was no need to fear Double Dragon Manor any longer. "Dad," knowing what just happened, Xuan Shaoyu's face fell. Sect leader Xuan showed a smile, then he looked hard at Zhuo Fan. "Zhuo Fan, are we done here?" "Ha ha ha, of course, thanks, sect leader Xuan." Zhuo Fan nodded, then showed bloodthirst. "Men, kill half of mystical heaven sect disciples." "Yes." The crowd shouted together and bowed. Zhuo Fan was gone as well, appearing next to Xuan Shaoyu. In his eyes filled with fear was reflected the hand that clutched his throat. Xuan Shaoyu's face went red, unable to breathe. He flailed his arms against Zhuo Fan, despite how pointless it was. He was nothing more than a weak little chick. Sect leader Xuan shouted, "Zhuo Fan, what are you doing?" "Didn't we say?" "Humph. Ever heard of the saying, don't trust a demonic cultivator?" Zhuo Fan mocked. "You always curse demonic cultivators for being vile and fiends you can't trust, but at the end of it all you still talk terms with us. Isn't that a cruel irony?" The demon-scheming sect team laughed. Sect leader Xuan shook, and the moment he moved from his spot, he coughed blood, then slumped back down. He could only watch as Zhuo Fan squeezed the life out of his son. Zhuo Fan had a vile smile on his face. "Sect leader Xuan, I never do business without assurance, much less suffering from one. In our fight with mystical heaven sect, we have lost many people. So to make sure you don't come making trouble, ha ha ha, sorry, but I'll have to cripple you. But don't worry, seeing as how it involves Double Dragon Manor, I won't destroy you nor harm you, sect leader Xuan. It would make the jade slip useless if I do, ha ha ha." With a cackle, Zhuo Fan showed his evil side, increasing his grip on Xuan Shaoyu. Sect leader Xuan shook and spoke rashly. "Wait, Zhuo Fan, you can kill anyone and I won't care, but please let my son go. He's my only. And you call yourself a sect leader? You only ever cared about your son and not the sect." Everyone looked at him with scorn. Han Kaianying sighed and walked to Chu Qingcheng. "Junior sister, your man is amazing. Even the sect leader is being toyed with. But this is a bit too cruel. After all, mystical heaven sect has once been our home. We have many brothers and sisters here." Han Kaianying did not finish, but her meaning was loud and clear, for Chu Qingcheng to plead for them. Every king rose to his throne by trampling on a mountain of corpses. Chu Qingcheng sighed as she hesitated. She had once been the ruler of Drifting Flowers edifices and knew this cruelty. Being soft now would only come back as misery to bite you. Drifting Flowers edifices had suffered so much for so long, and she could understand Zhuo Fan in this. This man was not as cruel as he looked, but doing all for self-preservation. It was easy to speak for mystical heaven sect, but she could not risk knowing it might bring Zhuo Fan pain later on. Even with the girls looking at her like that, she still held her ground. Chu Qingcheng? One aged voice sounded that stunned everyone. Sect leader Xuan looked from the ground at Chu Qingcheng with begging eyes. Qingcheng, when you wanted to save that girl's life, I helped you. The condition for that was to come to mystical heaven sect and save my son. That was our deal. Because of you, Zhuo Fan came and ruined my sect. I'm not asking you to hold your end, but at least let my son live. What? Qingcheng knew everything? Shui Ruohua looked at her in shock. You mean you were ready to give yourself up? Yes, she knew everything, unlike you. Because she owed me, she would do anything I asked. Sect leader Xuan shouted. A bit of favor, yet returning endless gratitude. Because you met him again, you chose to break your promise. I did not mind. You wanted to see him again afterward and made another promise which I agreed to. But now I see the last agreement won't be fulfilled. I give you back your freedom and only hope you can stay Zhuo Fan's hand. Leave? Crash, sect leader Xuan did not finish. Chu Qingcheng did not speak either. Then they heard Xuan Sheiyu crashing to the ground, coughing in pain. Zhuo Fan released him with a calm face, then ignored the father and son, walking to Chu Qingcheng. He took her shoulder and left while shouting, Demon scheming sect, withdraw! Aren't we killing mystical heaven sect's men? There's still 100 ethereal stage experts breathing. Once they recover Fiend Yang started, but Zhuo Fan only held Chu Qingcheng as he said, I said withdraw. This fight is over. The demon scheming sect team looked at him oddly, then shrugged as they followed Zhuo Fan leaving. Master, look after yourself. I'm going with Kui Lang. Han Kainying took Shui Ruohua and Danner after saying her last words to sect leader Xuan. Sect leader Xuan shook, his face dark. Only Xuan Sheiyu was still coughing, looking at Zhuo Fan going away, and spoke with vitriol. Father, we must take Rev. Shut it. Sect leader Xuan grabbed his mouth and looked at Zhuo Fan in worry. Seeing as he did nothing, he relaxed, then cursed. Are you suicidal? He didn't kill all of us because of Chu Qingcheng. Junior sister Qingcheng. Xuan Sheiyu frowned, gnashing his teeth. I won't let that vile spawn take her. One day I will get her back. Sect leader Xuan gave him a long look, then nodded. With a steel gaze, he thought, Don't worry, Sheiyu, the day will come. You still need her for your illness. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng walked out of mystical heaven sect hand in hand. With a faint smile, the two were in their own world as a group of third wheels approached. Chu Qingcheng worried. Is it really all right to let them go? Maybe they'll harm you later. Yeah, Steward Zhuo, I think it's best we finish them off. Just like you said, the central area is attacking and Double Dragon Manor won't. You're wrong. Fiend Yang approached to say, but Zhuo Fan mocked. Did you also believe my bluff back then? Central area's matter is only a rumor. Who knows if it's true? I only used it to scare him. If the central area remains quiet, the Double Dragon Manor won't leave this matter be. That's why we can't ignore Double Dragon Manor's rules and give us more trouble. Fiend Yang nodded. Then Zhuo Fan spoke heavily. Qingcheng, mystical heaven sect had given us a favor back then. I will help take the burden on myself, since what happened to Ninger was Your problem is my problem. Chu Qingcheng was direct. Zhuo Fan nodded and smiled. Yes, your problems are my problems. Since this binds you to mystical heaven sect, I'll help you break it and not affect your heart. But then I'm a demonic cultivator. Carrying all that hatred is nothing. Zhuo Fan smiled at her and looked her in the eye with conviction. With me next to you, no one will force you again. Chu Qingcheng started and nodded in happiness. She rested her head on his shoulder, her heart at peace. She felt like she was back to Drifting Flower City's shabby house, with only the two of them around. Chapter 757. Killing Xuan Sheiyu? Shit, their lovey-dovey display is so blinding it pales to my 24-carat eyes. Fiend Yang cried out and held his eyes. The others chuckled, give the lovely couple a queer smile. Zhuo Fan just shrugged at Chu Qingcheng. Looks like we need to shake off these blind fools or they'll ruin our mood. Chu Qingcheng giggled. However, a shout was heard and a familiar figure came leading tens of thousands of worn-out soldiers. Brother Zhuo, did we win? Luo Yunhai asked in joy. Sticking out his chest, Gu Santong spoke with pride. Of course. When I go, nothing can stop me. The one to blame is my dad for letting me out so late, or I'd have long since wasted them. Oh, so you did it. No wonder so many died in this fight, with thousands experts from my clan as well. Luo Yunhai broke into cold sweat as he watched Gu Santong's prideful face. Young Sanzi truly is amazing, but maybe could you give us a signal the next time you fight? Eh? Gu Santong was startled while the others shook their heads. This kid is that ignorant of his raw power. Give us a signal to get some cover. But seeing Gu Santong so oblivious, Luo Yunhai did not explain, lest he get the little ball of rage angry. Big brother Zhuo. Luo Yunhai turned to Zhuo Fan. Although we didn't need to attack the treasury, since it fell under young Sanzi's move and we had no chance to use the resources, we still managed to get some spoils of war and got to rob it. Demon scheming sect's hearts twitched. The mystical heaven sect has been around for millennia. Their treasury must be loaded. They won the battle but were so focused on the joy that they forgot something so basic. How stupid of us. So Fiend Yang was the first to jump in. Oh, clan head of the secular world, we're all allies here. We should settle the accounts since we did so much hard work ourselves. We should get the biggest share. Ha ha ha, relax. We only came to help Brother Zhuo. All of it will be yours. Luo Yunhai waved his hands like it was nothing. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. This kid is upright and good. What kind of ally doesn't want to be paid after being asked for help? The other elders were also admiring him. Zhuo Fan, who would fight for every stone, shook his head. Yunhai, I'll make it up for Luo clan for their help. Brother Zhuo, we're all a family. What make it up to us? Luo Yunhai waved his hand, glancing at Chu Qingcheng. Brother Zhuo, we did find something in the treasury you might want to see. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Luo Yunhai gave Qiu Yanhai a look and he presented a ring. Zhuo Fan received it and took out its items. It had 3 jade slips. Zhuo Fan looked over the first and was stunned. Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array. Yes, it's the one the Heavenly Cycle Elders used. Luo Yunhai spoke. Keep reading. Zhuo Fan took the second one with doubt. 4-element cycle array. Yes, the array from which the Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array was developed. Qiu Yanhai spoke carefully. Steward Zhuo, check the last one. Zhuo Fan gave the 2 a long look, then scanned the 3rd jade slip. Only this time his eyes exploded with bloodlust. The crowd looked puzzled. Not far, sect leader Xuan held his son up and gave him a recovery pill. His eyes flashed. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I'll surely get Chu Qingcheng back. Whoosh Tilda, however, he did not finish as a black figure appeared in front and punched him. Rumble. Sect leader Xuan and Xuan Xiaoyu had no time to react. Xuan Xiaoyu was reduced to pieces and blood as he splattered on the rubble. With the blood and gore dripping from sect leader Xuan's face, he was still too stunned to register it as he looked at the hard and cold face of Zhuo Fan. Why you? Sect leader Xuan's eyes were filled with tears, choked with emotion to speak. Zhuo Fan gave him an icy look. Sect leader Xuan, thank you for your help with Ninger. By letting Mystical Heaven Sect go, all accounts are settled. Zhuo Fan left with a dead face, walking to Chu Qingcheng and the others. Sect leader Xuan's white hair was a mess, his eyes lost. He did not know why he thanked him for saving the girl, nor why he came back to kill his only son. Seeing the blood around, sect leader Xuan crumbled to his knees and howled in pain and sorrow. Zhuo Fan was back among his people, who were curious about why he first let Xuan Xiaoyu go only to kill him now. Only Luo Yunhai and his men knew. Yunhai, destroy it. I don't want anyone to see it. Zhuo Fan spoke. Luo Yunhai nodded, letting out a relieved chuckle. Zhuo Fan came to Chu Qingcheng and held her waist as they walked. She just looked at Luo Yunhai curiously. What's that? Nothing of importance. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Qingcheng, you have your own principles that I will protect, taking on me all the sins and crimes. But, Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, if you are in danger, no matter the principle, even my path, I'll cross them all. Chu Qingcheng gave him a long look and smiled, leaning her head on his shoulder in happiness. I don't want you to give up everything for me. I only want to help you achieve your ambition. Seeing them go, the others looked at Luo Yunhai. Fiend Yang was smiling from ear to ear. Luo clan head, what was that? Nothing you should know about. Luo Yunhai spoke in a hard tone. Brothers Yuo wants this destroyed so no one can see it, or the ending of Mystical Heaven Sect's young master. Ugh, they all shook and coughed, looking at Yuo Fan. Since it was so dangerous, they could stall their curiosity. It was much better to live. Once all were gone, Luo Yunhai looked at the third jade slip. He let out a long breath and shook his head. Empty spirit body, the desire of every cultivator. It can even help gods, but look what disaster it brought. But one thing is certain, the Heavenly Cycle Elders sure were geniuses to come up with such an array. With a smile, Q Yanhai sighed. From Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array to 4-element Cycle Array to come up with a ha-ha-ha. I bet it was made to fit the young sect leader like a glove. Nodding, Luo Yunhai sighed. Yeah, why else would Brothers Yuo go back on his words and kill the one he just spared? As long as he's around, the Mystical Heaven Sect would never let go of Sister King Cheng, the best cauldron. But even so, there may be one coming later on who would want her. Q Yanhai's eyes shone. Luo Yunhai nodded. That's why Brothers Yuo wanted it destroyed. This is an array to exchange a life for a life. Q Yanhai gave a heavy nod, then had the 3 jades slip hold in his hand and used his power. Hot energy was released. If you just crush them, someone dead set on it might recover them. Allow me to destroy them. However, a beautiful figure appeared. Wait. Sister King Cheng? Miss King Cheng? The two looked shocked. What are you doing here? Chapter 758, Countering Demon Scheming Sect. Half an hour later, Zhuo Fan unsealed Han Kainying and Shui Ruohua's cultivations. The two quickly opened the sect array, and the demon scheming sect with the Luo clan left after taking care of their wounded and burying their dead. Even after everyone left, Zhuo Fan stayed behind. He had unsealed Chu Qingcheng's cultivation a while back, and yet she immediately went away saying she had something to do. Now he was waiting for her. Whoosh tilde Chu Qingcheng's amazing figure came back before Zhuo Fan with a smile. I'm back. That's good. Let's go as well. Zhuo Fan nodded and held her hand tightly. Chu Qingcheng was startled. Aren't you going to ask me where I was? Ha ha ha, no matter where you go, as long as it's not dangerous, I won't ask and I'd even let you go. Zhuo Fan chuckled. You're my wife, not an underling nor a prisoner. You have your own freedom. Chu Qingcheng beamed with joy. We truly know each other best. He knows me and I know him. They also did not want all their affairs to be known either, to feel like they were being watched. So Chu Qingcheng did not ask about Zhuo Fan's matter, and he didn't ask about hers either. This was mutual respect. However, the two's silent agreement hadn't lasted 3 steps, as Zhuo Fan said with a frown, Qingcheng, just where did you go? PFF. Chu Qingcheng rolled her eyes and giggled. Didn't you say you won't ask? Why are you going back on your word? Ha ha ha, sorry. I know that I shouldn't restrain you, but I can't help but know everything about you down to the last detail. This is such a complicated feeling. Zhuo Fan shook his head. It's my first time feeling like this, and I don't understand. It feels so impulsive. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I respect your wish. However, Chu Qingcheng stopped him and flashed the thunder ring on her finger in front of him. I went back for this. After Mystical Heaven Sect trapped me, they even took my storage ring. I went after it. I see, so it was nothing, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan nodded. Chu Qingcheng glared. What nothing? This ring comes as a pair, a proof of our relationship. How is it nothing? Yeah, you're right, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan nodded, his heart warm and fuzzy. Despite being a thunder ring, this ring of his was also a sacred ring, unlike the one she had, which was simple, even though he made it. Chu Qingcheng cared for it because it represented their bond, which filled him with happiness. However, their little warm bubble was soon broken as Chu Qingcheng recalled something and mocked. Oh, I was wrong. The ring isn't a pair since there's another one. Something similar is worn by Miss Luo. Well. Zhuo Fan was sweating. Chu Qingcheng went on with a smile. These 3 rings will be together later on, and we will live happily together. Qingcheng, she isn't like that. She's just family, and the ring was already passed to Yunhai, the keepsake of Luo clan head. Oh, I see. Then Shuanger, Yongning, Lioner, Miss Zhu. Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched. King Cheng, you're the leader of Drifting Flowers Edifices, a person of power. Yeah, but sometimes I'm impulsive too. I don't want to limit you. It's just that when Sister Peony sent me those sending jades containing strange information, my heart felt heavy. Batting her eyes, Chu Qingcheng showed her mischievous side. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook, cursing Peony for being a busybody. Then he shook his head. Chu Qingcheng's assault never relented as she kept asking awkward questions and putting Zhuo Fan on the spot. This was how they walked out of this place, hand in hand. In this moment, the two were unlike the high cultivators they were, nor deep schemers, just a loving couple. They bicker, they nag, and they flirt. Seeing the two go, Luo Yunhai and Qiu Yanhai shared a pained look. Luo Yunhai sighed and said, Brother Zhuo asked us to destroy the jade slip before anyone saw it, but in the end Sister King Cheng saw it too. What now? Clan head, it's all fine. Qiu Yanhai pondered. Steward Zhuo wanted no one to set their eyes on Miss Chu. Now that the jade slip is destroyed, Miss Chu can't be hurting herself, right? It's fine. Thinking it over, Luo Yunhai nodded. I hope so, but Brother Zhuo's order was to not let anyone see it. Now that Sister King Cheng did, how do we tell him? Miss Chu said it herself to just not include her. They're together anyway, so it won't matter, ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai scratched his head. Clan head, I'm a knowledgeable old man, and some things are better not taken so seriously. It's best to gloss over it. When you have a lady yourself, you'll know what it means to be love-struck. Giving the old man a long look, Luo Yunhai nodded. Since Sister King Cheng and Brother Zhuo are family, it's fine if there are some things hidden from the husband or wife. The two then nodded, reaching a decision, and hurried to catch up. However, to Chu Qingcheng, she had lied to Zhuo Fan for the first time, and due to their trust, Zhuo Fan did not suspect anything. But this, however, was foreordained to become Zhuo Fan's biggest regret of his lives. After leaving, they rested for half a month 10 miles from Mystical Heaven Sect and continued onward. Zhuo Fan had given Lai Jingxian and the elders pills and helped them recover faster. The demon scheming sect was jubilant in the meantime from the spoils of war they got after that big fight. The happiest was Kui Gang. His darling son, Kui Gang, was seeing his mother for the first time. He now knew that his father prepared this surprise for him. They hugged in tears and in joy, holding each other close. Venerable Kai was very much against Kui Lang and the girl from the Mystical Heaven Sect getting together. But this time they seized Mystical Heaven Sect and cut their arrogance down to size. Not to mention they got a little something extra for their troubles. He didn't even mind seeing Zhuo Fan happy with his lady. Moreover, since Steward Zhuo managed to get a girl from a righteous sect to join him, his disciple couldn't. Maybe this victory would be enough to make sect leader overlook it. Anyway, the result was better than the fault, leaving room for discussion, and so the whole group continued on. Zhuo Fan did not separate from them and went back to the demon scheming sect with the Luo clan. They then arrived at the valley where the two teams met for the first time. Shuanger and Yongning were anxiously waiting under Yu Ling and Kai Changlong's care. After all joined up, the girls were overjoyed to see Chu Qingcheng was saved. The girls all gathered around and talked, being close sisters with Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng also joined the conversation with a smile. However, while they were still lost in their victory, Zhuo Fan suddenly shouted, "Listen up, the fighting isn't over." They all turned to Zhuo Fan with a puzzled look. What do you mean the fight isn't over? Isn't Mystical Heaven Sect ruined? First of all, I've been hiding something from all of you. Zhuo Fan was dead serious as he pulled Chu Qingcheng in front. I've attacked Mystical Heaven Sect for my personal reason, to save my wife. I thank you all for your help. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands before them. The people were stunned, then laughed. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, we already figured it out. What's the big problem? Yeah, with your merit, fighting to get a woman won't make sect leaders say anything. Venerable Bai laughed. Zhuo Fan shook his head and watched the crowd. This was what I wanted to tell you. Sect leader Zai Yu doesn't know about our fight with Mystical Heaven Sect. It was all me. Ugh, they all stood dumbstruck, hardly believing Zhuo Fan's words. Impersonating the sect leader was a serious offense. To even take all of the sect's experts and fight another, that was inexcusable. With Zai Yu's temper, they could see how this wouldn't end well, and they shook all over. Seeing them react like that, Zhuo Fan squinted. He spoke something that gave them the biggest shock of all. It almost blew their minds. That's why we are now going to counterattack the demon-scheming sect and seize power. Chapter 759. Uprising. SSS tilde gasping. Everyone was floored by this shocking revelation. This is an uprising, plain and simple. First you went to beat one sect into the ground, and now coming back to beat your own. It was beyond what any of the demon-scheming sect experts imagined. They went out of the sect only to come back as rebels. They were all demonic cultivators, sure, but their loyalties still laid with their sect. This was too much to take in. Even outsiders like Han Kainying were speechless at Zhuo Fan's brazen declaration. She walked over to Chu Qingcheng and whispered, "Junior sister, your man is truly brutal. He doesn't just go against his sect, he wants all the other elders and venerables to be there with him. They must be regretting it now, for being toyed with by your man. Senior sister, Zhuo Fan isn't after wealth and glory, he's only looking after himself." Chu Qingcheng sighed. Han Kainying nodded. Maybe, since impersonating the sect leader and giving orders to attack another sect deserves capital punishment. If he doesn't rise now, the demon-scheming sect would hunt him down forever. While everyone can see it, that doesn't mean everyone would be so decisive. He is a man that knows what to do. Unlike my Kui Lang, who likes to boast, he'll never do it in his life. Chu Qingcheng nodded. Looking at Zhuo Fan's straight figure and confidence, her eyes swam in love. Her husband was the boldest hero, doing everything without looking back. No matter what situation he was in, his eyes had always looked at things from a different perspective. Looking coldly at those shocked faces, Zhuo Fan spoke. "Actually, I am all for a peaceful resolution and not revolting. You all know that I am about to leave the demon-scheming sect and don't care for wealth and glory. However, there's no way I'm going to let others take my life. This is as low as I'll ever go." The crowd looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, not knowing what to say. "I know what you're thinking to make me take all the blame." Zhuo Fan was quite calm despite having seen their intentions. "I had thought about this as well. Everything that happened so far is because of me, so taking responsibility is only natural. If my life can save everyone, I'm willing to give it. But just think for a second. Will Zai Yu let you go with his foul mood?" They all shook at Zhuo Fan's words, their last hope crushed to pieces, giving them a cold look. Zhuo Fan shouted, "Wake up! Stop resorting to petty tricks and dreaming for hopeless peace. Everyone knows of Zai Yu's cruelty. Would he let you live after you used the sect's name to attack another sect's elders without his orders? This was a clear challenge to his authority. You of all people should know him better than me. But this isn't. Yes, I faked his orders." Someone stood up, pointing a feeble finger at Zhuo Fan, but he cut him off. "You must understand, what difference would it make when you'd be guilty by association? Why would the inner sect elders come along with me? Humph, as matters stand, Zai Yu has already lost his trust in you. While he won't do anything to you for now, since the demon-scheming sect has 10,000 sacred stones in 100 years, there would be plenty of homegrown elders and venerables to replace you along the way. You best not forget who you are, my labor office's elders. You have taken on my symbol for a long time now and can't escape this. The minute Zai Yu labels me a traitor would be the moment you all will be taken care of. It's only a question of time. In the demon-scheming sect, it is the inner sect and venerable she who have the true power. Working hard for so many years to seize power back, only to lose it all in the end. Would you be willing to accept that?" A shiver went through them all, hearing Zhuo Fan's passionate speech. They were now filled with regret and unwillingness. Venerable Bai stood up, holding out his hands. "Listen to me, friends, Steward Zhuo is right. While it does look like he set us up, we should not forget that it was also Steward Zhuo that helped us earn so much in the labor office. We and Steward Zhuo have been on the same side from the start." Returning to the sect now, if sect leader does not pursue this and will overlook it, then we won't have a civil war. But if he insists on holding Steward Zhuo accountable, then we will have to stand up. Steward Zhuo is our leader, and when he falls, we fall with him. If Steward Zhuo is gone, sect leader can finish us off whenever he wants to. We're nothing to him and can't fight him either. That's why, Labor Office elders, we must assure that Steward Zhuo is alive and well. Yes, Venerable Bai is right. Venerable Kai stood up as well. We must not fall for sect leaders' delay tactics, because we have an overwhelming advantage. We've all seen the power the Luo clan displayed in the battle with the mystical Heaven sect, especially Steward Zhuo's son. It can be said that, at this moment, we hold the power. If sect leader won't give us a straight answer, it's time for a change in leadership. Being indecisive and stalling will only get us killed. Everyone here knows just how brutal sect leader can be. Hearts stirred with their speech, and the people nodded as a fire lit in their eyes. Just like Venerable Kai said, with such power on their side, taking the sect was a done deal. But once the Luo clan left, they'd be nothing more than another neck on the chopping block when Zai Waiyu started hacking. This was not the time to dawdle. Seeing the looks they sported, filled with resolve, Venerable Kai looked from Steward Zhuo to the others. Moreover, we've all seen the fight between sect leader Xuan and Zhuo Fan. They were evenly matched. That is why it is my opinion that if Zai Waiyu's tyranny comes to an end, Steward Zhuo would make a fine sect leader. Ha ha ha. Hail, sect leader Zhuo! All of them turned their heads and greeted as they got ready for an uprising. Just like in an imperial revolt, they called out their leader as the true emperor. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Venerable Kai. Zhuo Fan then laughed, holding his hand for silence. Hear my order. Get ready for counter-attacking demon-scheming sect. Yes, sir. They all cupped their hands, filled with battle spirit. The morale was actually higher than when they set out for mystical Heaven sect. Because this was a civil war they couldn't afford to lose. Fiend Yang held his head and sighed. Waiyu, you brought it on yourself. Look what your constant criticism of them has brought. They are revolting, while you are still dreaming of being a top middle 3 sect. Just how am I supposed to help you? Fiend Yang shook his head, catching up with the others and in deep thought on how to solve this. Zhuo Fan and Zai Waiyu were good friends with the fiends, but now, who were they to side with? This was a true uprising against leadership, to take the crown. Meanwhile, just outside the demon-scheming sect's barrier, the door was opened and Zai Waiyu waltzed in beaming with joy, unaware his sect leader seat was hanging by a thread. The sect leader is back. The sect leader is back. 2 children ran to the inner sect to report. Zai Waiyu walked on, smug and happy. It was obvious from a mile his trip outside was one filled with flattery directed at his rear. He barely took 2 steps before he frowned. He looked around puzzled. Why is the sect so quiet? Where is everyone? Sect leader, shouts came, venerable she leading 100 inner sect elders as they rushed over. They bowed at once. Sect leader, I'm ashamed for being so late in welcoming you, ha ha ha. Zai Waiyu looked at them in doubt. What's going on? Why just you guys? What about the rest? The elders, venerables, and even disciples, where are they? Sect leader, didn't you tell Steward Zhuo to take them out? They have yet to return. Venerable, she faked. Zai Waiyu was stunned. Zhuo Fan, didn't he leave? Why is he back? Also, when did I tell him to take out the sect's elders? It wasn't your order. But he held your token. Playing his act till the end, venerable, she muttered confusedly. This is bad. Steward Zhuo held your token and said that he wanted all the experts and disciples, even venerables, to follow him outside. I found it odd and came with my inner sect elders to stop him, but sect leader knows how Labor Office is his. One word from him and they'll all follow. I don't know where they went. He can't be using them, can he? Venerable, she glanced at Zai Waiyu's face and saw it dark and brooding. His fists clenched, his eyes shot with bloodthirst. It seems to me these tigers are about to claw each other. Ha ha ha. Chapter 760. A mover and a shaker. Whoosh tilde, a huge crowd gathered outside the demon-scheming sect. It was Zhuo Fan and his army. With uprising the only thought on their minds, All had shed the hesitation from before, now ready to kill. Looking at the familiar barrier, Zhuo Fan grinned. Zai Yu, I'm no pawn you can use and then throw away. I didn't care about the demon scheming sect before, but since you wanted a fight, I'll get you first and take the sect as well. This is about King Cheng and my life. I'm not about to be soft with you. Zhuo Fan looked at Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, you with the clansmen and young Sanzi are to hold this place. If a battle strikes out, someone will be coming to let you in. Yes, brother Zhuo. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. Young Sanzi also nodded and gave a thumbs up, slapping his chest. No worries, Dad with me here. Just tell me where to stomp and it'll be flattened in no time. Young master, this isn't mystical heaven sect. We still want to cultivate here later. Please go easy as much as possible, ha ha ha. Venerable Kai sweated as he sighed. The others laughed. While young Sanzi's insane power had him vexed, he was the best insurance they had. With the little freak around, their win was a given. Even if the inner sect had High Venerable to interfere, it wouldn't do a damn thing. Not since this young master finished off heavenly cycle elders like nothing. Zhuo Fan cleared his throat and shouted, "Let's go! The world is about to change." Zhuo Fan took the first step forward with Chu Qingcheng at his side. The others followed right behind him, all ready to attack their own sect. No matter how prepared one is, being on guard around one's own men was hard. The barrier easily opened, letting these beasts waltz in like they owned the place. Suddenly, 4 figures flashed. The crowd was stunned to see the 4 scheming demons. Relax there with us. I had them watch the place for movements. Zhuo Fan had them take it easy and ask the pygmies, "Tell me, did Zai Yu return?" Violent Demon nodded and cupped his hands. "Steward Zhuo, sect leader, has been back for a month now." When he heard you took 2/3 of the sect's power out, he blew his top. Lately, he took his anger on a dozen disciples, killing them where they stood. Ha ha ha, I knew it. We'll be going all out, it seems. Zhuo Fan waved and walked on. What a venerable she and his faction. Did some suspicious people or experts appear? Steward Zhuo, venerable, she sighed, has only been inciting discord. The 4 scheming demons walked with Zhuo Fan as they reported. The others were stunned. Steward Zhuo was ready to rise from the start. He even had spies left behind. He truly is a wise man to think about rebelling even before he attacked mystical heaven sect. Demon scheming sect will definitely go further with him than it ever could with Zai Yu. While rebelling isn't exactly honorable, but we will now have an even better sect leader, worthy of past sect leader generations. Venerable Kai and Bai nodded, their hearts at peace with that excuse. Zhuo Fan's team arrived at the main hall. The huge crowd and their mighty aura diminished the grand main hall's vibe. It even made Zai Yu frown inwardly with worry, forcing him to come out. Who dares show off before the sect leader's main hall? Zai Yu came to the door and saw the army. Then he saw Zhuo Fan in front and squinted as he spat. "Zhuo Fan, you dare return?" Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, and why not? I'm a demon-scheming sect disciple. It is my home. It's normal to return home. Humph, rotten traitor, Zai Yu cursed. You first fooled me when you left the sect so that, when I went to discuss with the empires, you came soon after, impersonating me with my token, taking every expert of the labor office. You have undermined my authority. By demon-scheming sect's rules, you are to be executed. Just then, Venerable she showed up at the most convenient moment with his inner sect contingency, standing behind Zai Yu like old friends. Everyone found it odd, only Zhuo Fan snickering. I knew it. Venerable she had been bored for so many days, waiting for this moment to act. Others might not know how this switch in allegiances worked, but Zhuo Fan did. As interests shifted, so did relations, from allies to enemies and vice versa. It was just like yin and yang. At the smallest change, yin could become yang and yang yin. Deficit could become profit and profit deficit when one least expected. Venerable, she held control over the inner sect's profits, to the point Zai Yu felt his hands were tied. So he had no choice but to bring an outsider to work with in turning all of Venerable she's profit into crumbs. This had forced Venerable she to step back, but in fact was waiting for the two allies' fame to come head-to-head. In other words, Zhuo Fan's fame was what got Zai Huayu to get him here, to stop the inner sect. But now, since the inner sect was out of the fight, Zai Huayu found that Zhuo Fan's name was threatening him, thus affecting his ambitions and making him change his stance from ally to enemy. Only when the two tigers were facing off did Venerable Shi step in. He would side with one and killing the other would be a cinch. Ruining their alliance was the best scheme ever. Even with the two knowing this, they had to face off in the end, all while Venerable Shi would stand at the sideline and reap the most from their ego clash. There was just one tiny detail Venerable Shi overlooked. Zhuo Fan was just as adept, if not more, in these tactics as well. At first he tried to avoid conflict with Zai Huayu, his subdued attitude and downplay of his merits letting him to drop his guard. Since the kid would be gone, he had no reason to be anxious. Zhuo Fan did this because he had that intention as well, but also because he was weaker and had to look after himself. But then he learned of Chu Qingcheng's predicament, and Zhuo Fan had to interfere. So he became a mover and a shaker, using all his name to get everyone to go to war for him. And since this meant crossing the other, then he might as well go all out and counterattack the sect. After all, when one's strong enough, all the scheming wasn't worth a stone. This was what Venerable Shi had failed to see. Zhuo Fan had 2/3 of the demon scheming sect behind him, with the Luo clan and young Sanzi right at the gates. Even with Venerable Shi and Zai Huayu joining hands, they still couldn't touch him, though the two had yet to sense it. Zai Huayu flicked his hand, displaying his full authority as sect leader. Men, take Zhuo Fan away. The silence was deafening. Zai Huayu's words echoed in everyone's ears, but no one paid them any heed. What was worse, they looked at him with scorn. Zai Huayu looked hard at them and cursed. What do you think you're doing? Did you not hear my orders? Ha ha ha, relax, sect leader. With how close the labor office's elders are to steward Zhuo, they couldn't possibly do it. Then I will just have to do it myself for sect leader. Even though Venerable Shi was ignorant, he did not forget to paint the labor office in a bad light, saying that they were on Zhuo Fan's side and not Zai Huayu's trusted aides. But even he wouldn't believe that his assumption was right on the money. This thought never crossed his mind. Venerable Shi waved. Men, take Zhuo Fan, this sect leader impersonator. Yes, sir. 2 elders behind him bowed and snickered. They moved towards Zhuo Fan with Venerable Shi watching from behind in glee. This way he would use Zai Huayu to strike Zhuo Fan, his trusted aide, and at those old fools in the labor office. However, the two had yet to reach Zhuo Fan as bloodlust exploded from behind him. It forced the two to halt. The smug Venerable Shi was shocked, looking at the scene in disbelief. He could see that everyone behind Zhuo Fan was filled with zeal and intent to fight. Don't tell me these guys are in cahoots with Zhuo Fan. Venerable Shi finally knew the situation was worse than he thought, and sweat started trickling down his spine. Chapter 761. Elder Yuan. Crap, I underestimated this kid. Venerable Shi's eyes widened, his face growing darker as his heart beat like crazy in his chest. The stone-cold look he got was enough to make him break out in sweat. The original plan was to use Zai Huayu in getting rid of Zhuo Fan in the most open fashion and curb the labor office's growth. How was he to know Zhuo Fan was so resolute and cruel in rebelling? What made it worse was he got so many elders on his side as well. In that very moment, it dawned on him that Zai Huayu's name as sect leader rang hollow. As he stood there next to this mighty sect leader, it didn't seem to offer as much support as he thought. On the contrary, the danger only increased, becoming just another target for the enemy to erase. It was anything but what he planned, losing instead of gaining anything. Zhuo Fan works too damn fast. Venerable Shi gnashed his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. Why on earth didn't I act sooner? Letting him use the token instead to take the elders away for his own selfish reason. This way, at least there would not be any serious consequences. Going against the labor office's elders' theatrics wouldn't affect him much, but at the very least it would not give the enemy the initiative. Now, though, the kid and the oldies were in tandem. They're strong and I'm weak. Getting rid of him is impossible, while my side is in serious danger of being terminated. The thought alone made Venerable she sweat buckets and filled him with denial to go down like this. Before his plan even got to be used, it was already scrapped. He'd been patiently waiting all this time, only to find out his efforts helped the enemy instead. However, just then, as the two sides stared each other down and were on the brink of war, someone shouted, "Wait!" They all turned to see Fiend Yang wobble as he rushed over between them with a bright smile at Zai Yu. "Fiend Yang, what are you doing? Even you want to defy my order?" Because his authority had been undermined and he was now too enraged, all Zai Yu wanted right now was to get rid of Zhuo Fan. This had made him blind to the situation as he shouted. Fiend Yang sighed on the inside, giving Zai Yu a helpless look but forced a smile. "Yu, this is your fault. Zhuo Fan had taken us but did not do anything to shame the sect. He had instead increased it through his commendable results. As a sect leader, you should reward him, not punish him." "Commendable for what exactly?" Zai Yu was confused. Fiend Yang snickered as he stuck out his chin, laughing. "What, you ask? Ha ha ha, brothers, please report to sect leader our great success. Let him bask in the glory." Everyone just watched this smug Fiend Yang without uttering a word. All here, besides Zai Yu, who was too pissed off to read more into it, noticed something in his tone and words. He said it to smooth things over and get over this problem without bloodshed. Fiend Yang had others give sect leader a report to show respect to Zai Yu and his status. "I'm not here for your chair and you won't kill me." Everyone's happy. Alas, their stance as rebels was already established. Could mere words write it off? Even if that happened, no matter how unlikely, it all came down to the boss. So, everyone turned their eyes on Zhuo Fan, awaiting his signal. But seeing how he was the center of it all, Zai Yu's rage only increased, wanting nothing more than to break him to pieces. "Demon scheming sect leader is me, Zai Yu. Now you ask Zhuo Fan's permission to report to me." What does that make me? Maybe anger was consuming him, making the shrewd Zai Yu unable to think about anything else. These elders had long since stopped caring about him. He was no longer their sect leader. Everything that they had and were in this moment was because of Zhuo Fan. Venerable Bai, report to sect leader. Grumbling inside, he saw Fiend Yang's pleading look and Zhuo Fan's side, deciding to give Zai Yu one last chance. He only ever wanted to leave with Chu Qingcheng. If not for his life being threatened, he would not even think about taking on the burdens of a sect leader. It would be great if words could smooth things over. Hearing Zhuo Fan, Fiend Yang was ecstatic. Venerable Bai looked long at Zhuo Fan, then nodded, speaking to Zai Yu in a cold tone. "Steward Zhuo had taken us to sweep clean mystical heaven sect. We achieved a sound victory and glory, one unheard of since the founding of the sect. Of unprecedented and... what? You actually took the sect's experts to wage war on another sect without permission." Zai Yu cut Venerable Bai off, roaring, "Who the hell do you think you are to make such a judgment without any right? Men, take this traitor away. For his heinous crimes, he's to be executed." Fiend Yang started and rushed to take something out, several high-grade spiritual gear. "Yu, listen to me, these are just a few of the spoils we got. We robbed the mystical heaven sect's treasury clean, defeated them." "Get lost." Zai Yu was too far gone in his anger. His eyes were red, looking at Zhuo Fan with vitriol. "For overstepping his place and undermining my authority, Zhuo Fan's crimes are inexcusable. He will be executed, and any that tries to plead for him will join him in death." Zai Yu's roar was heard by all. Fiend Yang gave him a long look but sighed. Fiend Yin and Fiend Gui were sad. "Zai Yu, can't you see that all that Fiend Yang did was for you and not Zhuo Fan? Zhuo Fan now has real power behind him." "Why can't you see that?" Greed has got to him and made him lose sight of reality. Venerable, she shook his head. Now that Zai Yu has given into anger and lost his senses, he's unable to see that the sect is no longer his. With his old power as sect leader, he could put down any elder whenever he wanted. But now he no longer had the people's support to do that. Taking his side now is plain suicide. Venerable, she stepped back as he thought. Glancing at the incensed Zai Yu, Zhuo Fan turned his eyes to the side. Venerable Bai, are you sure you didn't say it like that to drive him even more mad? You didn't even address him as sect leader. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo saw through me. But once this starts, it has to be followed through to the end. There are no half measures here. For when you, sir, and Lady Chu leave, old guys like us will be left behind to suffer Zai Yu's wrath. Venerable Bai bowed to Zhuo Fan. We all see Steward Zhuo to be far more suited as sect leader than Zai Yu. Your merits pave your glorious future. Please, Steward Zhuo, do not decline. Zhuo Fan gave him a hard look and nodded. Then attack. Men, take Zai Yu away. Venerable Bai's eyes glinted in joy as he shouted. The other elders and venerables were filled with fighting spirit as they shot for Zai Yu. Zai Yu was rooted to the spot in shock. Come again. Why are they attacking me? Are they rebelling? Only now did he begin to notice that his enemy was not Zhuo Fan alone, but all these elders who had a change of heart. Venerable Shi, what do we do? Seeing the enemy coming with savagery, one inner elder deferred to Venerable Shi. Venerable Shi was resolute. When trouble is too much, escape. He was the first to bolt, with the other inner experts not far behind, ignoring the chaos about to erupt and getting some distance from it all. Only the lone and has-been sect leader remained, who would soon be taken in by the labor office's experts having defected from his cause. Fiend Yang slumped to the ground. Yu, your brother has even given you the chance to resolve this, but you're too stubborn. Now that there are no holds barred, I can't save you. You're on your own. Just as they were about to clash, a blue light covered everyone. They all started shouting. This is vicissitude domain. Impermanence 5, an aged voice echoed out. Stop this instant. Shaking, they turned around to see a weary figure making his way towards them with a hard look. Elder Yuan, Zhuo Fan muttered. Venerable Shi frowned. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Venerable Shi, he is the labor office's executive. He's always been behind Zhuo Fan, using his fame to lord over others. One inner disciple reported. The inner elder then flashed in Elder Yuan's face. You old laborer, since when you could just interfere in sect matters? Get lost. Ha ha ha, I don't want to interfere, but one should look after himself. Maybe in a few days, using revenge for the sect leader and rebuilding the sect, you'd bring outsiders in, dooming it instead. I'd like to live here for many more years, so I have to interfere. Elder Yuan spoke in a condescending tone. The elder's face flushed red after Elder Yuan exposed their plan. He roared in anger. This is between the experts of the sect, not some wretched old coot. He then raised his palm for an attack. It was backed by the power of a third-layer ethereal stage cultivation. Elder Yuan would be reduced to mush as a bone-tempering cultivator. That was if he was so weak. Chapter 762. High Venerable Yuan Zingang, who till the biting winds came upon Elder Yuan's frail body, fluttering his beard. Even so, he just stood there with an indifferent gaze. It was as if he was not attacked by an ethereal stage expert, but by a breeze. Venerable, she squinted, watching filled with suspicions. Since Elder Yuan faced the ethereal stage expert with such poise, Venerable, she could tell he wasn't average. The odd thing was, when did the sect have someone like him? Zhuo Fan watched with no intent of helping. He knew Elder Yuan was something else, maybe one that could hold down all of Demon Scheming Sect. He was about to kill off the Demon Scheming Sect's leader, thus forcing Elder Yuan to come out. Rather than ignore him for later, it was better to face this trouble. Humph, a lowly laborer should stick to his duty and not meddle in others' affairs. The savage palm reached Elder Yuan as the elder mocked. The last time I asked you for a few laborers for my training, you came up with all sorts of excuses and even put the labor office venerables on me. Filthy parasite, using others' power, you should stick to your errands. Now no one can save you, ha ha ha. The people figured it out. This elder had some bad blood with Elder Yuan. No wonder he would lower himself to kill someone so weak. Since the labor office gained power, he couldn't touch him. Now that the inner sect oldies saw sect leader about to lose, they decided to flee. Yet this old thing came out and exposed their nasty plans. Elder Yuan was respected because of Zhuo Fan. When when the labor office's elders never actually gave him a second thought. Since Zhuo Fan now stood still while he was in danger, the others, of course, would not interfere either. The elder saw this and grew more rampant. Elder Yuan simply chuckled despite it all. Funny you should mention duty. With the sect on the brink of civil war, you don't care about settling the parties' clashes but pursue your vendetta. Is this how you plan on carrying out your duties when you seize power? Ha ha ha, never mind. My sect does not need an elder like you. Elder Yuan's eyes widened. Bam. With a thunderous sound, the elder found himself flying, losing his life before he hit the ground. Plop, he showed no wound as he landed, nor was there blood spilled. He died as if from natural causes. The only way for that to happen was through one means only. Soul impact. Venerable Shi's eyes shook, his face a mask of shock as he watched Elder Yuan and stammered. Who the hell are you? SSS tilde the others gasped, looking at Elder Yuan with unprecedented amazement. Soul impact was a perk all ethereal stage cultivators had. It meant using one's soul power to destroy the other's spirit and soul. But this usually only worked against cultivators below the ethereal stage. Using it in the same stage, since both had formed their souls, would never actually kill the other, at most just heavily injure him. Yet now, an ethereal stage expert died from a soul impact before everyone. The fact the other did not reveal his soul to do that only proved how huge the gap in. None thought this unknown elder would be such a great expert, stronger than most people here. Even Zhuo Fan's eyelids shook, sweat gathering on his brow. Venerable Kai, get ready to have young Sanzi come in. Unsure yet on what stance Elder Yuan took, Zhuo Fan would rather play it safe and call for young Sanzi. Venerable Kai nodded, feeling the same way. He sent some elders' messages to open the barrier. Tap tilde Elder Yuan took casual steps under the eyes of everyone. Now no one looked at him with scorn but fear. Finally, Elder Yuan arrived between the two sides. Zai Yu eyed Elder Yuan, then bent his waist in greeting. High Venerable. He's the High Venerable. Venerable Shi and his party shook and stared at Elder Yuan. No wonder only the rumored High Venerable could display such power. I should have known. Zhuo Fan's eyelid twitched. Although shocked, he had his guesses. The rest of the crowd stood speechless at Elder Yuan's casual demeanor. They were just dumbstruck. Demon scheming sect's best expert, the rumored High Venerable was revealed at last. Now that they knew this Venerable was Elder Yuan from the labor office, the shock doubled. Yes, I'm Demon scheming sect's High Venerable Yuan Xinggang. Seeing the dumb looks around, Elder Yuan shouted. Everyone bowed, greetings, High Venerable. Not just the inner sect faction, but even the labor office elders. High Venerable, even rumored, was the basis of their pride, their confidence. Because he was the strongest in the demon scheming sect. Seeing him now, even rebels as they were, they still showed respect. Elder Yuan nodded. Labor office plans a rebellion while the inner sect elders want to run away, thus leaving sect leader all alone to be killed. Humph! How did demon scheming sect become so chaotic and torn apart? High Venerable Zhuo Fan is undermining my authority. He roused labor office's men to rebel. He must be executed for his crimes. Zai Yu clenched his fist as he pointed at Zhuo Fan. Venerable, she found that with the High Venerable here, the tables had turned and cupped his hands. High Venerable can see that we hold the sect's safety at heart. Please tell us what to do, High Venerable. In layman's terms, Zhuo Fan wants to rebel so as a High Venerable stomp him. With you on our side, we can do it. Once they're dead, demon scheming sect will be ours again, he. Elder Yuan already knew their intent and smiled, then turned to Zhuo Fan. Elder Yuan, where do you stand? Zhuo Fan spoke before he could. If Sir sides with Zai Yu and them, then our friendship is over. Cocky bastard. Everyone stood stunned. He truly is worthy to be our next sect leader. Facing the sect's best expert, he uses such blunt words. Though they all knew that Zhuo Fan talked big like this was because he had a backup, his monstrous son. Not even High Venerable can take a hit from that brat. They held High Venerable in respect, but they weren't blinded by it, clear of his strength and theirs. It was something Venerable Shi's side had no clue about, still sneering at them. Zhuo Fan, you dare think with higher numbers you can take the seat of sect leader? What do you take High Venerable for? He would not let your impudent act go unpunished. Shut your mouth. I speak for myself, not you. Elder Yuan glared at him. Venerable Shi, you've caused a lot of disturbances over the years. Wait there in silence. Ugh, startled, Venerable Shi's fiery passion was snuffed out by Elder Yuan being a wet blanket. He lowered his head and withdrew, his heart filled with anger. Damn old coot, I'm not the rebel here. What are you doing coming at me for ignoring his displeasure? Elder Yuan turned to Zhuo Fan with a smile. Steward Zhuo, we're both friends here. For God's sake, I was the one who told you to get that wife of yours. What, now you're going to burn bridges? Zhuo Fan faltered at the sudden casual attitude the great High Venerable still took. Being ridiculed like that, Zhuo Fan blushed in embarrassment. Despite that, he felt happy inside. At the very least, even as the High Venerable, this old man was the same as ever, the Elder Yuan he expounded on Tao with for all these years. Now, let's talk. It's not something that can't be resolved with words. There's no need to always go around fighting and killing. Demon scheming sect didn't hold your woman either. Come with me. Smiling, Elder Yuan walked towards the main hall, then stopped as he pointed at Chu Qingcheng and Zai Weiyu. You two as well come along. Since it involves 3 people, only you 3 can solve this. High Venerable then entered the main hall, chapter 763, a sect leader. Humph, Zai Weiyu glared at Zhuo Fan with hatred. It never occurred to him that in Zhuo Fan's short 5-year stay at Demon Scheming Sect, his foundation of centuries would be shaken up, and he would be on the brink of being overthrown. Looking at the labor office's elders wishing he was dragged down from his perch, Zai Weiyu's anger boiled with no outlet. No one was on his side. Venerable, she saw his state and was set on forsaking him. His only hope lay on High Venerable's support. So, after giving everyone present one last glare, Zai Weiyu stomped his way into the main hall. Steward Zhuo, High Venerable can't be after the leader in this, right? If anything happens to Sir, we'll be left helpless and weak. Giving the main hall a long look, Venerable Kai spoke. What if we send 20 experts along? At least this way we can cope with anything. Zhuo Fan remained silent and in thought. Venerable, she saw this and mocked. Zhuo Fan, you went and started an uprising, but you're too scared to talk with High Venerable. How is a cowardly rat worthy of being sect leader? Ha ha ha, Venerable she, spare me your goading. High Venerable is strong, but I'm no pushover. I'm not his match, but not even he can keep me from leaving. Grinning, Zhuo Fan chuckled and held Qingcheng's hand. Are you scared now that you're in danger because of me? What's so dangerous about seeing an old friend? Chu Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. Zhuo Fan laughed. Ha ha, you're my lady indeed, braver than most men. Then let us go see High Venerable. No matter what side he's on, I'll always protect you. Chu Qingcheng nodded and gave back a radiant smile. The two went into the main hall hand in hand. Steward Zhuo, are you really going without help? Venerable Kai was still unsettled. Zhuo Fan merely flicked his hand. Leave it. It won't make much of a difference, not with High Venerable's strength. They'll only get killed. It will actually have the opposite effect, inviting ridicule at the two of us bravery. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed and then vanished inside the main hall. The crowd praised him for his decisiveness. Steward Zhuo and Lady Chu are a perfect couple. Both of them are so brave. High Venerable and Steward Zhuo had been close so far. But who could tell what High Venerable would do now that Demon Scheming Sect's highest seat was on the line? He might follow the rules and stick with Zai Weiyu. Venerable Kai and Bai shared a look of worry. Venerable, she snickered and grinned. Bam! With a resounding noise, the main hall's doors shut tight, holding Zhuo Fan, Zai Weiyu, and Chu Qingcheng inside. Everyone cried, Steward Zhuo! Elder Yuan's powerful voice echoed out before they did anything. Impermanence 5, any that dares start anything, they are to be put down. Yes, sir. An aged voice came from the air, then the green barrier glowed brighter. Shaken up, everyone sighed and stood still. They knew inside the vicissitude domain they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Venerable Kai, Bai, and Shi, anyone in fact, had no choice but to sit tight and not stir anything up. But both sides had the same thought. High Venerable is as amazing as they say, no less than Zai Waiyu and Zhuo Fan. With just the 5 elders, he had the hundreds of experts tied up and at his whim. Meanwhile, the couple had just entered the main hall and jumped from the banging of the door. They didn't look back, though. They saw 3 seats in the main hall. Zai Waiyu already took the highest one with an ashen face and spiteful eyes. When he saw Zhuo Fan, his thirst for blood only grew. At the side, they saw a shut door as the 2 walked to the seats. Before they got to take them, Elder Yuan's voice came from beyond the door. "Zhuo Fan, you 2 come in first." The 2 nodded and entered the room, leaving Zai Waiyu alone to stew in his anger on his throne. His nails dug so deep in his palm that they left marks. "Elder Yuan." Zhuo Fan saw him sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, and the couple cupped their hands. Elder Yuan smiled and nodded, then he pointed at 2 mats. "Please, sit." Zhuo Fan had no reservation, taking Chu Qingcheng to the mats. "Elder Yuan, why have you called us here? Is this miss your trial of love? Aren't you going to introduce her?" Glossing over the question, Elder Yuan looked at Chu Qingcheng, getting up. Chu Qingcheng spoke with respect as she greeted. "I am Chu Qingcheng, High Venerable." "Ha ha ha, so you're Chu Qingcheng?" Elder Yuan's eyes flashed, sizing her up then nodding. He turned to Zhuo Fan. "With both smarts and looks, Chuchu sure is attractive. Kid, if I was just 5 centuries young, I'd have underestimated you." Ugh, Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Elder Yuan, there are hundreds of experts standing outside with tens of thousands more waiting restlessly. Can't you be more serious? Ha ha ha, you knew war could spark at any second, yet you still brought back an army to revolt." Elder Yuan mocked. Zhuo Fan shrugged. "What was I supposed to do?" "I have to save my hide. You know how petty Zai Waiyu is. And even if he wasn't, any leader would not overlook such crass transgression. The only choice was for a preemptive strike. No matter what became of the demon-scheming sect, as long as the 2 of us were safe was enough." "Humph, a mistake remains a mistake unless you remedy it." Elder Yuan forced a smile. "So you really don't care at all about the demon-scheming sect? Is it fine to destroy it? You know what will happen if civil war breaks out. The heavy losses afterward won't be something sacred stones can patch up. Our very foundation will be ruined." Zhuo Fan was blunt. "Don't care." Ugh, that went right to Elder Yuan's heart, but then he turned to her. "Lady Chu, you're from a righteous sect. You shouldn't want total destruction to happen, do you? You know what your man is about to do, can't you?" "Don't care." Chu Qingcheng shook her head, looking deeply at Zhuo Fan with a smile. "It doesn't matter what he does as long as he's safe." Shaking all over, Elder Yuan chuckled. "Lass, you're harming him, driving him further into the abyss. You 2 best be careful. Regardless of being a righteous or demonic cultivator, whoever gets swallowed by the pit of desire will have no chance of waking up. Coming back from such an ordeal is nigh impossible." "Don't care," the both of them replied, yet they held each other's hands tighter. Elder Yuan's eyes shone, then his face shifted, shouting, "You don't, but I do care. Demon-scheming sect is where I shall pass away. Just like Zhuo Fan cares for the Luo clan, the same is for me with the sect. No matter what, I can't let anything cruel happen to it. So." Elder Yuan's eyes were now sharp as he watched Zhuo Fan. Planning an attack, Elder Yuan, Zhuo Fan, and Chu Qingcheng tensed, planning their own escape. Zhuo Fan's right eye was already shining golden. He had shift ready to activate at a moment's notice. "Zhuo Fan, don't blame me for being unreasonable." Elder Yuan squinted and took out a pitch-black jade. Zhuo Fan cried out inside. He rushed to pull Chu Qingcheng away from it. He had no clue what it was, but it had to be some deadly demonic treasure. With High Venerable's power and the demonic treasure, he must crush Zhuo Fan where he stood. Or if he fled, there was no chance of catching him. Sweating, Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, not expecting this old man to break their friendship like this. Taking out a demonic treasure to end him just like that. However, seeing his panicky look, Elder Yuan looked dumbstruck. "What are you doing?" "That's my line, you old coot. What are you taking a demonic treasure out for?" Zhuo Fan shouted, his nerves stretched taut. Glancing at the jade, Elder Yuan chuckled. "Zhuo Fan, aren't you always daring? Why so paranoid all of a sudden?" This isn't paranoia, but a matter of strength gap. With your strength, taking out a demonic treasure on top, if I don't hide, how am I to survive? Elder Yuan shook his head, holding the jade out. Zhuo Fan, look closer. This isn't a demonic treasure, but the seal of demon scheming sect's High Venerable. In my capacity as the High Venerable, I shall replace Zai Yu with you as the next sect leader. Chapter 764, True Self-Art, Come Again. Taken aback, Zhuo Fan looked at him stunned. What did I just hear? You want to replace Zai Yu? What kind of High Venerable are you? In the sect's time of inner turmoil, you're not only not helping sect leader stop it, but even want to replace him. What do you think rules even are? That's rich, hearing about rules from you. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes, but then he found something off and raised an eyebrow. Zhuo Fan, what's going on? Weren't you planning an uprising? Why criticize me for not following the sect rules? You're the one who started this whole mess. Ugh. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and nodded. True, but so what? My stance is clear, but Elder Yuan, as the sect's High Venerable, your standing made me doubt your intentions. Ha ha ha, I get it now. Elder Yuan laughed. Fine, since you think that as a High Venerable I had to crush you, why then were you willing to meet me alone? Weren't you scared I'd take you out to end all the trouble? Zhuo Fan's face hardened. Elder Yuan, I did think about it, and even knew the chances were high for such an outcome. But I still wished to believe that our friendship meant something and you'd have another way. What other way do you think I had? Go on, tell me. Elder Yuan's eyes shone. Zhuo Fan stared into Elder Yuan's eyes as he probed. With your status as High Venerable, you can just resolve the conflict by revealing everything. At worst, I'll be cast out, ending all trouble, in your dreams. Elder Yuan scoffed and shouted, Kid, you're truly despicable. Everything is because of you, and now you want to wipe your hands off of this. What about all the elders and venerables who have your back till death? Is this how you treat them? Zhuo Fan's heart sank and shook his head. I just knew something like this can't fool Elder Yuan. Pointing at the door, Elder Yuan said in a cold tone, If it weren't for this, they'd all carry their duty, working for the betterment of the sect. But you dragged them to a war with mystical heaven sect and sullied them. Hell, it's not a stretch to call them yours now. Then you stirred in them their rebellious side, saying they'll die otherwise and making them sink into their desires. Now that they have this thinking, you think it'll be that easy to get them to stand down with mere words. To top it all off, they plan on having their leader get power so they would get some as well. You saw how they reacted when Fiend Yang tried to so hard to smooth things over. They're dead set on fighting, their hearts in turmoil. This is no longer a matter of Zai Yu and you coming to a peaceful resolution, but about that mob wanting to get everything they wished for, more power. They want to elevate themselves through your high position. You know this as well. I could step in and mediate it, stopping the fighting, but it will only delay things. First there's Zai Yu's petness, who won't stand them for long, and then there's the labor office's elders and venerables, who I bet can't sit still for even a couple of days before chaos ensues again. At that point you'd be thousands of miles away, leaving demon scheming sect to kill itself on the inside. Was that your plan, Zhuo Fan? Zhuo Fan's heart sank but did not reply. He turned to Chu Qingcheng and sent her a message. Qingcheng, how come he's such a relic, yet not one bit like a senile old coot should be? He's trying to tie us down. Demon scheming sect's High Venerable is impressive indeed, like the rumors paint him. But is it true? Did you know all about what he just said? Chu Qingcheng nodded and raised an eyebrow as she sent her reply. Zhuo Fan nodded. Close enough. Every sect in Western lands is twisted and filled with secrets. I wanted to take you to a safe place to live our lives. I even tried using Fiend Yang's chance he created to get over this mess and just withdraw. How was I supposed to know Venerable Bai and the rest had a severe change of heart, dead set on wanting a coup and becoming the next ministers? Their desires were fanned even more with Zai Yu's anger. So you can imagine that when I leave the sect, Zai Yu and the labor office will be at odds, devolving into mutual annihilation like Elder Yuan said. That's the same as lighting the fuse and scampering off. Isn't that unethical? Why should I care? I only used them to save you. Now that you're safe, they can drown the place in blood for all I care as long as we're miles away. Brute, you're just too evil, even after all they did to help you. Glaring hard at Zhuo Fan, Chu Qingcheng cursed him, but she was smiling as she said it. Elder Yuan sat there with a twitching mouth. Hello, Tilda, I'm talking to you, so stop with the whispering. Have a little respect for an old man. Oh, Elder Yuan, but making me sect leader won't be against the rules. Besides, not everyone wants me on the chair. Won't a fight broke out either way. Zhuo Fan shook at Elder Yuan's words, then cupped his hands as he spoke. Elder Yuan gave a vague smile. This is where you're wrong. With you at the helm, there'll be no more fighting. First of all, more than half of the elders follow your every command. Becoming sect leader is what they want. As for Venerable Shi, he's just a stubborn opportunist. He only cares for himself. He doesn't care who among the two of you is the sect leader and would even less fight to the death for Zai Yu. The fact he wanted to bolt proved it. He just wants to save his strength. A guy like that in the sect would find the power of being a minister after they pushed you on your seat to be a good choice as well. Since you already beat Tianyu's imperial faction and brought peace to the nation, you're quite the expert in ruling. Elder Yuan, it's not about ruling here, but Qingcheng and I. Zhuo Fan wanted to object, but Elder Yuan raised his hand to stop him. You caused this mess, you fix it. You crushed people's view of Zai Yu, forcing him to be confrontational and unable to maintain his position. Once you leave again, the demon-scheming sect will be divided. You can't go. You're to blame for Zai Yu's eroded power and now must take responsibility. Zhuo Fan sighed and nodded. As for the sect rules, weren't you asking me of my stance? I'll tell you. I am on demon-scheming sect's bright future. Some stiff old rules mean nothing. As long as it favors the sect, any rule can be scratched out. Fraternizing is no exception. Elder Yuan looked hard at Zhuo Fan, then his eyes glimmered. Zhuo Fan, I know you don't care about the sect, not even about the labor office, but I just heard you call yourself demon-scheming sect disciple, that the sect is your home. I know it was only an excuse, that you still can't wait to leave. But this old man hopes that the next time you say it, it will be from your heart. Shaking, Zhuo Fan spoke. I have never considered any place my home unless it has people I care about. That's human nature. Elder Yuan chuckled and nodded. In any case, you can't escape becoming sect leader. You can go now. Zhuo Fan nodded and took Chu Qingcheng out after bowing at Elder Yuan. The old man then stopped them before reaching the door. Wait. What is it, Elder Yuan? Zhuo Fan looked back. Elder Yuan's hand flashed and took out a jade slip, throwing it to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan looked puzzled. Elder Yuan sighed. This contains an art I came to discover after all my insights into the heart over the years. To someone like you who aspires towards Tao, it will be beneficial. True self-art? Elder Yuan nodded. Yes, the true self-art. A human comes from primal chaos, and being true, he never masked his emotions. But as the years came and went, this truth became blurry. However, cultivators, both demonic and righteous, all must return to Tao to find their true natures. But this new truth, does it form a cycle with the true nature from inception, or is it enlightenment? If it's a cycle, why then do cultivators train for years and years, only to return to their true selves? I never managed to find an answer no matter how I looked. That's how I discovered this art. It's not an amazing cultivation method, but it can help a cultivator achieve peace of mind and remove a heart demon's interference. Remove a demon heart's interference? Zhuo Fan was shocked inside, gripping the jade slip with a shaking hand. Cultivators dreaded heart demons. The lightest halted one's progress while the serious ones were damning. With this art was a gem, able to avoid all of that. He never would have guessed Elder Yuan, a mortal domain cultivator, would have such deep insight. It went to show that one can achieve greatness regardless of what path they took. The old man isn't as strong as the ancient emperors, but a true wise man of life. Zhuo Fan held Elder Yuan in even more regard. Chapter 765, Master, Self Returning to Origin. With a kind smile, Elder Yuan pointed at himself. Zhuo Fan, do you see how my cultivation is in the bone tempering stage? This is not me trying to feign weakness, but my true cultivation. It's all due to cultivating the true self-art. Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng shared a look of shock. Elder Yuan can kill an ethereal stage expert with a snap of his fingers, but he's just a bone-tempering cultivator. Did the true self-art sap his cultivation? Elder Yuan could see their doubts and explained, true self-art is a heart cultivation method. Its effect is shown by regressing your cultivation, or rather returning you to your true self. While you drop cultivation stages, power rises as cultivation is returned to origin, just like the pure and innocent child you once were. While the power would reach unfathomable heights as if a reawakening occurred. This level is something I can't fathom, to the point I won't dare even imagine what would happen next. Would power and cultivation combine, returning to origin, or would it bring about a new level? With my meager cultivation, I am unable to see it. I only hope that someone will be able to reach that far and prove I am right. Another incomparable path that no one had proved yet. Tightening the jade slip in his grip, Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. Power grew while cultivation dropped. It not once crossed his mind something like this was possible. Just like Elder Yuan said, once cultivation reaches the origin and power rises to the emperor stage, what would come after? What will happen once you cross the point where cultivation can't regress anymore, when power can't grow? Will it be a whole new path of cultivation or turn to dust, becoming a part of the primal chaos? He did not know, but for some reason his heart throbbed in excitement. Despite the deadly risks, this was a challenge worthy of him trying. Zhuo Fan, you're a man that focuses on Tao and does not pursue strength as the end goal. I give true self-art to you in hopes that you can help me find the answer. Looking Zhuo Fan in the eye, Elder Yuan spoke with a far-gone gaze. I planned on imparting this art I came to realize to my disciple, but he just strays further and further from Tao, unable to commit to the true self-art. Without insight into Tao, regressing cultivation and increasing power to reach origin will be hard. It would only be wasted on him. Master. Elder Yuan did not finish as a familiar voice echoed. Shaking all over, he turned to Zhuo Fan to find him kneeling and tapping his head on the ground 3 times as he shouted, "Thank you, Master, for your heritage. I will live up to your expectations." Startled, Elder Yuan was unable to react, letting Chu Qingcheng to giggle. Master, Zhuo Fan has never owed anyone favors. When he receives something from someone, he has to pay it back. Since he pays respects to you as his master, it shows just how important this art is to him. So much so he didn't know how to repay you other than bow to you and take you as master. Master, didn't you ask me if I saw the demon scheming sect as my home? Now I can say with clear conscience that as long as Master is at the demon scheming sect, this sect is my home. I promise. Raising his head, Zhuo Fan's forehead had blood on it. Elder Yuan gave Zhuo Fan a dumbfounded look, needing much time to come back to his senses. He nodded. Very good, giving you this art is like passing on to my disciple. I now have no regrets. Zhuo Fan, you're pursuing Tao. No matter how sharp your senses are compared to mine, you have to ponder this art to a minute detail. I shall await the day you unravel it. You're too kind, Master. Zhuo Fan smiled. But with such a great gift from Master, I just don't know what I could give in return. I am so ashamed. Ha ha ha, you're just like your lady said, you don't want to owe anyone anything. Elder Yuan laughed. You've already given me my gift, the 10th grade heaven-reaching pill. How can a measly 10th grade pill match Master's art? It's enough. There are many a talent about, but rare are those to see them. Just how you know the value of this art, others will see it as junk. I'm content knowing you will cherish it. Elder Yuan chuckled and waved his hand. You may go and wait outside. Bowing once more, Zhuo Fan gave Elder Yuan a deep look, then pulled Chu Qingcheng outside the room. Seeing the two leave, Elder Yuan smiled with tears welling in his eyes. He finally got to pass on his knowledge. Creek Tilde in the main hall, Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng coming out were met with Zai Weiyu's burning gaze. Why did they come out alive? High Venerable did not use this chance to kill them. Weiyu, come in. Elder Yuan's voice resounded, and Zai Weiyu stood up. He brushed past them, sending a glare at them before huffing as he went in. Elder Yuan, who was still sitting on his prayer mat, gestured, Sit. High Venerable, why didn't you kill them? As long as Zhuo Fan dies, the others will become a headless rabble. And with the inner sect faction, we'll crush them. Gnashing his teeth, Zai Huayu's eyes saw red. Those damn geezers dared to stand with that lowly Zhuo Fan against me. They must have a death wish. Looking at his angry stance with a cold look, Elder Yuan's eyelid shook, taking a deep breath. Huayu, what? High Venerable, please tell me what we should do. Stand down. Elder Yuan spoke deeply, making Zai Huayu shudder. What did you say? I'm telling you to stand down as a sect leader. Why? Zai Huayu erupted, shooting to his feet. I'm the great sect leader of the demon scheming sect. I have worked for its betterment for centuries. Especially now, thanks to my thoughtful planning, the demon scheming sect has become a middle three sect, something never before achieved in thousands of years. Why the hell should I step down now? Zhuo Fan, he's the one who broke the sect rules. He and his band of criminals have started an uprising. Elder Yuan eyed him coldly. What do you want then? To kill? Zai Huayu roared. These geezers wanted to overthrow me. They deserve death. You need to think about the consequences. What are you afraid of? With 10,000 sacred stones in 100 years, we'll get all the elders and venerables we need. Zai Huayu showed a vicious smile. Elder Yuan sighed. Huayu, do you know how much demon scheming sect would lose because of this? We can regain elders and venerables, but we will lose our thousands of years old heritage. Every generation of elders and venerables were every sect's generation of masters raised from disciples, loyal to the sect more than anything else. This is something no amount of sacred stones-raised elders can replace. Once tradition is broken, the sect itself will fall. High Venerable, you're being paranoid. All that matters is that we have iron rules. It doesn't matter if they don't listen, he. Ha ha, Huayu, you're still like this. Seeing Zai Huayu's crazed look, Elder Yuan shook his head. You know why Zhuo Fan managed to stir so many people into rising against you? It's because you are never sensible in your matters, you're self-centered and out of control. They fear you, and you think it's because of your status, but once you turn your back, they will come at you with a blade. Before Zhuo Fan struck Mystical Heaven Sect, the reason he was so sure these people would be with him in the uprising even after he told them of impersonating you, was because their fear of you runs deep in their hearts. This fear, in turn, became resentment, and they lashed out. Since they'd die whether they came back or rebelling, why not fight to the last and take you down with them? Zhuo Fan knew this very well. That's why he faked your order to attack Mystical Heaven Sect. All that matters was that he tied everyone's fate together. Clenching his fist, Zai Huayu gnashed his teeth. Curse that Zhuo Fan. He's been scheming against me. I shouldn't have let him leave. Huayu, the people had turned your back on you. The moment is lost. Just let it go. Elder Yuan sighed. If I knew this day would come, you should have learned from Zhuo Fan's way of leading people. You should have known he has no feeling for the sect, much less for anyone in it. Even so, he manages to get everyone who follows him to believe in him. I believe he is far more suited than you to be a sect leader. Zai Huayu's face twitched, having already lost himself to rage, having heard nothing and just cursed. Curses, I've brought the wolf into my home. I let him undermine me. Huayu, Elder Yuan shouted and sighed. You need to step down regardless. If you don't want to do it, then you give me no choice. I'll have to use my right as High Venerable and cripple you. That will only make it worse for you. Zai Huayu shook, looking at Elder Yuan in disbelief. No way, High Venerable. Are you going to cripple me over a brat? Elder Yuan closed his eyes, unable to hold back the tears. When he opened them again, he made up his mind as he stood. Sect leader Zai, come with me. I shall declare this to everyone and settle this now. Wait, you can't do this. You made me a sect leader. That was before. Elder Yuan halted. With Zhuo Fan's uprising, then your declaration of crippling the sect leader will make you look afraid of Zhuo Fan. What will the sect think of their greatest expert? Doesn't matter. What does my name amount to when the future of the sect is at stake? Elder Yuan's face hardened as he walked. Zai Huayu stared at the old man and shouted, Master? Faltering, Elder Yuan stopped again and closed his eyes. Chapter 766, Grand Wedding. Huayu, taking a deep breath, Elder Yuan sighed. Ever since you took your seat as sect leader, I have not once heard you address me as master. Zai Yu's eyes shook, nodding. Because Master once said that the ruler of a sect drives the entire sect, wielding absolute power above anyone else's. I could only keep the word master in my heart and never utter it. After that day, the demon-scheming sect only had sect leader Xuan and High Venerable Yuan Xinggang, nothing more, nothing less. There's no other meaning to it. Do you still remember my teaching? Then you should know that when the bigger picture is involved, I don't make decisions based on feelings. Elder Yuan let out a long breath, then walked as he said, "Step down, taking a leisure venerable office. Zhuo Fan won't go as far as kill for my sake. It's great that I also have the true self-art I mentioned once, and can help you to understand it with the time you'll have. Being so high in status for so long, you've let your emotions control you. Stepping down and pondering on Tao might be the best thing for you." Zai Yu's face twitched. He clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. "Master, are you that heartless? Would you rather get an outsider on my seat than help me keep it? It's not a matter of wanting, it's that Providence made it so I can't." "Humph, Providence?" Zai Yu flicked his sleeve as he roared. "You just think Zhuo Fan has those geezers under his thumb, and now you don't want to see the sect suffer. But have you ever thought that without rules there's only chaos? If demon-scheming sect leader can be taken so easily, what's the point of sect rules? How will the sect be ruled later? Won't it be a mess?" Elder Yuan turned around to look into Zai Yu's crazed eyes and chuckled. "Yu, you really need to step down. As far as we know, if you get public support, you can have the world. It doesn't matter if it's done by lying or stealing. The important thing is to understand it. Do you know why I was content with staying at the labor office for the past centuries? It wasn't just for peace of mind. It was because that was the closest place to true human nature, where the public's will was most obvious. You've been standing above everyone for too long. You've already gone blind to it. You need to step down and ponder on the true Tao." "Humph, ponder what? Tao what? Who doesn't know that in this world power is everything? What good will having Tao in your mind do to make me stronger? Nothing." Stomping, Zai Yu glared as he cursed. "High Venerable, you've been around those stinkin' laborers for too long and became weak. You're no longer the best expert in the demon-scheming sect who held supreme power. A mere Zhuo Fan got a bunch of ninjas to take arms and already got you scared. Now you come to me to step down and learn some weird true self-art? Humph, Master, to be honest, I never gave a damn about that art. What other use is there to it than to look weaker? I am the great sect leader of the demon-scheming sect. I need to show them all my strength and get their respect. I'm not like you, always with your nose down." Zai Yu's yelling shook Elder Yuan to the core. He was in pain as his withered white hair blew with every outburst from Zai Yu. Elder Yuan did not react. He was just extremely disappointed in his disciple he helped so many years. "I now see I shouldn't have given the true self-art to you. You can't see its value and just throw it away like junk. Thank God there's still Zhuo Fan." Elder Yuan closed his eyes and turned around. As he opened them again, gone was the pain and sadness, replaced by resolve and force as he spoke. "Let's go out together. I've already drawn out a reason for your stepping down." Elder Yuan stepped towards the door once more with conviction. "Master, you can't do this. I'm your only disciple." Bam! Elder Yuan shut the door as Zai Yu wailed behind him without remorse, leaving him all alone. "Master, are you that heartless?" Zai Yu's eyes shook and he closed them. He gnashed his teeth and dug his nails into his palms in anger. "How the hell is that punk so much better than me that even my own master would forsake me?" Letting out a long breath, Zai Yu's eyes shone with bloodlust. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan looked calm, but his heart was filled with pain and sorrow. His disciple, who used to care so much about the sect just like him, was now trapped in a deep whirlpool, offering the old man only disappointment and regret. Zhuo Fan stood up and bowed. "Master, you're about to be sect leader. It's best if you call me High Venerable. In the demon-scheming sect, status must be clearly defined in private and public, and not let emotion interfere with it." Elder Yuan chuckled, preaching as he did back then with Zai Yu. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "Master is mistaken. Status must be upheld, but now I'm not fulfilling my duty as the sect leader. Since I see you as my master, before you is your disciple, and it's only natural for a disciple to show respect to his master." Startled, Elder Yuan gave him a long look, then sighed. "I see it now. Private is private while public is public. When there was primal chaos, heaven and earth were one, but as the yin and yang separated, so did the two. That means private and public are interchangeable. How foolish of me. Pushing him towards power and not giving him any friendship had made him turn out like this. It's all my fault." Master, what do you mean?" Zhuo Fan was stunned. Elder Yuan chuckled and shook his head. "Nothing, I just have one request. Zai Weiyu would come out and maybe he'll step down. For the safety of the sect, he mustn't get involved with more people. While a newly ascended emperor makes bold policies and snuffs out his remaining rivals, the demon-scheming sect is small and won't survive such a purge." "Oh, sure." "Since Master asked, I of course won't deny High Venerable's suggestion. At worst, I'll just be thrown off my seat and will have to just leave. I don't care much for it anyway, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan nodded and laughed as he looked at Chu Qingcheng. She nodded, not minding it at all. Elder Yuan gave a heartfelt nod, but had a bitter smile inside. Zhuo Fan said that he'll consider the demon-scheming sect as his home with me here, but in the end he doesn't see it like that. Or else he wouldn't disregard being a sect leader so much. Just what can I do to make him see the sect as his home? I have to settle this or the kid will just run off. Creak tilde, a door opened and Zai Weiyu came out with a dark face. He still had a foul look when he saw Zhuo Fan, but he was no longer crazed. Elder Yuan spoke. "Well, have you decided?" "Yeah." Totally unwilling to do this, Zai Weiyu still gave a nod. Letting out a deep breath, Elder Yuan ignored him as he spoke to the couple. "You three follow me. It's time we settle this." Elder Yuan was the first to walk ahead. Zhuo Fan, Chu Qingcheng, and Zai Weiyu were right behind him. Rumble tilde with a heavy sound, the main hall's doors opened. The crowd outside quickly turned their heads around. Venerable Bai's side had been tense all this time. Would Steward Zhuo get killed? How were they to carry out the uprising then? Fortune had it that they soon saw Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng coming out and let out a relieved breath. The eyes turned to Elder Yuan, waiting for him to explain what had transpired inside. Knowing their desires, Elder Yuan coughed before shouting, "Demon-scheming sect, listen up." In view of demon-scheming sect disciple, Zhuo Fan's exceptional conduct and remarkable achievement at Double Dragon Gathering in fighting for our sect's honor, of the glorious win he had gotten by leading the sect's experts and defeating mystical heaven sect. After thorough deliberating with the sect leader decided to step down, letting Zhuo Fan take his place. "Please look forward to the ceremony being held tomorrow." "Come again," everyone went slack-jawed. Venerable, she and the labor office's oldies were all standing there incredulously at what they heard. High Venerable forced sect leader to step down so Zhuo Fan would go up. With Zai Weiyu's vile temper, they could guess he would never accept this, unless High Venerable gave him no choice. They all looked at Elder Yuan in shock and puzzlement. They all knew the relationship between High Venerable and sect leader, but no one thought he'd side with Zhuo Fan still. There was no attempt at crushing the uprising, nor stalling the situation. He helped them instead. This decision was beyond perplexing. Not even Venerable she could make sense of it. "Weiyu?" High Venerable looked at Zai Weiyu. Zai Weiyu gnashed his teeth and stepped forward, forced to do this against his will. "The sect leader is someone of ability. Zhuo Fan's merits are unprecedented, and I shall step down, offering my last meager help for the sect's bright future." Zai Weiyu said that last part like he was choking. It was utterly humiliating for a proud man like him to say that he was beneath a disciple. Elder Yuan chuckled and turned to the people. "Tomorrow, the sect leader succession ceremony shall take place along with one more happy event. We will hold for our brand new sect leader a grand wedding to celebrate the union between sect leader and his lady." Ugh. Everyone faltered. Chapter 767. Shifting Winds. Wedding. The crowd looked at High Venerable in disbelief. Even the lucky couple was stunned at his declaration. The last they heard, demonic cultivators were supposed to be cruel and emotionless. So how did it turn into a public wedding? Marriage was a promise between a man and a woman, one of love. It wasn't the same as a fling. Was this really fine, breaking a thousands of years old rule? Even if it was done by the High Venerable and the next sect leader. High Venerable, sect leader stepping down for the good of the sect, is an act of virtue, to be remembered through the ages. But for the new sect leader to break sect rules in such a grand fashion the very first day he took seat. Venerable, she took it upon himself, as the defender of the demonic path, to be a buzzkill. Zhuo Fan, you might have won, but don't get too cocky. You can't treat sect rules as nothing. What wedding? You're clearly dishonoring the demon-scheming sect. We can turn a blind eye to having a woman, so go have your fun. But now you want to make an issue out of it. This is a blatant disregard to all of us. At this time, Venerable Bai and the rest, having Zhuo Fan's back, should have stepped in, but even they found this to be a taboo. They were just stuck as to what to say. Giving Venerable she a cold look, Elder Yuan said to Zhuo Fan, "See, these geezers are against your wedding and don't care who's the sect leader. I told you so." "You're right, but isn't this a bit too outrageous? This is about breaking a thousands of years old rule just as I take my seat. Look, even Venerable Bai isn't saying anything. We're still demonic cultivators. Don't tell me you don't want to hold a grand wedding with Miss Chu." Elder Yuan rose an eyebrow. Turning to Chu Qingcheng, Zhuo Fan had a bitter smile. "I'm a demonic cultivator and know its taboos. While I might be an exception, I still can't break every demonic cultivator." "Not quite, Zhuo Fan. Don't you recall what I told you? The condition for a demonic cultivator to be in love." "Of course I do. That is, for advanced players, a stage they must overcome." Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow. Elder Yuan nodded. "Yes, for those pursuing Tao, they can control love. I've always lamented how many in demon-scheming sect had become obsessed while very few pursued Tao. Sect's rule is indeed there to protect our way of cultivation. But ever since you came, I discovered that with our constant talks, everyone must have their own path. The 4 scheming demons curbed their thirst for blood, Gui who subdued his savagery. Elder after elder revealed their Tao heart. We are all products of our environment. I believe that with you as the sect leader, the demon-scheming sect will become a true sect of the demonic path, and not one filled with demons without substance. As our sect develops, desire is a step all cultivators must overcome. We can't have an ancient rule halt our sect's future, no? Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan is truly wise and broad-minded. Zhuo Fan's face twitched as he looked at him with cupped hands. Elder Yuan waved him off. "Ha ha ha, I'm doing it all for the sect's growth. People without a path will find it harder and harder to grow the more they cultivate. This is, in the end, a daring bet. It's far too soon to tell just how many people will be able to overcome this trial. If a great deal of disciples die from their deep desires, I will be condemned in our history. But if it's the other way around, by overcoming this threshold, the demon-scheming sect will be changed as a whole." Zhuo Fan nodded in admiration at his boldness. Moreover, Elder Yuan turned to Zhuo Fan with a snicker. "With demon-scheming sect's grand wedding, you can finally belong to this place. Ha ha ha." Startled, Zhuo Fan stood agape at Elder Yuan. He would not soon forget where he and Qingcheng would be holding the wedding, that was for sure. "With this, Elder Yuan is tying me to this place." Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, from now on, demon-scheming sect no longer forbids fraternization. My first order as your new sect leader is to abolish this rule." They all gasped in shock at Zhuo Fan's declaration. After a bit of smooth talking, an ancient rule for thousands of years was broken just like that. Any past sect leader that had done this received immediate refusal from all the elders and venerables. This was against their traditional values. How can you just break ancestors' rules? This time was one peculiar exception, though. The one to announce it was the High Venerable himself. Also, Venerable Bai's faction had Zhuo Fan's back. They had to agree even if they didn't want to. Why else would he want him as sect leader then? So, 2/3 of the elders gave a silent approval. leaving only Venerable Shi's faction to stammer, lost for words. Their position was the most awkward too. Zhuo Fan's side had risen up while Venerable Shi's side followed the trend. They were still part of the old regime. Now that Zai Huayu stepped down and Zhuo Fan went up, it was the moment where every empire's court went through a thorough cleaning. The fact he usually was against Zhuo Fan was nothing, since he was a venerable and had 100 people behind him. In times of peace, massacres would only lead one astray from public support, endangering his seat. Now, though, in a time of insurrection, killing was at anyone's discretion. Who told you to go against us? As Zhuo Fan declared this at such a critical moment, he could not refuse it, or it would be used as an excuse to kill him. Since time immemorial, the greatest death toll was when a regime change happened. Some died in the chaos of war, while others because they opened their mouths. In such a time, he could of course zip his lip. Venerable Shi, this kid is outrageous. He wants to break our ancestors' rule. Aren't you going to say anything? One elder was incensed and whispered to Venerable Shi. Venerable Shi glared at him and cursed in a low voice. Shut it. Are you trying to get me killed? Zai Huayu and Zhuo Fan finally came to terms, and now he lacks the reason to clean his house. You want me to get his attention? It's better to stand down. The elder jerked back. Venerable Shi squinted, then he gave an eerie smile. Zhuo Fan, bravo, be cocky all you want. Your just desserts would come after offending so many people, he. Long live sect leader Zhuo. In this eerie silence, a sudden shout echoed that drew their attention. They looked back to see Kui Lang. As he shouted, his son followed his example, then spreading throughout Zhuo Fan's side. The shouts got louder and longer with no opposition. Zhuo Fan shook his head. It seems to me only Kui Lang really means it. The rest are only copying him. Guess misery does love company, ha ha ha. Dad, I heard some old coot is messing with you. Where's he at? A childish voice sounded, followed by Gu Santong's appearance. Luo clan was rushing over as well with hard looks. But then they found that there was no war going on here, as the crowd cheered instead. Elder Yuan did not mind their arrival and turned to Zhuo Fan. Are they the army you set up outside? Ha ha ha, you're really cautious, feeling more than half of the sect's elders weren't enough and you called for backup. I bet you won't even need anyone else, not when your freakish son alone can crush an entire sect, just like he did with Mystical Heaven sect. Elder Yuan, you knew? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan chuckled. Of course I knew. You think as a high venerable I'd be at ease knowing you'd take so many experts away? I saw it myself every move you made. That's why I never wanted to resort to violence, because your son is too weird. I don't think I can take him, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's brow shook and he laughed. He then called Luo Yunhai and young Sanzi to him to ease their battle spirit as he explained. Finding out Zhuo Fan got high venerable support in becoming the sect leader, Luo Yunhai cheered that Zhuo Fan got through this mess without bloodshed. The sad part was that Zhuo Fan would remain in the demon scheming sect and couldn't return to the Luo clan. Not soon at least. But knowing Zhuo Fan was free to marry Chu Qingcheng, everyone offered their blessings. Thus, on the second morning, under the eyes of demon scheming sect's elders, Zai Huayu stepped down and handed over the seat to Zhuo Fan. While in the evening, it was Zhuo Fan's wedding. On this day, the dark and cold demon-scheming sect was brimming with lively music and cheers. None aware that this happiness would be followed by shifting winds, bringing crisis to Zhuo Fan's doorstep. Chapter 768. Chosen? Bam! At the festivities, all the guests were happily chatting like they were the ones getting married. Only one was drinking away his sorrows in a brooding mood. Zai Huayu. After stepping down, he got one really boring office as venerable. Of the fearful elders he usually saw now, there was none sparing him a glance. Everyone was minding their business and enjoying the party. They all knew that there was no such thing as stepping down from sect leader in the demon scheming sect. A new sect leader would only be appointed when the old one was on his last breath, or when he got killed and a new one was elected. A nice way to put it was that Zai Huayu stepped down, while a more crude way would be to say he was driven off his chair. Who the hell would pay attention to a morose dog? They all avoided him out of fear. When status faded, so did the people. The lofty sect leader Zai was now the dislike of the public, and no one wanted him. His age was over. "Curse you, Zhuo Fan, I vow to get you for this. Just you wait." He yanked a pot of wine and started downing it in hatred. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Seeing him so miserable, he shook his head. "Why you? Isn't it just a sect leader? What's so great about it? Being venerable is great as well. You've got so much freedom." "Fatty Yang?" Zai Waiyu squinted and put the pot down. He looked at Fiend Yang and mocked. "Why are you here? Aren't you with Zhuo Fan? Go have your fun with all those disdaining me, or have you come to ridicule me?" Fiend Yang sighed. "Waiyu, we've been brothers for centuries. The bond we made at the Double Dragon Gathering is unbreakable. How can I help others harm you? But to be totally honest, your time is gone. Instead of trying to get the people on your side, you threaten them. Why else could Zhuo Fan take advantage and force you to stand down? Yesterday as well, I gave you the chance to settle this, but you wouldn't hear it. Zhuo Fan as well wanted to solve this problem, but you were still so stubborn. Who was it that didn't want a peaceful resolution in the end? It was Venerable Bai's side. Why? Because they feared you'd settle the score. You should think about this. Humph, my business has nothing to do with you. Zai Waiyu snorted and took another gulp of wine. Actually, after he finally calmed down and thought about it, he knew Fiend Yang had offered him many chances to get away, but he was too angry to listen. Fiend Yang was a true brother. Instead of looking after himself and staying with the labor office's elders, he tried to help him. It was easy to imagine that Fiend Yang would be isolated now. But even so, he still chose to help when he was vulnerable. Zai Waiyu was grateful for his help, but he just wouldn't admit it. The worst are Zhuo Fan and those from the labor office. I brought him to the sect. I helped him get those elders into the labor office to stand up to Venerable Shi's faction. Now that they got power, they came at me. Damn ingrates. Humph, just like a true demonic cultivator without an ounce of loyalty. Zai Waiyu raved as he gulped down some more wine, talking to Fiend Yang while also venting. Fiend Yang shook his head and patted his shoulder. "Brother, let it go. Your lucky High Venerable came to save you. Look around you at the people at this wedding. The Luo clan aren't people to be messed with. Then there's that little monster. If you start fighting, no one can save you." Fiend Yang sighed and left helplessly. At another table, there were smiles all around. But when they saw him coming, they turned cold, as if blaming him for taking Zai Waiyu's side yesterday. Fiend Yang was no longer seen as one of them. Zai Waiyu's eyes shone with hatred. His hand clenched and crushed the wine pot. "Sect leader, must you break the pot?" Venerable Shi came over with 5 elders, sitting at his table with a sinister smile. After losing, only a coward takes his anger out on wine. Bam! Zai Waiyu slammed the table as he glared. "What do you want? You think you can just mock me now that I lost my seat? Don't forget you're not with Zhuo Fan. Wait till he solidifies his rule and then he'll come to you. I bet you won't be as lucky as I was when that happens." "Lucky? Ha ha ha, stepping down was lucky for sect leader? I never knew sect leader's ambition amounts to so little." Zai Waiyu gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. "Venerable Shi, if you run your mouth one more time, then you'll be sorry." "What, are you going to attack?" "Humph!" Venerable Shi sneered. "You didn't when you stepped down, and now, after you idled away, want to show off. Is that all you amount to? Venerable Shi?" "Zai Waiyu?" Zai Waiyu shot to his feet, but before he struck, Venerable Shi grabbed his arm as he warned. "Right now, more than half the sect is on Zhuo Fan's side. You need me if you want to stand up again, or is that too hard for you to realize?" Zai Waiyu shook and squinted at him, hope glimmering in his eyes. What did you say? Do you have a way to get my seat back?" "Of course. It doesn't do any of us good with Zhuo Fan at the helm." Venerable Shi nodded. "You're right, half of the sect is on his side. He must be seeing my side as a thorn in his side, waiting to be removed. Our best option is to join forces." Zai Waiyu calmed his heart and sat down. "What's the point? I already lost, while your power will sooner or later end up swallowed up by Zhuo Fan. You think he's that easy to handle?" "Ha ha ha, I know that. Or how else would an outsider defeat both of us in just 5 years since coming here?" Venerable Shi mocked and sent to Zai Waiyu. Sect leader, do you know why High Venerable did not care for you, his disciple, and settled on Zhuo Fan? Zai Yu's face grew hard, feeling pain for his master abandoning him over an outsider. Am I so bad that he would want to ruin me? Whoosh, Venerable, she showed a jade slip. Ha ha ha, take this and you'll have your answer. Zai Yu was focusing on it for a few moments, then cried. This. Yes, these are the ones chosen to enter Double Dragon Manor. Venerable, she's eyes shone. Zhuo Fan, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruo Hua, Danner, and other girls are there. High Venerable is playing a grand scheme. As you know, joining the Double Dragon Manor under the Exalted will advance hundreds of years in just a few years, and would greatly promote the sect. If High Venerable won in suppressing Zhuo Fan's uprising, it was the same as losing Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng, the future experts of the sect. They're sure to have great power in the future, no less than High Venerable. So how could he let them slip away? While taking them in was different, greatly bolstering the sect. Zhuo Fan won't go alone to Double Dragon Manor, but following him will be the disciples he snatched from Mystical Heaven sect that were admitted as well. High Venerable must be tearing up from the joy. Humph! He loses his prized disciple's future and earns 6 experts for the sect. This deal is clearly enticing. If I were High Venerable, I'd do the same. Venerable, she had a vague smile, but there's one problem, helping the uprising rise to power, affecting his name. Every expert pays great attention to this. I, for example, could not do it, but High Venerable is selfless, thinking only about the sect. He is a true man compared to us laymen. Zai Yu tightened his grip on the jade slip. In other words, High Venerable cared more about Zhuo Fan and them than me. It's not because they were stronger. Of course, when did an expert like High Venerable lose in terms of power? They say that when Mystical Heaven sect's 4 dragons killed one of our elders, High Venerable knew he was weaker and took impermanence 5 to attack. Though they retreated, they still got to kill 5 elders of Mystical Heaven sect under the 4 dragons' eyes and make them pay the price so that Mystical Heaven sect won't slight us. Venerable, she sighed. That's how High Venerable is. The stronger the enemy, the more unbending he is. He only cares about the future of the sect. Zai Yu's eyes shook as he spoke after a pause. Where did you get the list, Venerable, she? A month ago, Double Dragon Manor sent the list to every sect. Sect leader did not receive it since High Venerable stepped in to take it. It seems High Venerable understands sect leader and your jealousy. That's why he never showed it, ha ha ha. Zai Yu spoke coldly. Double Dragon Manor gives the list to every sect leader, so how do you know of this? You have outside help. Will sect leader arrest me? Venerable, she snickered. Zai Yu smiled, his eyes shining. No, now I know how you'll help me. Fine, I agree, ha ha ha. Chapter 769. Bridal Room. Wedding night, a time of bliss. After a loud evening, Zhuo Fan in a glamorous red robe and high footwear entered the lavishly decorated bridal room before closing the door. He saw on the edge of the bridal bed a marvelous figure, waiting for him to take off her red veil. Grinning, Zhuo Fan was filled with joy as he slowly came forward and lifted the veil to see a beauty incredible to this world, of delicate features, and even more mesmerizing than before. Even Zhuo Fan was struck speechless, forgetting to take off the veil completely. What are you staring at? Chu Qingcheng cast a faint gaze on his lost expression. She blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Waking up with a start, Zhuo Fan beamed, taking off the veil and holding her hands as he got drunk on her beauty. Ha ha ha, I'm only appreciating my wife's unique features. Oh, there's no one in this whole wide world that can compare. I must have saved the world in some past life to deserve you. Zip it, what kind of demon saves the world? Destroying its peace is more like it. Chu Qingcheng teased despite the happiness she felt. Scratching his head, Zhuo Fan nodded. True, how can I save the world? I bet that since I ruined the world at some point, heaven gave me you to tie me down and not sin again. Ha ha ha, even heaven is scared of me, honey trapping me. What honey trap? When did I entice you? Why, you didn't want to seduce me. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. Chu Qingcheng glared but turned her head away. Despite it all, her mouth formed a smile. Zhuo Fan snickered. He, since you won't tempt me, then I'll have to play rough. Zhuo Fan sprung on her, pinning Chu Qingcheng to the bed. With a flick, he had the candles snuffed out, plunging the bridal room into darkness. Ah, how could you? Chu Qingcheng cried out. Zhuo Fan grinned. Why can't I? You can't beat me anyway. You brute. That's me, a brute. I thought you knew that from day one. Zhuo Fan showed an evil grin. But now you're this brute's wife, getting pushed around every day. It's too late for regrets now, ha ha ha. Suddenly Chu Qingcheng whimpered from the flood of emotions. Zhuo Fan said nothing as well, only letting the odd bang and crash resound in the room. Outside the bridal room, Kui Lang saw the lights were out and showed a pleased smile. He, Steward Zhuo is a beast even when it comes to his wedding night. My role model. A rotten one more like it. Han Kaining glared at him, then smiled. Kui Lang scratched his head and looked at her. Darling, it's been so many years. Should we? Dad, Kui Gang came over and broke their mood. The party is over, the elders and venerables have left. Ugh, that was damn tiring. Then go to bed. Your mom and I are going right now, Kui Lang rushed to say, but Kui Gang stuck out his chest and said, How can I? We've just been reunited and I must do my duty as a good son. No matter what, I want to spend the night with Mom for all the years I missed. What a good child. Han Kaining rubbed his head. Kui Lang glared and gnashed his teeth. Get lost. You'll have plenty of time to make up for it. Tonight is mine. Dad is also doing his duty. Kui Gang's face twitched. Kui Lang was stumped. This kid is a demonic cultivator after all. What is it taking so long for him to grow up? Didn't he hear that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Moreover, I haven't seen your mom in 2 decades. Damn brat, I told you to go. Don't talk back or I'll... Fine, do your duty. I won't disturb you. Kui Gang jerked back and then he bowed to Han Kaining. Mother, I'll greet you tomorrow. Kui Gang then left puzzled and cursing inside. How can a husband do his duty to his wife? Won't a man get tired? Doing my duty to my mother and then my wife. Am I fated for a life of misery? Kui Gang shuddered and sighed. Han Kaining could not help but giggle at his clueless look and then glared at Kui Lang. Why are you so mean to a child? He, it's not my fault the kid is oblivious. Tonight you come with me alone. Kui Lang smiled and wiggled his eyebrows. Han Kaining blushed and she left as she held his hand. While this side was filled with happy couples, there was one corner that looked desolate. Shui Ruo Hua, Yun Shuang, Yang Ning and many other girls watched the lights go out in the bridal room with sadness in their hearts. Shuanger, do you think Zhuo Fan will want us now that he has sister Qingcheng? Yang Ning asked. Pondering for a bit, Shuanger shook her head. I don't know what he's thinking, but what does it matter? And hasn't sister Qingcheng said it? As long as he's fine, everything is meaningless. Yeah, sister Qingcheng is so committed, she finally got to enter this cruel man's heart. Maybe we should do the same, Yang Ning mused. Luo Yunhai shook his head. Princess Yang Ning, with your trickster heart, you'll never win brother Zhuo over. What trickster? Luo Yunhai, don't spout nonsense. My heart is pure. Yes, princess is of pure heart, but just like my sister, you still have a desire to possess him. Luo Yunhai sighed as he gave a long look at the room. But sister Qingcheng has no such desire with brother Zhuo. I believe this was the reason he accepted her in the end. Shuddering, the girls looked at each other before looking down. Compared to Chu Qingcheng, they were each selfish to some degree, wanting Zhuo Fan for themselves. Zhuo Fan was a demonic expert, so he was cunning and sensitive to others' desires. He could read them like a book, and it was because of this he did not accept any of them, even though he knew their feelings for him were true. How will my sister take it? Luo Yunhai sighed and held his head. In the morning, a ray of sunlight peeked through the window and into the lavish bridal room. Zhuo Fan opened his sleepy eyes. He moved his left hand only to find his side empty. Startled, Zhuo Fan looked over to see the fairy no longer there. Looking ahead, he finally caught Chu Qingcheng dressing. Her fair body looked incredibly beautiful through Zhuo Fan's hazy eyes. Seeing Zhuo Fan awake, Chu Qingcheng smiled. The ever-cautious steward Zhuo slept like a log. Aren't you afraid of an ambush? That's what a night with you does to me. Zhuo Fan chuckled and lay back on the bed. He stared at the plane's ceiling and smiled. A woman is a hero's downfall. That's an apt description. King Cheng, taking you in my arms to sleep, I was brought back to the broken house in Drifting Flowers City, of the tranquility I felt, and I didn't feel like going back to the tumultuous and chaotic world again. King Cheng shook and smiled. At that time we were only playing, while now I am really your wife. That must be why my heart is at peace. Getting up, Zhuo Fan came behind King Cheng and hugged her. King Cheng, did you know? Ever since those couple of days in Drifting Flowers City, I've always been yearning for it and feared it. Because I found that with you, my ambition to strive forward is being worn down. That's why I rejected you. But in the end, you still grabbed hold of me, and there's nothing that I want to do more than stay with you forever. Zhuo Fan rested his head in King Cheng's beautiful hair, whispering sweet nothings. King Cheng felt ticklish, but her heart was bouncing in joy. I don't want to hold you back. All I want is to let you achieve your wish. There's no point now. All I want is for us to grow old together. Nothing else matters. He stuffed his head in her hair and for the first time let go of his pride. King Cheng, Elder Yuan was right. It's hard to overcome love. It seems I am trapped and it's all your fault. You must take responsibility for me. Chapter 770, Another Journey. PFF. King Cheng giggled, then teased him. Why are you suddenly so clingy like a child? Yes, I'm a child, and I want to stick to you for as long as I live. Shit. However, Zhuo Fan didn't get to act spoiled as much as he wanted as he lifted his head from that fragrance hair, exclaiming, This is incredible. King Cheng turned around and gave him a curious look. What is it, Zhuo Fan? What happened? I advanced to the 5th layer of Radiant Stage. Yet I only slept. Zhuo Fan stood dumbstruck for a moment, then looked in shock at her. King Cheng, your empty spirit body is as amazing as they say. After just a night of dual cultivation, you helped me advance. Come, there's no time to waste. Let's do it again. Blushing, King Cheng glared. In the middle of the day, people will laugh at us. Who will? We're doing an honorable thing, dual cultivation. Come on, I just can't wait anymore. We'll boost our strength while also tightening our marital bond, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan beamed, sitting on the bed with a nasty glimmer in his eyes. King Cheng perked her mouth, faking resistance as she followed him. However, they didn't get to start as urgent knocking came from the door. Sect leader Zhuo, as any other cultivator, you could dual cultivate how much you like, but you're our leader now. Doing it in broad daylight is setting a bad example. Elder Yuan, Zhuo Fan cried out, and King Cheng blushed, knowing the old coot heard them. She glared at him and rushed to open the door. King Cheng, with a red face, slightly bowed before Elder Yuan. Zhuo Fan looked annoyed. Master, I thought that since I'm a sect leader, I'm the boss here, so there can't be anyone stupid enough to listen in on my chambers. That's why I didn't set up a barrier. How is it a respectable old man as yourself have such a deviant hobby? Elder Yuan's face twitched and shook his head before he sat at the table. I don't have a twisted hobby. I just came to inform you that you have to set off. Set off? The two looked stunned, with Zhuo Fan asking, Set off where? I just became the sect leader and now I'm gonna leave. Elder Yuan smiled and revealed a jade slip. See for yourself. Congratulations, you two. After consulting with the elders and exalted of Double Dragon Manor, you have been chosen to enter Double Dragon Manor as disciples. This is a golden chance. In a couple of decades, when you come from Double Dragon Manor, things will be very different. You'll become a real power in Western lands. That will also be the time when Double Dragon Manor will become a real middle 3 sect. Elder Yuan's eyes flickered and Zhuo Fan quirked an eyebrow after scanning the jade slip. The names of all chosen are released together. Sword God sects Wen Tao, Zai Tianshang, Hellion Flames Yan Mo, Ultimate Clarity sects Yi Lin and Wu Qingqiu are all here. Ha ha ha, of course. Elder Yuan chuckled. You met all of them at the Double Dragon Gathering. After 20 years or so, you'll constantly be in touch. You'll now just get ready for it. No matter what grudges you formed in the Double Dragon Gathering, you'll be cultivating together now and smooth things over. This must be Double Dragon Manor's plan. Throwing the jade slip on the table, Zhuo Fan shook his head. That Yi Lin is savage and you expect me to play nice with him for decades. Humph. I've heard about him, and he's almost as bad as you, so you don't have to avoid him. You two are practically made of the same cloth. Elder Yuan chuckled and stood up. Well, get ready for your journey. Shui, Ruo, Hua, and the others are waiting for you. So soon? Zhuo Fan started. Elder Yuan teased. I know you're newlyweds and are very lively, but this jade slip has been with me for a long time already. Other sects must have sent their disciples by now. You need to go now if you want to keep up. You can just get physical all you want in the double dragon manner anyway. Ugh. Chu Qingcheng blushed and lowered her head. Zhuo Fan was stumped. I never knew this old coot was so lewd. He just keeps being blunt about our marital privilege. The two got ready and followed Elder Yuan outside the sect barrier. Demon-scheming sect's elders were already waiting to send them off with the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan's group came out, and Venerable Kai and Bai stepped up, cupping their hands and bowing. Sect leader, don't worry. While sect leader is cultivating in the double dragon manner, we and High Venerable will handle everything. What handling it with High Venerable? You're clearly making yourself the second Venerable. I haven't promoted you yet, and you guys are so thoughtful you kicked Venerable Shi off his chair to take his place. You guys sure are ambitious. No matter, not when you're on my side. It's not like I have any other candidate to be the second Venerable. Zhuo Fan smiled and patted their shoulder with a nod. I'll leave it to you. But if anything bad happens, you are to follow High Venerable's every order. Yes, sir. The two's hearts jumped. Zhuo Fan gave all the power to High Venerable, warning us to curb our greed. Knowing Zhuo and High Venerable were so close, the two were relieved. Elder Yuan spoke. Zhuo Fan, you're now the sect leader of Double Dragon Manor, not like other disciples. After you reach the Double Dragon Manor, you must greet the Exalted as one. I figure Double Dragon Manor will treat you like one as well. You must not be like before, lacking mannerism. I got it, High Venerable. Zhuo Fan nodded. Elder Yuan smiled. With a ripple, the sect barrier closed, and Zhuo Fan with the Luo clan set off, leaving the sect's elders to return to their matters. Only High Venerable remained for longer, muttering, I hope the Exalted will notice the situation and understand our intention without making it too hard on us. High Venerable, the Exalted were specifically after Zhuo Fan and the others when they sent that jade slip. What do we do? Did we offend the two Exalted? Elder Shi of the Impermanence 5 appeared behind Elder Shi. Elder Yuan sighed and took out another jade slip. This is what the Exalted sent to me alone, hoping to train Zhuo Fan, such a marvelous talent, and take him from us. Since they care for Zhuo Fan, how could we not as well? I had worked fast in getting Zhuo Fan's new status, so the leaders of the Western lands should not be as forceful in taking our sect leader. I hope that, by acting like a sect leader before the Exalted, they would understand my intent and let this go. If they wanted to take him, there's nothing I could do to stop them. Ha ha ha, don't worry, High Venerable. Exalted double dragons care about their reputation and won't be so forceful. How could they lead Western lands otherwise? Elder Shi consoled. Now that Zhuo Fan is our sect leader, no matter how much they want him, they can't do anything about it. High Venerable's move was brilliant. Elder Yuan smiled. Ha ha ha, you don't have to praise me, I had no other choice. Or when Zhuo Fan took the men to attack Mystical Heaven Sect, I just had to use my name as High Venerable, and it would have nulled the token he used to force them. It would have cut his uprising and his rise short. But in the end, Waiyu became a sacrifice to keep Zhuo Fan here. I had no choice but to make him step down. High Venerable shook his head, his eyes flashing. Everything had been going according to High Venerable's plan. It wasn't circumstances that forced him to get Zai Waiyu to step down. It was what he chose. I wonder what they would say if Zai Waiyu and Zhuo Fan knew this. I ended up making use of these shrewd youngsters, all for the future of the sect. Send a jade slip. The hare is out of the burrow. It's time to strike. Zai Waiyu stood on a far mountain overlooking everything. Seeing Elder Yuan's bent back as he returned to the sect, he sighed. Master, since you forsook me, you only have yourself to blame. Venerable, she mocked. Sect leader, a great man must be ruthless. Since you want to get back your seat, then stop playing the victim. It's too fake. This was your idea after all. No one's forcing you to fight your master. Yes, no one forced me. It's me who's forcing myself. Zai Yu's eyes shone and gnashed his teeth with resolve. I need to get everything I had back, and I'll kill anyone that stands in my way. Chapter 771. Leng Wuchang's Worry. Brother Zhuo, we'll see separate here. When you have time, you must come to the Luo clan. Mom, Dad, I have to go as well. When you're in trouble and want to have a row, don't forget about young Sanzi. After leaving the demon-scheming sect, the groups parted. Luo Yunhai took his clansmen back home, taking Yongning and Shuanger with him. Young Sanzi wanted to go back to the All-Beast mountain range. Zhuo Fan and his contingent of girls had to go to Double Dragon Manor. Although Zhuo Fan disdained this, he had to do his duty as the new sect leader. For a long time following, demon-scheming sect would depend on Double Dragon Manor. He had to give his respects. Cupping his hands, Zhuo Fan put on a hard face. Thank you everyone for all you've done. We'll surely meet again. We will, Steward Zhuo. Lai Jingshan. Qiu Yanhai and the men from Luo clan replied in kind, then flew away with Luo Yunhai in the lead. Shuanger and Yongning were filled with unwillingness, but then they saw Chu Qingcheng and left as well. Since Zhuo Fan was glued to Sister Qingcheng, the girls had no chance whatsoever. Just like Sister Qingcheng said, all that mattered was that he was fine. Seeing them leave, Zhuo Fan's heart turned morose. He might have been a demonic emperor, but death was death, taking everything his past life meant with it. While now, as a mere mortal domain cultivator, he had so much. Zhuo Fan looked above and smiled. Chu Qingcheng was touched as well as she smiled in return. At this moment, the two were in utter peace and content. A month later, Luo Yunhai took the experts back to Luo clan at Blackwind Mountain. Only while they had gone in full force. Now they came back with heavy losses. A third of the men had died and the rest were heavily wounded. Seeing this, the nervous higher-ups of the Luo alliance were shocked after they heard Luo Yunhai acted on his own. As an elder of the alliance, grandmother stood up. Luo clan head, what has happened? You took all the power of the Luo alliance and now you came with such heavy casualties. Yeah, you have to give us an explanation. We have staked all our houses into Luo alliance. Even as an alliance leader, you can't just take everyone to a mortal battle. Zhao Feng was also scolding. Long Yifi was quite calm, but seeing his wet brow, it was clear he was nervous inside. Only after seeing the defeated army back did he relax. Let's all calm down. The Luo alliance has grown much these years, spreading through the dozens of small kingdoms around us. Our power is constantly growing, all under Luo clan's leadership. We can't just crucify Luo clan head for his first oversight. At the very least, it wasn't a crushing defeat. It's far better than how we ended up. Pavilion Lord Long, thank you. No wonder you're the first house we struck an alliance with. You have so much trust in us, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai thanked him. Long Yifi twirled his mustache. Luo clan head is too kind. But shouldn't Sir explain why you went out with full force without giving us any word? The others also nodded, their eyes boring into Luo Yunhai. Sorry, it was all so sudden and had no time to consult. I went out because... Luo Yunhai took a deep breath and began retelling all that happened. The others now understood, but even so, a snort came. Going so far for an old steward, putting Luo alliance in danger, do you take all our house's interests as childish? When we, the Lai clan, joined the Luo alliance, we didn't know it was so naive. The eyes of everyone focused on an arrogant man with a long beard. Clan head Lai, your clan might be known in the Wreathed Mountains Kingdom, but you are far from having the right to run your mouth in Luo alliance. Long Yifi glared. A backwater clan in a tiny nation sure is blind. What did you say? The man roared. Long Yifi, the Luo alliance has been around for only 5 years. You may be much more qualified than me in it, but you're not that much better than us new clans who joined. There's also our own force that joined Luo Alliance's military. You're telling me we have no right to know when Alliance leader uses them for his own selfish reasons. Long Yifi spoke coldly. That is not what we're saying. But what Alliance leader had done was rightfully so. Rightfully, for an old servant? Yes, for the previous steward. No matter how much it cost Luo Alliance, it will all be worth it. Long Yifi mocked. A clan from a tiny nation has no inkling of true talent. Zhuo Fan is worth everything we have. Did you know that the Luo Alliance, including Tianyu Empire's entire power, was all taken by him? Without him, there wouldn't be the prestigious Luo Alliance of today. Once I signed an alliance with him, and now I became the first elder of Luo Alliance, overseeing trading with dozens of nations. And now that he needed our help, we'd be giving it, because paying him back is only right. Moreover, didn't you hear? He's the demon scheming sect leader. Later, with the support from a sect of the Western lands, the Luo Alliance's expansion will only increase. Did you think about that? Ugh. The man's heart sank and grumbled, but then he said, this time subdued. But it's too dangerous. What if he failed? Wouldn't we lose everything? That's impossible. Long Yifi mocked as he spoke with utter confidence. That kid is very shrewd. Since he does it, that means it's certain of success. I understand him too well, ha ha ha. The man fell silent at his laughter. However, Luo Yunhai shouted, looking solemn, "Pavilion Lord Long, you might have come from a merchant's house, but forgive me for having to stop you there." Ugh. Luo Yunhai looked at him curiously. Luo clan follows loyalty and righteousness. Luo Alliance will be no different. Every one of you that entered the Luo Alliance is treated as my clansman. When you meet with danger, I'll brave anything to help you. Looking hard at everyone in the room, Luo Yunhai continued. Today, I led Luo Alliance's forces to help Brother Zhuo, not for the chance of being paid back, but because he's my brother, the man who saved our clan and established Luo Alliance. Without him, there would be no us. Must we bicker over pennies even with fellow clansmen? Even if he failed today, the Luo Alliance would still support him, despite the losses. This is the loyalty of the Luo Alliance. If any of you find themselves in conflict with our way, only looking at numbers, you're free to leave. I won't force you. Luo Yunhai flicked his sleeve as he left, leaving the elders looking at each other with shame. Is he the same young clan head Zhuo Fan brought up? That punk would fight tooth and nail for every coin. While the young clan head, ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you left so much room for the Luo clan to grow. The elders beamed watching Luo Yunhai go. Nothing in this world can be better than meeting such a loyal boss. Back to Luo clan's hall, Luo Yunhai did not get to take his seat as Luo Yunchang rushed over, yelling, "Yunhai, did you take everyone out to fight? Do you know those alliance elders wanted to bring our entire clan down? Sister, it's fine, the damage isn't big." Luo Yunhai explained with a bright smile. Then laughter came from outside. "Ha ha ha, young miss. For clan head to go all out regardless of consequences, he had to have done it for one man only." The two turned around to see an old man walking over. Unwanted contriver Leng Wuchang. "Sir Leng, you mean?" Luo Yunchang recalled something, and Leng Wuchang nodded. Luo Yunchang turned to Luo Yunhai. "Is what Sir Leng said true? Why you saw him?" Luo Yunhai shrugged and sighed as he explained. Luo Yunchang's mood sank. "I see. He and Edifice Lord Chu." She then left with red eyes. Luo Yunhai wanted to comfort her, but Leng Wuchang stopped him. "Clan head, young miss wants to be alone. Let her go. I, however, am more worried about Steward Zhuo." "Sir Leng, what do you mean?" Luo Yunhai asked hastily. Leng Wuchang sighed. "A woman is a hero's downfall. Steward Zhuo and Edifice Lord Chu getting married is a good thing, but it also made him soft. Before Zai Waiyu and sect leader Xuan are removed, they would put him in the worst disaster, one that might even get him killed. I'm sure Steward Zhuo is aware of this, but with his heart solely focused on Edifice Lord Chu, he would rather take the risk." Luo Yunhai's eyes widened and his brow shook. Chapter 772, Soul Harmony Expert Ambush. Whoosh tilde 4 figures landed before a noisy town, Zhuo Fan, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruo Hua and Danner. In a month, the 4 had made most of their journey to Double Dragon Manor. All we had to see so far was mostly wilderness. A bustling town like this is most welcome. We can finally rest. "How about we stay for a day?" Zhuo Fan suggested. The girls nodded with a smile. Danner threw a coy smile at Zhuo Fan. "Brother Zhuo, it must have been so hard always staying in the wild." Now you'll have time to catch up with Sister King Cheng tonight. Wretched girl, say that again. Chu King Cheng blushed and glared at her. Zhuo Fan merely touched her arm and laughed. Ha ha ha, Danner, you understand us so well. Since you know my plan, we'll each mind our own. Why, you're just as bad as her. Chu King Cheng turned her red cheeks to glare at him. Zhuo Fan snickered, walking forward. Come, let's find an inn first. Seeing his quick step, the girls giggled. After getting married, Zhuo Fan is like another person. At least he's not as cold as ice. Shui Ruohua spoke. Chu King Cheng nodded. Looking at him so lively and carefree is all I wanted. Just that, is this what he wanted? Regardless of what he wanted before, now he only wants you. Don't think about it too much. Shui Ruohua patted her shoulder. Danner came over giggling. Yeah, he's so much better now, no longer crude and rude. They say a woman changes a man. You're so amazing, Sister King Cheng. Chu King Cheng shook her head and sighed. But as she saw Zhuo Fan so happy, the weight on her heart slowly lifted. She wondered if her presence could wear down this man's ambition, but seeing him so cheerful now, what did it matter? King Cheng, let's rest here. Zhuo Fan stopped before a tavern and gave the girls a bright smile. Chu King Cheng sighed, feeling with joy as she nodded. The girls followed him in. Taking a table, a waiter was right there to take their order. He soon came with the tea as the other tables were noisy. Despite the clamor, Zhuo Fan looked at Chu King Cheng's delicate features and closed his eyes in peace. This is the life of the common people. It's so much easier than those days of fighting and killing to survive. Oh, Sister King Cheng, since we're going to Double Dragon Manor, are we from Mystical Heaven Sect or Demon Scheming Sect? It should be the Demon Scheming Sect, since we betrayed the Mystical Heaven Sect, and they must have cast us out. Danner cried out, and Shui Ruohua answered first with a bitter smile. Danner did not understand, but we're righteous cultivators. Won't we turn demonic like this? We've never trained in any demonic cultivation methods. Silly, we've stopped being righteous since we betrayed our sect. Even if we don't become demonic, we're still demonic cultivators. That's too random? You think? That's the righteous path, not allowing the slightest breach in rules or you'll be judged. Danner and Shui Ruohua chattered on about what side they were on now. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes and sipped his tea with a smile. Righteous and demonic, who in this world can truly set them apart? What was righteous? What was demonic? Nothing more than biased notions people decided on themselves. Elder Yuan is right after all. Righteous and demonic are paths leading towards Tao. Ha ha ha. Only a fool will argue about making a distinction, sinking into this pit and straying from Tao. Fools, utter idiots, 9 serenities. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow, hearing a voice calling out 9 serenities. He found that he couldn't even open his eyes and felt utterly powerless. He could only cry, "You know about the 9 serenities, Emperor? 9 serenities, we've been waiting for you. You must come back, you must attain Tao and return." Who's there? Zhuo Fan flashed his eyes open, his brow soaked as he looked around in panic. The girls looked at him in worry. Zhuo Fan, what's wrong? What's wrong? Zhuo Fan frowned, filled with doubt. All he felt was the strong beating of his heart. Feeling his chest, Zhuo Fan felt it sink as if a weight had been placed on it. Wiping his brow, Chu King Cheng muttered, "Zhuo Fan, you were asleep. We've been calling you to wake up, but you've been out for an hour." "I've been asleep for an hour." Startled, Zhuo Fan was shocked. With his nature, there was no way he'd fall asleep so deeply. That's like handing my life on a silver platter. He then recalled the voice and felt as if it brought him to another place. This had to be why he didn't wake up. Danner gave him a hard look and grinned. "Brother Zhuo, you've been so tense lately. Frustrated, maybe?" Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan wanted to glue this lass mouth shut. "As strong as I am alive, nothing can affect me. Moreover, this brat only knows how to learn bad words." Chu King Cheng was agape, glaring at her with a red face. Shui Ruohua gripped hard on her shoulder and spoke in anger. "Girl, who taught you to say that? Hold it." However, Zhuo Fan cut her cursing short and he shouted. Danner lit up and teased, "You're really frustrated?" "Shut it." Zhuo Fan glared at her and muttered, "Haven't you noticed that the town became quiet?" The girls looked around and found the entire place empty. Not even the owner or the waiter was here. Gone was the bustle from outside. People no longer walked the street. The eerie breeze lifting the dust from the deserted street gave it a dark tone. Chu Qingcheng frowned and tensed. The town is suddenly empty, just like that time with Yan Mo. What, Yan Mo again? The other girls cried. Zhuo Fan shook his head, his heart sinking. I fear this is worse. Yan Mo struck at night and we met by chance, but this is broad daylight when all vanished. This shows this was a damn trap. As he finished, a fierce gale blew and a heavy pressure slammed into them. Crack tilde the inn began to disintegrate, with sawdust slowly falling to the floor. Zhuo Fan panicked and rushed the girls outside. Be careful! Rumble. A loud noise echoed, and the entire inn was razed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it formed a tornado. Once the dust scattered, they saw 100 meters wide palm imprint into the ground where the inn was. Above it was an old man with silver hair, looking down with cold eyes. Humph, you're not the winner of Double Dragon Gathering for nothing, most outstanding young demonic cultivator of the generation. You managed to sense my palm and dodged. Who are you? Why are you after me? Zhuo Fan pulled the girls to their feet, his heart racing. From that palm, he could tell the old man was stronger than an ethereal stage expert. He was in the Soul Harmony stage. This was an expert no lower 3 sect could send out. It made his heart sink. Laying such a huge trap, there's no way he is alone. Does that mean there's no escape? Zhuo Fan clenched his fists as his mind raced to find a way out. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, we meet again. Only this time, a vile spawn like you won't escape again. A very familiar cawing was heard. Zhuo Fan sighed inside. He never thought that his biggest worry would come find him. Chapter 773, Life and Death. Universal Righteous Sect, Zhao Deju? Zhuo Fan squinted at the loathsome face. The girls were stunned. They never thought the one to come after them would be the last of the superior 3 sects, Universal Righteous Sect. No wonder they sent a Soul Harmony expert. A superior 3 sect sure had the power strutting over, with dozens of strong ethereal stage experts behind. Zhao Deju sneered. Well, Zhuo Fan, you didn't see this one coming, did you? Yes, it was truly unexpected. Zhuo Fan was solemn. I know I stepped on many toes, but I never thought I'd be meeting you. Based on hatred, Mystical Heaven Sect hates me the most, but I crushed it. The next would be Venerable Shi, but with High Venerable around, they can't move as they want to set an ambush for me. Third would be Heaven Trailing Sect, but since they are the last Middle 3 sect, I had my ways to cope with them. But out of all of many others, Universal Righteous Sect was the last I thought would come. Ha ha ha, taking it logically, our setting off and paths were set. You and my sect are quite far too, hardly communicating. So how did you know about our path so clearly? Either you had it prepared from the start to ambush me, or there's someone in the demon scheming sect feeding you info. But my falling out with the old coots is fairly recent. So when did you make contact? Frowning, Zhuo Fan pondered, then he chuckled. Right, the Double Dragon Gathering, Lu Zai and Venerable Shi. You got in touch then. Zhao Deju's heart sank, looking hard at Zhuo Fan and laughing. Ha ha ha, they all say you're shrewd and a thorn in the side. Now I know for sure. If a demon like you isn't purged now, you'll soon cause havoc in the world. Today, my Universal Righteous Sect will vanquish demons for the good of humanity. Sigh, what a blunder. Face-palming, Zhuo Fan ignored Zhao Deju's bragging and sighed. I didn't much care about the demon scheming sect at first. It was not the Luo clan who was built step by step anyway. So many problems were ignored. I thought I would go back to the Luo clan after the job was done and not get involved in its politics. But who knew that would come back to bite me? Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan pointed at the girls and spoke in a hard tone. Brother, you want to purge demons, that's fine. But leave the righteous cultivators out of this. Chu Qingcheng tightened her hold on Zhuo Fan's hand as she shook her head. Shui, Ruo, Hua, and Danner were firm in staying as well. But Zhuo Fan didn't look at them, only at Zhao Deju. Humph, being around a demon like you, no one is innocent. They're all taken in by the demonic way. They all must die. Whoosh, Zhao Deju raved but was cut short as something came at him. He felt death looming and slanted his head in reflex. Whoosh tilde, the attack passed his face and sent a cold shiver down his spine. Then he heard the cries from behind. 5 ethereal stage experts were headless, falling to the ground. Then their souls came out and shouted their anger at losing their bodies. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation? Zhuo Fan? Zhao Deju roared. He didn't think Zhuo Fan would be so savage, striking without a signal and killing 5 of his brothers. He almost died as well. As he turned around to Zhuo Fan, he found Zhuo Fan had grabbed Chu Qingcheng's hand as they all fled. It was blatant disregard. Zhao Deju was fuming mad. Men, start the array. Yes, sir. A ripple crossed the entire space and like a net sealed the town. At the edge of it, Zhuo Fan could see 500 ethereal stage experts sitting cross-legged and holding the barrier. Shui Ruohua's brow shook as she cried. 500 ethereal stage experts. Only someone like the universal righteous sect can unleash such a force. This is like a lower 3 sect's entire power. Humph. That's why I said meeting the universal righteous sect is the worst. Besides the sect guardians that never leave home, they could send any kind of force and could easily crush a lower 3 sect. We 4 are now facing such a destructive power. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth, sweat gathering on his forehead. Danner was afraid. Brother Zhuo, what do we do? Don't worry, with me here you'll be safe. Zhuo Fan revealed a smile as 2 golden halos appeared in his right eye. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Tilde, a ripple shot out that slammed into the barrier and punched a hole in it. Blood spurted out as dozens of ethereal stage experts paled instantly from the heavy backlash. Zhuo Fan just then arrived before the barrier. He saw the hole in it and flicked his right hand, punching as it oozed a brutal red color. Boom! In that instant, Qilin Arm's power was unleashed, cracking the barrier. With a loud explosion, he made a gap in it and forced dozens of more ethereal stage experts to puke blood and collapse. The others maintaining the array were shaking like leaves, but the signs they made were firm. A shame it was of no use. Zhuo Fan had breached a path for them to escape. Run! Pulling Chu Qingcheng, Zhuo Fan shouted. The 4 rushed through the gap and flew away. Zhao Deju stomped in anger. Curses, this prick has a skill to break arrays. The barrier is useless on him. You damn fools! He escaped, so what are you holding it up for? Get it down and chase after them. The men finally reacted and took down the barrier to give chase. Almost 500 ethereal stage experts went after only 4 people. Their mighty auras felt like that of a tsunami. Brother Zhuo, they're almost caught up. What do we do? Danner saw the savage energy behind and panicked. Zhuo Fan was solemn. Keep running and don't look back. Don't falter or it's over. This is life or death. Yes. Danner shook in fright but then recovered as she focused on flying. Chu Qingcheng was also solemn, grabbing Danner with one hand and Zhuo Fan with the other as she rushed forward. But then she noticed one hand was empty. Zhuo Fan was not there. Chu Qingcheng looked back to see Zhuo Fan stopping. Zhuo Fan? Chu Qingcheng cried out. Zhuo Fan shouted before she stopped. Don't look back and just run. Qingcheng? Shui Ruohua looked back knowing what he planned. With tears in her eyes, Chu Qingcheng saw Zhuo Fan's determination and gnashed her teeth. She pulled Shui Ruohua and Danner as she flew faster. Shui Ruohua cried, Qingcheng, are you really leaving him? He's going against 500 ethereal stage experts and a soul harmony expert. I don't want to, but I have to. Chu Qingcheng's eyes were red. I'm too weak and will only burden him. It's better to leave first and escape from their chase. Then he can find his own way to escape. I believe that even in this dangerous situation, he can still come out alive. Chu Qingcheng might have spoken to the girls or maybe to herself, to give her belief and to trust Zhuo Fan. But she knew deep inside that the universal righteous sect's force could wipe out a lower 3 sect. Zhuo Fan's chances were slim at best. The girls could only pray for him. Chu Qingcheng held the other 2 with shaky hands as she flew, biting her lip till it bled. Shui Ruohua saw her pain and tightened her grip on Chu Qingcheng's hand. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Yeah, Brother Zhuo always comes out alive. He got the strength and the wits. Danner consoled. Chu Qingcheng lowered her head as she kept flying. She really hoped that was true, but only she knew Zhuo Fan saying for them to not look back was the same as saying goodbye. Chapter 774, Paper Tiger. When people separate, they still hope to see each other one last time. So why did I tell her to not look back to see her again? Hovering and watching the girls vanish in the distance, Zhuo Fan's eyes grew hazy. Maybe I don't want her to see me crying, ha ha ha. Whoosh tilde, a tremendous power came pressing down as a fierce gale fluttered his clothes. Zhao Deju came in front and cackled at his back. Ha ha ha, weren't you running? Even if you broke the array, you think you could escape my 500 ethereal stage experts. In the end, you just didn't want to die like that. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan forced the mist away from his eyes as he spat. Since I can't escape, fighting is better. You really went all out, using 500 against me. He, what other way is there when dealing with a freak like you? We had to make sure a demon like you would never escape. Zhao Deju mocked and glanced at 24 men on the side. Go after the girls. The rest of you deal with the demon. Yes, sir. The 24 cupped their hands and were about to go after them. But just as they got to Zhuo Fan, a boom echoed out. With a flash of scarlet and mournful cries, the 24 experts were thrown back, battered and bloody. They all looked startled to see Zhuo Fan had before him a scarlet dragon hundreds of meters big blocking their way. It opened its bloody maw, looking at its prey with a savage glint in its eyes as it unleashed its mighty power. Zhao Deju snorted, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King. Humph, Zhuo Fan, you're taking your soul out so soon. You want to go all out. Those girls must be dear to you. Just some ignorant lasses, that's all. Zhuo Fan spoke heavily. Zhao Deju, you're only after my head. Well, here I am, don't go dragging innocents into this. Zhao Deju smirked. Innocent? Ha ha ha, there's no such thing when they're involved with you. The universal righteous sect purges demons to the last one. Those girls will be snuffed out sooner or later. Boom, he did not finish as a fierce whirlwind lashed at them. The almighty Scarlet Dragon King's tail swipe completely blocked the way forward. Zhuo Fan turned around, his eyes filled with bloodlust. No one will get past me for as long as I breathe. Humph, show off. Zhao Deju mocked. You still want to stop my 500 experts? See how I cross your line? I won't kill you, but bring back the girls and rip them apart before your eyes. You'll see what end awaits all that hang around a demon like you, ha ha ha. Laughing, Zhao Deju flicked his hand again and 30 ethereal stage experts revealed their souls to attack. Blades, spears, axes, all kinds of souls were put on display and unleashing their raw power as they came upon Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan made the almighty Scarlet Dragon King swipe its tail at them. Boom, tilde, the loud explosions resounded, and smoke rose. The power of those clashes made the rest of the ethereal stage experts to back away. When it cleared up, 20 universal righteous sect ethereal stage experts were now on the ground, bleeding from everywhere while the last 10 were gasping and bleeding from their mouths. While before them was a wounded and battered scarlet dragon, but it stood in place, not making a single movement. The 30 ethereal stage experts' soul attack could still not budge the huge dragon. Zhuo Fan looked at them coldly with an ashen face. He quivered and spat blood. But he remained firm like he was still fine, giving Zhao Deju a look of utter contempt. Monster? That was what their looks said, looking at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. One man taking 30 experts' attacks, yet still managing to heavily wound 20 while pushing back the rest, had already gone beyond the means of a simple human. His power was unheard of. He really was the best in double dragon gathering to take down all the superior 3 sects. When Zhao Deju came back, they wouldn't believe it. But now truth stared them right in the face. They all gasped and whispered from shock and awe. Zhao Deju was pissed off. He clenched his fists. He didn't come here to bolster his fame with new fans, but bury him for good. But now these fools were oblivious of the situation. How can they admire this vile demon spawn? That's enough. Remember your place as righteous cultivators. Zhao Deju barked as he pointed at Zhao Deju. All of you attack. Get me his head for Providence. Everyone startled awake and went for Zhuo Fan as they unleashed their power, devoid of fear. Zhuo Fan grinned. Yes, come take my head. You must do it for Providence. But it's also Providence who dictates how many of you actually come out alive out of this. Look at the 20 heavily wounded. They were no less brave than you, yet what did they get? At the end of the day, only the survivors get to enjoy the victory. You'd better think this through. Do you want to be expendable or a winner? You decide. Ugh, they all faltered, coming to a halt. As they looked like each other, no one seemed to be so keen on being first anymore. Brother, you take the lead, I'll watch your back. And end up dead? You do it. Humph. With but a casual reminder from Zhuo Fan, their inner self-preservation was brought to the surface before they realized it. They had lost all the courage and panicked now. No matter how many they are, once their hearts were shaken, they became nothing more than a rabble. Their numbers meant nothing. Zhuo Fan grinned in disdain, seeing them being so petty. At the same time, he held his stomach as blood kept flowing from his mouth. He was wounded gravely as well. If they came at him again, just a dozen would have been enough to finish him. But by driving a wedge between them and bringing out their selfishness, the paper tiger that was now Zhuo Fan stalled these hundreds of experts from coming over. Anyone would laugh at such a scene. The great force of a sect was reduced to bickering fools, unable to get their hands on a wounded guy. Zhao Deju was stomping in anger, cursing. You damn morons, what are you scared of? He's hanging by a thread. Attack. Get me his head and I'll make sect leader commend you. Then why don't you go? However, it had the opposite effect. One universal righteous sect disciple gave him a glare. Ugh. Startled, Zhao Deju stammered. Me. Zhuo Fan was filled with deceit and endless trickery. Even if wounded, no one really knew what scheme he was hiding, and you want me to go there. When he had toyed with Yilin to such an extent, if I go there, keeping my life will be a miracle. Why the hell would I go? I'm too young to die. What did I bring you all for then if not to get him instead? However, seeing him scared, they were even more so. Now no one was willing to attack. Thus, the 500 experts of universal righteous sect stared like fools at a wounded guy. Zhao Deju was outraged while Zhuo Fan grinned. He wasn't after escaping, though. While defeating 500 of them was impossible, he only hoped that by fighting them he bought the girls enough time. Zhuo Fan felt his insides burning as blood got caught in his chest and made it hard to breathe. Even so, he still stood there, pretending like he was fine. Clap tilde someone clapped. Ha ha ha, even though a wounded paper tiger, you still managed to shake the resolve of 500 universal righteous sect experts. No wonder Zhao Deju said you'll be the righteous path's biggest calamity. Chapter 775, None Shall Pass. Frowning, Zhuo Fan turned his head back as he felt his heart sinking. Not far from him, a thin, middle-aged man in white clothes came out from the trees. Seeing his mild smile but sharp eyes, Zhuo Fan knew this guy was anything but nice. What was more, he was also a soul harmony expert. Squinting, Zhuo Fan thought to himself, it seems universal righteous sect's expert they got is ready to strike. Following his thoughts, 7 lights flashed as more soul harmony stage cultivators showed up beside him, including the silver-haired old man he saw in the town. Such a display of force left Zhuo Fan sighing. I could scare off 500 ethereal stage experts, but I have no chance against 8 soul harmony experts. Glancing at the 8, he began to calculate how to block them from going after Chu Qingcheng. At this time, Zhuo Fan had no care for his life at all. All he wanted now was to stall for as much as possible. Zhao Deju greets the elders. Seeing the 8 people, the pissed and stuck Zhao Deju finally found his thick leg to hug. The other ethereal stage experts calmed down as well. Ignoring them, the silver-haired old man frowned, staring at Zhuo Fan and at the powerful dragon soul. There's so many of you, yet you couldn't even get rid of a brat after so long. I thought that when I'd come, everything would be settled by now. But look at this mess. You have shamed the universal righteous sect. Everyone's heart chilled and they lowered their heads. But weren't there 4 of them? Why is there only 1? Where are the girls? At least show me their bodies. The silver-haired old man asked. Zhao Deju beamed with a deep bow. Elder, the three girls had run away. This brat blocked us here. We were about to take him down and then follow after them. What? One man holding back 500? The silver-haired old man was outraged. Humph, good, very good. You really are pathetic. There are hundreds of you, yet you can't even handle 4 people, ending up stuck dealing with just one. Do you want me to step in, is that it? To pick on the weak? If word gets out, the universal righteous sect will have no name left, ha ha ha. Zhao Deju, you petitioned the sect for so many people to help you. I thought you were dependable, but now I see you're nothing. You can't even take 4 people down with so many on your side. Would you like 500 more to get the job done? Zhao Deju jerked back after being harangued. He went red from shame and unwillingness. Elder, this isn't about numbers, but how devious this brat is. Using his devil's tongue to incite chaos, turning all these people into a rabble. It doesn't matter even if they were 1,000, they'd still end up the same. The more they are, the more chaos it'll be. Moreover, it's not exactly all our fault. Didn't I ask you to cut their escape now? Zhao Deju gave the contended elder in white a careful look, but did not dare to speak up. The silver-haired old man followed his gaze and asked in a dark tone. Elder Bai, we've discussed this before, that we would work together in cutting off every chance of escape. Why didn't you step in when the girls fled? Ha ha ha, how's it my fault? The elder chuckled and mocked. Elder Yin Chui, you were waiting together with me, yet always wanted to make a move and get them. So I figured that with a soul harmony expert and 500 ethereal stage experts, getting 4 brats still in the radiant stage would be a piece of cake. That's why my intervention would be pointless, just wandering around here on a leisure stroll. But whoever thought you'd let them freaking escape? Humph, and after I came back, I found it even more ridiculous how 500 experts were being stopped by 1 brat. Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard. Elder Yin Chui, that happened with your help even. Does that mean that all these disciples would be wiped out if it weren't for you? I now have a new understanding of your strength. From elder to executive to disciple, not one is worth anything. Elder Yin Chui's face twitched and went red, then he glared at Zhao Deju, wishing he could pulverize him. Seeing how the 4 ran away and Zhao Deju led the 500 experts after them, he figured winning was in the bag. That was why he took his sweet time coming here rather than getting it over with fast, scared they would talk behind his back that he picked on someone weaker than him. Even if it was for the sect, it still hurt to hear it. But who knew that Zhao Deju would be such a moron to not even complete this simple task, even getting the elders involved and shaming them with this shameless act. If not for this brat being sect leader's disciple and the future pillar of the sect, he would have died on the spot. Gasping, Elder Yin Chui's eyes flashed. Zhao Deju did not dare to look at him, lowering his head. He cursed Zhuo Fan to high heavens. If not for this punk, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself before the elders. The other could see Elder Yin Chui was furious and smiled, giving him a way out. Elder Yin Chui, the girls shouldn't have gone far. It should be easy to catch up to them. Zhao Deju has his faults, but it won't matter. You're an important man and should be letting him remember this mistake. After we settle this, we'll handle it back at the sect. With his rear kissed, Elder Yin Chui nodded. The 8 looked at each other, then passed Zhuo Fan together, totally ignoring him. Zhao Deju, we'll leave this to you. If you still can't do it with so many men, humph. Elder Yin Chui warned. Zhao Deju bobbed his head. Elder Bai smiled. Children, don't let his words confuse you. If you manage to kill him, you'll all earn merit. If you let him escape, you'll all die. Yes, sir, everyone shouted. An elder's order was different from Zhao Deju's, a disciple. He easily stirred these ethereal stage experts' fighting spirit. The elders nodded, then passed Zhuo Fan without minding him. They didn't feel quite right by killing him themselves. They still had their name as righteous cultivators to keep. It was better to let them settle it. As for the girls, they had good use for them. Those constitutions should not go to waste. Boom! However, they did not get far, as an incoming explosion of power sent their clothes fluttering from almighty Scarlet Dragon King's tail. I told you, as long as I'm here, none shall pass me, Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. The 8 elders looked at him with anger and shock, because they did not care about an ethereal stage expert at all. Zhao Deju mocked. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you ignorant fool, you actually want to try and stop the 8 elders. Do you know the difference between soul harmony stage and ethereal stage? Yeah, we don't want to waste time on a pup, we have our status to maintain, so don't push it, Elder Bai sneered, and besides, you're not worthy. Zhuo Fan had a sinister grin. Oh. Since you don't want to attack, then just sit there, all right. The 8 elders' faces fell. Elder Yin Chui gave Zhuo Fan a long look and took a deep breath. Fine, since this evil spawn wants to die at Soul Harmony Expert's hand, then I'll oblige you. Elder Yin Chui suddenly shook, and an incredible power came from him. The sudden surge forced the ethereal stage experts to falter back from the 100-meter huge hammer forming behind the elder. Humph! My soul is a tool soul, heaven-smashing hammer. Its might is unprecedented. The huge hammer then combined with his body, making his body swell and releasing silver light. The mere clasping of his fists sent powerful ripples. After achieving harmony, my body is like a diamond. My punch crushes mountains. Even your heaven dragon soul will be turned to dust. With a creepy glint in his eyes, Elder Yin Chui grinned. If you had fought these ethereal stage experts, you might have lived longer. But since you want to die, Humph, then be my guest. Elder Yin Chui shot straight for Zhuo Fan, the relentless fists smashed into his chest, brutal and savage. Chapter 776. Demon Sword's Power. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you've angered our soul harmony stage elders. You must really want to die. Zhao Deju pointed at Zhuo Fan's cold face and laughed at his suicidal act. Elder Bai, he shook his head in mockery. We're not picking on the weak this time, it's the weak who taunts us. Yeah, he must think that dying at a soul harmony expert's hand would be so much more honorable. Another elder shook his head, looking with contempt. There's plenty of idiots like him around, as if the more incredible the death, the better the glory, ha ha ha. But that doesn't mean you should die at some underling's hand. After all, even experts sometimes can't help but squash a few bugs. Everyone nodded and snickered. The hundreds of ethereal stage experts were even excited. They were going to see their glorious elders attack. The Wind brought terrible power at Zhuo Fan, pushing him down and making him pant and shake. Despite that, he stood firm, his back straight, as he took Almighty Scarlet Dragon King back into himself. Elder Yin Chui raised an eyebrow, writing it off as fear and laughing at Zhuo Fan for it. You took your soul back. You think it'll save you? I am a soul harmony expert. This fist will crush your body and pulverize your soul. You can't escape? Ha ha ha, you're wrong about that. I took it back not out of fear, but to reduce the defensive range. Zhuo Fan smirked. Elder Yin Chui had to laugh harder at that. Defensive range. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can block my punch? Even with a 9th-grade spiritual armor, you'd still die. Elder Yin Chui put more speed into his strike, arriving at Zhuo Fan in an instant. The terrible power was so great it made Zhuo Fan's face split, bleeding all over. His soul was restless, as if afraid of this might, of this punch. Zhao Deju was having the time of his life. In the Double Dragon Gathering, his name became nothing, and now it became nothing in front of the elders. But the freak Zhuo Fan would finally die. The other ethereal stage experts were shouting in excitement. The 7 other elders shook their heads. With how deep the gap is, this fight is boring. It was like a thug looming on a 3-year-old. Just when everyone thought this would be over, Zhuo Fan's fate changed. A bloody glow with traces of black came in contact with Elder Yin Chui. The elder's punch was just about to hit Zhuo Fan, but then it split in two, whistling right by Zhuo Fan's ears as traces of blood landed on his brow. Elder Yin Chui was dumbstruck, but then a chuckle grated in his ears. Ha ha ha, did you really think I would lower the defensive range just to block your attack? Zhuo Fan showed a sinister smile, his eyes flashing coldly. I was only getting ready to hack you. Elder Yin Chui shook at a loss, but then he quickly shivered. He looked down to look at himself. He was bisected in 2 halves, with blood dripping from his innards. Because he had attacked, the halves simply went past Zhuo Fan. Now he looked at Zhuo Fan in the eye. He had no determination to try and take them down with him. He was actually ready to kill a soul harmony expert. Though the elder didn't understand how it came to dying like this. Elder Yin Chui wanted to at least know what happened before dying, but time waited for no one. As he turned around, his eyes went blank and he splattered to the ground. Dying with a grievance. The shock was so great everyone was in denial of what they saw. The ethereal stage experts and the elders all gasped watching the bloody halves. That's a soul harmony expert. How can he die just like that? Clang. A sword having a bloody glow and black veins on it circled the air and flew in Zhuo Fan's hand with a cheerful hum, like it was excited of the kill it just took. The hungry hum echoed and made the rest shiver from fear. That sword, Elder Bai He and the 6 elders shared a glance. This was supposed to be a simple task now that the 8 of them came to deal with some brats. They came just to make sure all went well, but not that they would actually intervene. But none could have fathomed that they would actually lose a soul harmony expert just like that at the hands of a weapon. The hearts of the other elders were tense, no longer looking down on the kid. Zhao Deju was scared to death and stumbled backward. No, that can't be. How did you kill a soul harmony stage elder? Humph, I told you none shall take one step beyond me. Ignoring him, Zhuo Fan flicked the sword and smiled coldly. He was like a supreme monarch bearing down his mighty order. The elders did not care about him before, but they would not be so hasty this time around. That weird sword would sure promise them death otherwise. What the hell is that thing? Elder Bai He squinted as sweat trickled down. The others were the same, stepping back from that sword. In an instant, the 2 sides were in a deadlock. The ethereal stage experts had a morale boost with the 8 elders, about to attack even. But then one of them had to die and shake the elders' resolve, making them useless. Their morale hit rock bottom, looking at Zhuo Fan with dread. If their elders feared him, how couldn't they? Zhuo Fan grinned and nodded at the sword. 6th grade sacred weapon, Atlas sword. He was lacking in using the sacred weapon's full power, but it was sharp enough to kill a soul harmony expert. Thanks to this trinket, he could now stall for longer and make sure Chu Qingcheng got away. Zhuo Fan sighed, yet he was showing a pleased smile. This might be the last time he could help Qingcheng. Use your weapons. Elder Bai He shouted, then he charged for Zhuo Fan while a broadsword appeared in his hands. 9th grade spiritual weapon, Heaven Slasher. Moon-cutting river? The other 6 elders lit up. Since the demon's sword was amazing, then they'd use spiritual weapons. Even if they lacked, they could press on with their soul harmony stage power. And so they all took out their spiritual weapons and came at Zhuo Fan. Squinting, Zhuo Fan knew he could not let them circle him. So his right eye flashed golden once and was gone from their sight. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift, whoosh, tilde Zhuo Fan's vanishing act had the spiritual weapons strike air. The next second, he was behind Elder Bai He, slashing. Elder Bai He's heart shook and he dodged that sharp edge. With a flick of his hand, the Heaven Slasher carried out his entire power as it hacked at Zhuo Fan. Bam! A loud sound echoed as the blade and sword collided. Zhuo Fan shook from the soul harmony stage power seeping into his body. He spat blood and fell back. However, Elder Bai He's Heaven Slasher fell apart, pieces crumbling from it. A 9th grade spiritual weapon was ruined just like that. This can't be. Elder Bai He widened his eyes in shock. What kind of weapon is that? How can a radiant stage kid destroy a 9th grade spiritual weapon in the hands of a soul harmony expert? The others' eyelids quivered, thoroughly stumped. Chapter 777. Never surrender. While spiritual weapons had grades, that didn't mean anyone could use them. Their power was also different. A 3rd grade spiritual weapon wielded by a soul harmony expert was much stronger than a radiant stage expert holding a 9th grade spiritual weapon. But that did not seem to be the case, since even with the cultivation gap, a soul harmony stage expert was using spiritual weapons against a radiant stage expert. If not for Zhuo Fan's sword being so outrageous, they would not have resorted to such a shameless act as using spiritual weapons to pick on the weak. Yet even so, their spiritual weapons were as useful as toothpicks. It only helped taking one blow. This had them shaken. Just what was that thing Zhuo Fan was holding for even ninth-grade spiritual weapons to be solely lacking? They began to take this fight more seriously. In terms of strength, Zhuo Fan was clearly weaker, as weak as a lamb in fact. But that sword turned the lamb into a wolf with a ravenous appetite. These almighty elders of the universal righteous sect were scared. Elder Bai He glared with such fury at Zhao Deju. What the hell is wrong with you? How could you miss telling us he has such a godly weapon? Elder Bai He, I didn't know. Zhao Deju felt wronged, then stared daggers at Zhuo Fan. Just how much is he hiding? Why didn't he take it out when he fought Yilin? How was he supposed to know this sword, no matter how incredible, had to be kept hidden? He could not just flaunt it and end up dead as a result. Just like these elders, while clueless of being Western land's guardian treasure, they all felt greed to possess such a mighty bauble. If it was so awesome in Zhuo Fan's hand, then what about in a soul harmony experts? They all started attacking Zhuo Fan. Their spiritual weapons fell down like rain. At the same time, they also unleashed techniques to cover all bases. Zhuo Fan could defend against one attack, but not both. And when he died, they could finally steal that sword. Zhuo Fan squinted. He saw through them and grinned. His right eye flashed golden once more. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, Shift Zhuo Fan vanished and reappeared before Elder Bai He, who didn't have a spiritual weapon. Bai He was stunned and dodged as he cursed. For crying out loud, stop coming at me. You already ruined my spiritual weapon, and now you come to finish the job? If you have the nerve, leave the sword and fight me like a man. Elder Bai He fled with Zhuo Fan on his tail. The surrounding ethereal stage experts were dumbstruck. A radiant stage cultivator was chasing a soul harmony stage 1. Talk about baffling. This was unheard of. Elder Bai He's heart collapsed in hatred, but that was it. A soul harmony stage's soul and body combination was tough, but was no different from paper before that sword. How humiliating. Being chased around before such a crowd by a damn brat. Though it was much better than getting killed. So he ran with Zhuo Fan behind him. The only thing missing was a cry for help. Elder Bai He, here I come to help you. Another elder shouted and lifted his spear as he charged Zhuo Fan. At the same time, he also combined his soul with his body, while punching at Zhuo Fan. This was using two different attacks. Zhuo Fan had no way of keeping the pursuit of his quarry. As for shifting again, Zhuo Fan frowned as the other elders were now on guard at his every move. No matter how he tried to ambush them again, they were ready. He could only fight. With a creepy glint in his eyes, Zhuo Fan flicked his sword and threw it at the spear, then his arm flashed red as he punched the incoming attack. The elder was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, my fist is backed by my soul. You can't escape. Ha ha ha, I know that. Zhuo Fan grinned and his eye flashed golden, so I'm smashing your spiritual weapon. The other was stunned to see that he and the Atlas sword switched places. Bam. Zhuo Fan's punch struck the spear, making him fly back and cough blood. While the elder's fist was now faced a demonic sword, sending terror through his bones. Whoosh Tilda with a mournful cry, another soul harmony stage elder met his demise. His body fell in a pool of blood and the sword came back to Zhuo Fan's hand. Panting, Zhuo Fan wiped his bloody mouth and showed a crazed grin. That's two. SSS Tilda the others were gasping in fright. The 6 elders looked at Zhuo Fan like he was a monster, their fists shaking. In just a short time, 2 elders were gone. This kid's tricks are twisted. Everyone attack. Elder Bai He gnashed his teeth. The punk is using every gap in our attacks to pick us one by one. With his sword and those creepy skills, even we might end up dead by his blade. The others shook and nodded after a short moment. It looks like we'll have to lower ourselves. The kid is worthy of us doing this. Elder Bai He looked around, then set his eyes on Zhao Deju. Take 100 men and go after the girls. The rest of you attack the vile spawn together. Yes, sir. They all shouted, even Zhao Deju. Zhao Deju, I hope you'll be alive when I come back with those girls, ha ha ha. Zhao Deju then took his men to pass Zhuo Fan. Boom, however, an explosion came as a huge scarlet dragon once again appeared before them. Zhuo Fan spoke deadly. I told you none shall. Bam! He did not finish as his body shook and coughed blood. He saw that a soul harmony stage elder appeared before the dragon and punched it. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King's hard scales crumbled to pieces as it howled. Ha ha ha, the dragon's soul is finally out. Elder Bai he gave a devious smile. You took your soul back to have an easier time with Elder Yin Chui and not expose your weakness. However, you want to stop them, so you have to take it out again, exposing it before a soul harmony expert. It seems to me those girls are very important to you more than your life. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook. Even with the blood flowing from his mouth and his woozy body, he still stood his ground. Elder Bai he sighed. There's no point. With another punch, your dragon's soul will crumble. Your sword is amazing, but it can't stop everything. Ha ha ha, yes, you have a choice now. Give up your life or let us pass and get the girls? Zhao Deju laughed, though I hope you'll pick the latter. If you don't take your soul back, the next punch will kill you and won't be able to save those girls. But if you take it back, won't you see the girls again soon? Ha ha ha, well, what will you choose? Zhao Deju was having a kick out of Zhuo Fan's plight, mocking him for it. Zhuo Fan had a vile grin, his eyes still firm. I told you none shall pass me. Die then. Zhao Deju shouted, then he turned to the elder before the dragon. Elder, if you would. The man showed a bloodthirsty glint and punched into the dragon's back. Just then, what shocked everyone was that when the punch landed, everything was quiet. Then, with a cry, the dragon turned pitch black, oozing black energy as it engulfed him. Chapter 778, Chopping Galore. What? The soul changed. The elder who punched the black dragon gasped and could not get away from it. Zhao Deju cried out, That's Zhuo Fan's dragon soul variant, heaven-devouring demonic dragon king? Correct. Zhuo Fan snickered, then spewed blood. Heaven-devouring demonic dragon king can take on any power for itself. Even if a soul harmony expert punched, it would lose most of its power. You want to smash me? Humph, think again. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with bloodlust, and his right eye shone golden as the demonic sword vanished again. It came back from the front of the elder. The elder was scared to death and panicked, but nothing he did could get his fist out of the heaven-devouring demonic dragon king's black energy. In the end, another wail adorned the sky as the demonic blade robbed him of his life by cutting him in two. Blood fell down like rain as the creepy demonic sword returned to Zhuo Fan's hands. It shone a blood-red light that reflected in the other's eyes. Moreover, trapped in heaven-devouring demonic dragon king, you won't get out so easily, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's laughter pierced their ears, making everyone shiver. The remaining 5 elders felt fear now, with sweat gathering on their brows. That was the third one. If they didn't see it, they wouldn't have believed it. A great soul harmony expert actually died at the hands of a kid not yet in the ethereal stage, and not just one. The blade was just too strange and savage. Not even a soul harmony expert with his soul and body united could handle it. But what else did the kid have beside the sword? Nothing else he used could threaten them. Even so, they understood fully that sword's power and were on high alert. Even as they all were cautious to dodge its edge, they still fell one by one. This was no longer an issue with the sword, but with Zhuo Fan. He was a threat to everyone. The tragic deaths of 3 of them had the elders admit that they were up against a dangerous enemy. It wasn't just the sword, but the wielder as well. Elder Bai he squinted and shouted, Everyone attack! No matter what it costs, we have to take the vile spawn's head. We'll go after the girls after we have his corpse. Elder Bai his sword is too strong. Our losses will be heavy. One elder spoke, shaken. Elder Bai he shook his head and gnashed his teeth. We don't have a choice. The kid is too weird. If we try anything else, we won't win. The best method is to drown him with numbers, to use superior strength on the weak. When he's so busy fending us all off, he'll die for sure. But, no buts. Elder Bai he cut him off with a flick of his hand. We'll only leave 100 ethereal stage experts anyway. The universal righteous sect can take it. Elder Bai he led the charge, but did not dare to face Zhuo Fan head-on, going for the dragon soul instead. Those with spiritual weapons attack his body. The rest go for his soul? Yes, sir. Seeing an elder beginning the assault, the rest shouted and took out their souls. The remaining 4 elders saw this and nodded. They gripped their spiritual weapons and went for Zhuo Fan as they unleashed their mighty power. It was like 2 mountains came crumbling down. One went for Zhuo Fan and the other for the dragon's soul. No matter which struck home, he would die either way. However, he could not dodge because behind him were the girls. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, you want to use yourself to shield the girls. Then I'll walk all over your corpse and grab them. Zhao Deju followed Bai He closely as he shouted, see how in 15 minutes you'll end up dead and ruined. And with your fall, those girls will be next. All you've done would be for nothing. You can't save anyone. Zhuo Fan's brow shook. He looked rather frail, but his eyes held a vague glint. Oh, really? Thanks for the reminder. It seems I'll survive a while longer at least. Showing a devilish smile, Zhuo Fan made a sign. Soul variant, vaulting dragon king. Whoosh tilde, the demonic dragon withdrew its black energy and azure flames began to cover its body. Elder Bai he jerked, but before he could react, the azure dragon opened its maw to unleash a torrent of azure flame at the hundreds of souls around. Og tilde! Wails and cries were heard all around as the wave of souls had not even reached the dragon's soul, and they were burning in an azure inferno. Their bodies jerked and twitched from pain. The unlucky ones unable to withdraw had been burned down to nothing. In a blink, dozens of ethereal stage experts were gone from this world. Everyone gasped from shock. Even Zhao Deju didn't think that the azure dragon that had been passive in Yilin's fight would unleash such power. It killed so many and heavily wounded 100. How could any of them know the chaos azure flame might be a gentle flame, weaker in a fight than a fierce flame, like decimating golden flame? It still came from a sacred beast. It was only weaker in relation to that golden dragon. If you thought azure dragon was weak because of that, then what happened now was only natural. Elder Bai he glared at Zhao Deju as if blaming him. Why couldn't you report his strength sooner? How was Zhao Deju to know? He was only watching the fight, not participating in it. He only knew that almighty Scarlet Dragon King was tough while the others were always on defense. Zhao Deju felt like crying. Now he knew just how bitter Yilin and Zhuo Fan's fight was. Their fight was beyond their stage, something the audience could not comprehend. The brat still had some more damn skills. Tell me everything you know already. Elder Bai he gnashed his teeth and barked. Zhao Deju shook his head, his eyes hazy. There shouldn't be any great moves left. Although he has another variant, a purple dragon, but that is used for ambushes and it's weak. Rumble, as if on cue, purple lightning flashed in waves and crossed the inferno to strike at the hundreds of souls. Dozens of more souls fell right then, and dozens more withdrew with heavy wounds. Is this what you mean by a weak variant? Elder Bai He's face twitched and wanted to slap the kid into the hereafter. Zhao Deju lowered his head, puzzled on the inside. Why did Zhuo Fan look so weak when fighting Yilin in the double dragon gathering? How is he so strong now? Never mind. I won't ask you who knows nothing. I'll break his dragon soul myself. Elder Bai he flicked his sleeve enraged, shooting for the dragon's soul with the power of soul harmony stage. He easily broke the purple lightning and the azure inferno. Elder Bai he, the purple dragon variant has the weakest defense. I won't believe a word you say. Now get lost. Zhao Deju's reminder got a reprimand from Elder Bai he, making him jerk back and stay silent to stew in anger. I was only trying to help. It's your fault if you die. At the same time, in front of Zhuo Fan, 4 elders wielding spiritual weapons came to take his life with their superior cultivation. Zhuo Fan clashed with them as he wielded the demonic sword. Elder Bai he arrived at the purple dragon and raised his fists but did not strike, looking instead at Zhuo Fan. He saw Zhuo Fan's skill back then. That shift was insanely powerful. Now that he faced 4 experts at full power, if he went head-on, he would die even if the demonic sword ruined the spiritual weapons, as the power would transfer to him and kill him on the spot. But if he shifted away, that would be the best moment for Bai He to kill his soul and end this. He was afraid that he would get stuck like the other elder and end up dead. To make sure this didn't happen, Bai He stayed his hand, not wanting to give his enemy an opening to exploit. Even if Zhuo Fan got to him, he could instantly flee and draw him out while the four elders would focus on the dragon's soul. So no matter the choice, Zhuo Fan would die for sure. Details made a plan come together, and Elder Bai He was a sharp man. That was why he chose to stay his hand, to see what Zhuo Fan would choose. Chapter 779, Chaotic Fight. Bam! Zhuo Fan's sword clashed with the four elders' spiritual weapons, turning them to pieces. Zhuo Fan had to cough blood from that encounter, their power wreaking havoc in his body. Elder Bai He laughed. This kid doesn't have the strength to move like that again. Of the three choices, he picked the quickest to die. Did he give up resisting? This is much better. His insides must be mush right about now and can't use the sword again. Next, I'll just smash his dragon soul to pieces. Overjoyed, Elder Bai He's eyes shone and punched, sending all his power forward. The purple lightning struck the attack, but it did nothing to stop it. Boom! With a mighty sound, Elder Bai He grinned at the shaking dragon. This time you're going to fall, Heaven Dragon Soul. Whoosh! Black energy covered the dragon, switching from purple lighting as it roared. Ha ha ha, I see it now. At the critical moment, you'll change to a demonic dragon to disperse my power, Elder Bai He mocked. So what? Even what remains will be enough to wound you. The only thing great about this dragon's soul is that it can change forms and only drag out its death. But I will still kill you either way. Elder Bai He was about to strike again, but he found that he couldn't. His fist was stuck just like that elder's. Sneering, Elder Bai He's body shook and unleashed more power to scatter the black energy as he pulled out his fist. Humph, Zhuo Fan, your body is already useless and can't use that instant movement. Your dragon can only stall for a couple of moments. Fighting your body might be a threat to us, but your soul alone can't be saved. Die. Elder Bai He. However, a cry came from the four elders. Looking over, he asked, "What? Oh, our spiritual weapons aren't ruined." An elder held his spiritual weapon in shock as he shouted. Bai He jerked and looked careful to see that they were holding their weapons while Zhuo Fan was coughing blood in front of them. He was wobbling, yet the demonic sword had the same strong vibe. What just happened? If the four elders' spiritual weapons were not ruined, that meant they did not clash with the demonic sword. But why would Zhuo Fan get himself killed by doing this? To leave his soul alone, Elder Bai He was perplexed. However, a sudden wave of bloodlust came from behind. Startled, Bai He panicked and tried to dodge, only to find that his hand was still stuck in the black dragon, though it would only last for a couple of moments, more than enough to kill him. PFF, as blood spurted, Elder Bai He's body was severed. I've been had. Elder Bai He's lips trembled, forcing himself to turn around to see Zhuo Fan's cold eyes and bloody mouth. What happened? Cough tilde. Zhuo Fan kept coughing, though his face was flat. No matter how cautious you are, the moment you win, you'll feel invincible. I only gave you that moment, that's all. Elder Bai He looked at Zhuo Fan hovering in the air, then at the Zhuo Fan behind him with hazy eyes. Why are there two of him? Ha ha ha. Ignorance is crime. You have no way of knowing all I'm capable of. Grinning, Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 3 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. Whoosh! The one holding the demonic sword kept spewing blood, yet vanished the next second, leaving only the Zhuo Fan behind Bai He, grinning at the 4 remaining elders. Illusion. Everyone understood that even if Zhuo Fan popped behind Elder Bai He still couldn't kill him even with the dragon's soul holding him. He had to lure him first, but with the elder seeing his trick once, was he going to fall for it as well? So Zhuo Fan set up an illusion, letting Bai He think he faced them head-on and letting him attack the soul in peace. The illusion was easy to break, as the 4 elders found their spiritual weapons didn't crumble when meeting with the demonic sword. But Elder Bai He, who was not around, only saw that the plan worked and couldn't help but strike as well. At that moment, Zhuo Fan capitalized on the elder's mistake. Elder Bai, he looked at the sky as his eyes became empty and he died. The two halves of his body fell to the ground, his eyes forever open in regret. Who'd have thought a great soul harmony expert would die with such regret? That's four. Shaken to the core, the four remaining elders looked at Zhuo Fan panting heavily and spewing blood. Yet all they felt was fear as they backed away. He wasn't even in the ethereal stage, also wounded and surrounded, yet still killed a soul harmony expert. The first time was a miracle, the second was a mishap, but the third one had them all attacking to prevent any more from dying. Then the fourth kill came and proved he had the power still. The four elders felt their hearts sinking looking into those savage eyes. Who the hell is this guy? In the end, they were hardened cultivators of many years, soon recovering their calm after a bit of shock. They were soul harmony experts. How could a mere radiant stage prick kill four of them? Attack. All of you attack. No plans, just kill the damn kid no matter the cost. Finally, as four of them died, the elders went mad as they shouted, going for Zhuo Fan head-on. The remaining ethereal stage experts followed them. Zhao Deju was even in front, his eyes bloodshot. He had asked for this fight from the sect. Now four elders lay dead, and if he didn't get his head, he could never get back to the sect. Zhuo Fan looked at the flood of people charging over and tightened his grip on the demonic sword. He took a deep breath and gnashed his teeth as he charged as well with his weary body. This had never happened before in the history of time. Hundreds of experts ganged up on a lower cultivator. This was a bloody and thunderous chaotic battle. If the universal righteous sect had gone all out from the start, their losses wouldn't have been so great. But in this chaos, the death toll only rose. The ethereal stage experts unleashed their souls on Zhuo Fan without regard for their safety. Zhuo Fan's azure dragon spewed fire that killed many. The purple dragon sent purple lightning that singed even more. But the tide could not be stopped, slamming into the dragon's soul. Zhuo Fan spat blood again, his eyes going dark and about to fall unconscious. But he had someone to protect. He bit his tongue to wake up. The purple dragon shifted into the demonic dragon, to absorb as much as possible of those soul attacks. Then it switched to almighty Scarlet Dragon King, and with a lash of the whip, destroying dozens of more souls. This was how the dragon's soul kept changing form to deal with the storm of souls coming to rob his life. He instead robbed their lives, bodies falling from the sky after giving out one last mournful cry. Under the constant attacks, the dragon's soul was battered as well, howling constantly. Zhuo Fan endured the pain, his soul was suffering and charged head-on with the demonic sword in hand, his eyes bloodshot. Everywhere he went, someone would fall to pieces. Another pile of bodies started hitting the ground. The four elders held their weapons and charged at his body. Zhuo Fan wielded the demonic sword and clashed with them 100 times, yet no winner was revealed. The demonic sword forced the elders to keep retreating after each attack. Its savage blade reaped dozens of ethereal stage experts with every swing. No one could approach their battle as each fought to gain the advantage. This had long stopped being a trap, becoming a bitter war, 500 people against one man. It was utter chaos. Chapter 780, You're Not Worthy. Where am I? The heavy night descended as a bloody man crawled out of the grass. The stench of blood around him made him cough, sometimes even vomit. The clear moon sent her soft rays, shining its light on this weary man's face. Face-palming, Zhao Deju pondered before getting up. He was ordered by his sect to kill the demon Zhuo Fan. But he was just too strong, unable to get him even with superior numbers. That last tail swipe from the almighty Scarlet Dragon King killed so many, and since he was at the front, even if he survived it, only now did he wake up from the heavy blow. He was in the dark about whether that Zhuo Fan was finished or not. Zhao Deju looked at the moon above and sighed. It's already dark. He has to have fallen by now, but how many died? As if on cue, the world seemed to answer him as the moon shone on the limbs and bodies laying in bloody mud. Where he was right now was right in the middle of a river of blood. That many. Zhao Deju looked around in shock at the hellscape and gruesome display, at the limbs without a body to match. Zhao Deju shook and muttered, "What now? What now? I can't take the blame for these losses." Boom. However, his musing to weasel out were put on hold at the sound of that explosion and the incoming gale whipping his face. Startled, Zhao Deju rushed forward, flying towards the fire in the sky. The Universal Righteous Sect still had 100 ethereal stage experts gasping for breath and staring at their enemy with fear and shock. But what was more pronounced were the feelings of hatred and terror. In front of them stood 3 elders in dirty and ripped clothes, the spiritual weapons in their hands shaking. And no way, he's still alive? Zhao Deju's heart sank and flew over, squeezing between the men and getting in front. But the scene he saw left him shell-shocked. Before them was the same dragon, although wretched and with broken scales, about to breathe its last. It still swiped its tail as it fought the crowd with utter determination. Just like Zhuo Fan, it was going to fight to the last breath. In front of it stood a man covered in blood, holding a demonic sword as blood dripped from his face. His eyes were welcoming death, his face was flat. The tens of ghastly wounds on his body kept spewing out blood. Some of the wounds even had dried blood on them. Despite all the pain and damage, he still stood. He stared at the men before him with a dead and firm look. Pa, an elder, shifted his leg and shot forth. The sword pierced forward, but then he jerked back even faster. Frowning, the elder looked at the others with fury. Is Zhuo Fan even human? We've ruined his body to this degree. His innards are crushed, but yet he still killed an elder. He had killed 400 ethereal stage experts and took down 5 soul harmony elders as well. He had paid for it, getting so many wounds on his body and soul. I just can't believe he's alive even after all that. Will he die only when his soul is ripped apart? This kid is too tough. Is he really in the radiant stage? Another elder panted, his whole body covered in blood as he stared at Zhuo Fan with bitterness. If we want to destroy his soul, I fear we'll all be annihilated. He might be on his last breath, but I know that his body is as tough as a zombie's. If we want to kill him, we'll have to pay the price. And to think this used to be an easy mission. Now look what came of it. The other 2 nodded. Yeah, what? As the trio discussed, a shout had them all startled. They saw Zhao Deju in shock as he wobbled over. Elders, what are you saying? We've lost so many, 5 soul harmony stage elders and 400 ethereal stage experts. The elders sighed and nodded. Shaking all over, Zhao Deju turned around and looked outraged at Zhuo Fan panting in the distance. Zhuo Fan, why aren't you dead yet? I personally asked for this mission from the sect. With so many dead, how am I to explain it? Zhao Deju's raving was unheard by Zhuo Fan. He just stood there with a cold gaze. 500 ethereal stage experts and 8 elders were sent, yet we can't even catch a radiant stage cultivator after a whole day of fighting. We even lost so many men and 5 elders. This outcome had finally sinked into Zhao Deju as he raved. Just what the hell are you? Why can't you just die? You just kept fighting the Universal Righteous Sect's 500 experts to not overtake you for one day. You ruined my life, you ruined my future. Zhuo Fan just stood there in silence. The others reminded Zhao Deju. Senior brother, we've been fighting for 3 days, not 1. What? Zhao Deju's butt hit the ground from the shock. I've been out for 3 days. He's been holding on for 3 days. The 3 elders flushed and lowered their heads in shame. So many men were fighting, yet they could not take 1 radiant stage cultivator down even after 3 days. Talk about a humiliation. The ever-silent Zhuo Fan finally let out a stiff voice. Ha ha ha, I see, it's been 3 days. That means you won't catch them. With those words, Zhuo Fan collapsed, and the dragon's soul closed its eyes and vanished. Only the sword entered Zhuo Fan and was gone. Startled, the men looked around, stumped. Why did he suddenly collapse when no one did anything, when he lasted 3 days of fighting? Zhao Deju was also startled. An elder came to Zhuo Fan and sighed. I see he's already dead. He's dead? Zhao Deju cried, but he was still. The elder shook his head. He was holding on that last breath to stop us from chasing the girls. With this last effort, he held us back for 3 days. In fact, his body must have died long ago, only his soul remaining. How strange, he is covered in deep wounds, each deadly, yet he could still stand. He must have died on his feet. Taking a deep breath, another elder stared at Zhuo Fan. When any other's body is destroyed, their soul would scatter. But he could drag out the last breath with his body up till now. Such willpower, even for a demonic cultivator, it's that of a hero. How freakish, he's an unheard-of monster. The third elder's eyes flashed, filled with bloodlust. Don't forget, he controlled his heavily wounded soul and this broken corpse to fight us for 3 days. No matter how heroic, how can one breath last him for so long? Who can control both the body and the soul? This thing would be too dangerous to be left alive. The 3 elders nodded and shouted. Kill? They all struck at once, holding nothing back even against his corpse. They were soul harmony experts, and their blows would sure wipe off every trace of his existence. However, a flash of golden slammed the trio away. When they stopped, they saw a youth in a golden cloak. Yi Lin. What are you doing here? Zhao Deju cried out. Ignoring him, Yi Lin only looked at Zhuo Fan, placing him on his shoulder. The elders shouted, "Put him down right now." You want to kill him? Yi Lin sneered as he looked at them with despise. You're not worthy. Chapter 781. Inferno. Shaking all over, the 3 elders' expressions turned heavy. They might have not gone to Double Dragon Gathering, but they heard of him from Zhao Deju's report. Yi Lin, Double Dragon Gathering's runner-up. He fought with Zhuo Fan on the same level, even being able to push Zhuo Fan back for a while. Such an expert had to be on the same level as Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan alone was bad enough, reducing them to this state, but adding Yi Lin into the mix and their hearts sank. However, they were not about to let Zhuo Fan, who was barely even alive, go. They had paid too much already, and if they did not achieve some manner of success, they would be too ashamed to return to the sect. So, one elder flicked his spiritual weapon and stepped forward as he urged. Ultimate Clarity Sect is a righteous sect like the Universal Righteous Sect. Yi Lin, we have heard of your great name, the future of our righteous path. Why then would you have come to save a demonic cultivator, whelp? If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a calamity upon the righteous sects, you included. I'm sure you don't want to be beneath another, to let Western Land's strongest man title fall in the hands of a vile demonic cultivator. Today, the Universal Righteous Sect stepped in to eliminate him, to purge demons and protect Western Land's righteous path. Just turn a blind eye and leave him here. You won't be reprimanded for it, being called cynical or jealous. You won't get your hands dirty and you'd get famous as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. Shut your trap. The elder appealed to his devotion and on his practical side, thinking Yi Lin would surely agree since he'd be the biggest winner in this. However, the elder was rudely cut off. He stared at Yi Lin's dark look as the young man raged. A loss is a loss. A win is a win. I will never lower myself to these filthy schemes and stain my name as a sacred beast inheritor. Sacred beast inheritor, the others looked at each other puzzled. What's that? Humph, nothing but a bunch of despicable dirtbags from the mortal domain. It's like talking to retards. Yi Lin mocked them, then looked at Zhuo Fan on his shoulder and sighed. This man might be the only one like me in the world. Yi Lin's hand shone golden, and a fist-sized ball appeared, releasing golden flames that burned hot. The others jerked back in fear. They did not know what that was, but it released a true power of destruction. They could feel it in their bones that it was terrifying. Not even the 3 elders could take it on. They gulped and sweated as they looked at it. Yi Lin, what is that? Zhao Deju shook backward, finally working up his courage. Yi Lin snickered. The dead don't need to know, and who the hell would be on the same side with you? In this world, only one man is worthy. The rest are worthless? Yi Lin flicked his shoulder and the golden ball shot into the crowd. Their instinct screamed at them to flee, not that they could. Boom, in a huge explosion that scattered the clouds, even the earth cracked. The golden ball exploded in everyone's faces, unleashing its scorching flames everywhere. In a blink, an inferno was born. The fire burned high and warped the air as it did, on the verge of breaking space itself. Zhao Deju and his 100 experts, the 3 elders included, had no time to even cry out, obliterated down to the last vestige. The inferno spread for 1,000 miles, burning everything and turning it into hell. Nothing living remained. Yilin looked coldly and then faded away from this place. Meanwhile, whoosh tilde in the dead of night, 3 girls fled, with the leading one showing signs of crying. Sister Qingcheng, it's been 3 days. They shouldn't chase us now. Let's rest. Danner saw Chu Qingcheng's weary look and proposed. Shui Ruohua nodded. Qingcheng, in your sadness you gave all you had and are hurt. It's best we rest for now. Maybe Zhuo Fan would even catch up. No, Zhuo Fan is using his life so we can escape. How can we fail him? Closing her eyes, Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth, her eyes tearing up again. We'll only stop when we get to Double Dragon Manor. Chu Qingcheng's voice was firm. The girls shook their heads and sighed. Boom! A huge explosion came from far away, followed by towering flames. Such an intense heat spread everywhere as it scorched everything. The girls were flying, yet could still feel the heat wave reaching them, pushing them into the ground. When they finally got up, they stood dumbstruck. The inferno reached the heavens like a gateway to hell. Nothing alive was spared. Even though they were thousands of miles away, they could still feel its scorching heat lick their faces. Gods, what happened there? Where did this fire come from? Danner gasped and then cried out. Isn't that where Brother Zhuo is? Danner, Shui Ruohua shouted and glared at her. Startled, Danner noticed Chu Qingcheng looked at the fire with a stunned look, her eyes shedding tears. Zhuo Fan? With a wail, Chu Qingcheng flew onward, but Shui Ruohua stopped her. Qingcheng, are you crazy? With such a raging fire, you'll die if you go. I don't care. Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng lost her calm, giving a mournful cry and struggling to go. Shui Ruohua steeled her heart and struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Looking at Danner, the two sighed at the crying Chu Qingcheng. They had never seen the always dignified girl be so frantic. She really cared for Zhuo Fan. Heart in pain, Danner pitied Chu Qingcheng, then she asked, Senior Sister Ruohua, what do we do now? What else can we do? Get Qingcheng to Double Dragon Manor, only there will we be safe. And Brother Zhuo? Danner asked. Looking back at the blaze, Shui Ruohua sighed. This inferno is not something we can handle. I hope he's all right. But Shui Ruohua shook her head and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Danner lowered her head, her eyes moist. She knew that under such devastating destruction, Zhuo Fan had no chance at all. The two took Chu Qingcheng with a heavy heart and resumed their journey to Double Dragon Manor in Windgaze City, Luo Clan. Zhuo Fan? Xuenger was sleeping when she suddenly jolted awake and shouting. Her eyes were shining like the clear starry sky, her face a mask of fear. Creak tilde the door opened and Luo Yunhai with Luo Yuncheng entered. Luo Yuncheng sat next to her and asked, Xuenger, what happened? Why did you shout with all your strength? You have everyone scared. What exactly is going on? Sister Yuncheng, Zhuo Fan is dead. Xuenger's lips quivered as tears fell. Luo Yunhai shook in disbelief. Xuenger, what are you saying? He is married to Edifice Lord Chu and a sect leader. He should be happy right now, not. Luo Yuncheng's eyes teared up, her heart frantic. I don't know. Xuenger shook her head. I just really saw how Zhuo Fan fell in a pool of blood, then the golden flames. Clan head, Sister Xuenger is the holy maiden of the empire, peering into the workings of the world. Steward Zhuo might be outside such machinations, but this premonition might not be unfounded. Leng Wucheng analyzed. It seems it has gone as I feared, and so quick at that. Luo Yunhai flicked his hand and shouted, Guard, send a spy to the demon scheming sect to feel them out. Report back at once? Yes, sir. A shout came from beyond the door. Chapter 782, Ren Zio Oyan. Knock tilde in a dusky room with few lights arranged, the face of High Venerable was reflected as he sat cross-legged. A heavy voice came from outside, breaking his peace. Who is it? Master, it's I. I came to pay my respects. A familiar voice spoke with respect. Elder Yuan spoke. Why you haven't done it for centuries, so what made you pick the habit again? Ha ha ha, it's not so strange, Master. Zai Waiyu spoke. I have been a sect leader all this time, keeping with the sect's norms and could not pay my master any respects. Now that I have stepped down and I'm free, I of course have to make up for all those years. Elder Yuan felt doubt inside, but softened in the end. Wanting to go back to those close times with his disciple, he lifted the seal on the door. Enter. The heavy stone door was pushed open and Zai Yu stepped in with a smile. He kneeled and kowtowed 3 times. Master, I came to pay my respects. Like a good child, Zai Yu put on a genial face. Nodding, Elder Yuan's eyes held a hint of sneer. Yu, you only came here for your own reason, not to pay me respects. Master, I would never. Humph, a master knows his student. You were never so honest. Elder Yuan sighed and waved. Say your piece. Zai Yu looked Elder Yuan in the eye as he chuckled. The older, the wiser, as they say. I can't hide anything from Master. Ha ha ha, Master. I have reflected deeply on your guidance a month ago and ask that Master gives me another chance. You still want to be a sect leader? Elder Yuan eyed him. Zai Yu nodded with a smile. Yes, a nation can't be without a king, and the same applies to a sect. Zhuo Fan has gone to Double Dragon Manor just as he became sect leader, leaving the seat empty. If it was just a couple of days or so, it wouldn't matter, but he will be gone for decades. Not handling the matters a sect leader does will lead to the sect becoming a mess. Don't worry, there's also me. Moreover, there are venerables helping. Master, you're the High Venerable. Leading the sect's matters in the name of the sect leader will lead to bad rumors. If it drags out, some might say that High Venerable wants to break the sect's ancient rules, to take matters into your own hand and the seat. Who would spread such gossip? Elder Yuan looked squarely at Zai Yu. Zai Yu's head jerked back, lowering it as he bowed. I could never try to surmise what my master thinks, but others will surely prattle and ruin Master's name, especially those venerables who only scheme and fight each other. They may be agreeing with everything you say now, but when their power grow, they would take matters into their own hands. As a venerable, since you can handle the sect's affairs, why can't they? That's why there are ancient rules. Deposing and even fraternization is possible, but only a sect leader can lead, or it will affect people's hearts and invite disaster. Humph, who would scheme to exceed sect leader's authority? Elder Yuan stood up and flicked his sleeve as he shouted. I am an open man and only handle the matters of the sect in Zhuo Fan's stead for the next years. When he returns, he will be taking up his duty as sect leader. Face twitching, Zai Yu's expression darkened. Master, you're too heartless. You'd rather wait on him than let me lead for these decades, rather than give me a chance. I promise that in these years, I will see to the public opinion. Once he's back, no one will follow him. Let all know that there's only one sect leader, Zai Yu. Yu, I see now you not once reflected on what I told you. With a saddened look, Elder Yuan shook his head. Public opinion is merely a method, while what matters is wisdom. That is what makes people follow you. Without it, you might catch their hearts in short term, but they would soon scatter later. When you understand the meaning of Tao, when you find your path, we'll then speak of the sect leader position. Taking a deep breath, Zai Yu's eyes went cold, clutching his fists. Tao. Humph, Master, you're only being vague. Who can understand such unreal things? You're only using it as an excuse to stop me from being a sect leader. Slowly turning away, Elder Yuan no longer looked at him. He sighed in disappointment. Master, you're casting me out. I am trying so hard here, but you. Zai Yu tensed and his clenched fists crackled. Then a hint of bloodthirst appeared in his eyes. He made a claw with his hand and struck Elder Yuan's waist. High profound ranked martial art, Flood Dragon Claw. Whoosh tilde Zai Yu's dark claw arrived right before Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan was outraged. He never thought his disciple would have the nerve to strike his master down. Elder Yuan unleashed his power as well. His heavy power pressed on Zai Yu, stopping the claw in its track. Elder Yuan flicked his hand and grabbed his arm to throw him out. Bam! Zai Yu was slammed into the wall like a rag doll before slumping to the ground. He coughed a lot of blood. Zai Yu, you're insane. I'm your master, yet you dare raise your hand. Clenching his fists, Elder Yuan's eyes were bloodshot from anger. Zai Yu gave a crazed, mocking smile. Master? You threw me off the sect leader seat and you dare call yourself master? Elder Yuan's face shook, his heart overcome with grief. Hum tilde a green glow enveloped the dusky room. Zai Yu mocked. Impermanence 5, you finally came out. You make for poor bodyguards. What if I had hurt High Venerable? No one in the sect can surpass High Venerable in power. You can't hurt him. Our duty is only to prevent an ambush and disturb High Venerable's cultivation. Elder Shi's voice came from green glow. As your master and disciple, we should not interfere, but sect leader Zai, you need to understand, High Venerable had never mistreated you. He had handled the matter of the sect leader position perfectly. Or did you really think you'd be alive if Zhuo Fan started a fight? Zai Waiyu wiped the blood from his mouth and nodded. You're right, and I know that. That's why I gave him one last chance to change his mind, help me take my seat back while Zhuo Fan was not here. However, he cast me out. It's not my fault here. Moreover, since I did not kill him with my strike, you can take it as repaying his favor for saving me. You've simply lost it. Zai Waiyu, you really think you could have harmed me? Elder Yuan shouted, Impermanence 5, arrest Zai Waiyu? Yes, sir. The elders nodded and made a sign. The green glow flashed and sent green lights for Zai Waiyu and around him. With an evil glint in his eyes, Zai Waiyu mocked, not minding it at all. Ha ha ha, lost it. You and Xinggang don't think you're the strongest in demon scheming sect, that you're untouchable. I could have really killed you back then, but I didn't break the ties between us. We don't owe each other anything now. Watch. Zai Waiyu shook his arm and the storage ring on his hand flashed. A mighty power exploded from within and slammed into the vicissitude domain. Boom. The green glow shook, and the Impermanence 5 had no cough blood. Who did this? Elder Shi roared. A cackle entered their ears. Demon scheming sect's Impermanence 5 sure are something. You still breathe, and only your domain is broken despite suffering the might of a soul harmony stage. Whoosh tilde, a gray figure of a middle-aged man, appeared tall and imposing before Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan gasped in shock. Heaven Trailing Sect's sect leader, Ren Zai Audioverse. Ha ha ha, it is indeed I. Ren Zai Audioverse turned to Zai Waiyu's ring. It was a smart move to use the ring for an ambush. How did you came up with it, sect leader Zai? Zai Waiyu bowed slightly. I only learned it from a certain shameless traitor. I didn't think it would work to bring you so easily before High Venerable. High Venerable, now do you believe me? Zai Waiyu turned to Elder Yuan with a smile. If it wasn't me who struck you before, but sect leader Ren from the ring, you would have died instead of preaching to me. Elder Yuan's beard shook as he gnashed his teeth. That's why I said I went easy on you for being your disciple, ha ha ha. Zai Waiyu snickered. Chapter 783, Shocking Changes in the Sect. Why? High Venerable squinted at Ren Zai Audioverse. As the sect leader of Heaven Trailing Sect, the head of the Empire's 3 guardian sects, how could you side with this stubborn disciple and enter my sect to do this despicable thing? Ren Zai Audioverse waved his hand in disdain. Oh no, 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 High Venerable, you misunderstand. That stubborn disciple is a great sect leader. I only accepted sect leader's invitation to help him settle the chaos. What chaos? Elder Yuan soon realized as he watched the two's devious grins. I see. I was wondering how the Heaven Trailing Sect would dare meddle with the demon scheming sect unafraid of Double Dragon Manor. Heaven Trailing Sect, you two already have your excuse ready. Using settling the chaos to eliminate the opposition and put him on his seat. Grinning, Ren Zai Audioverse nodded. High Venerable sure is wise, figuring out so fast, but you shouldn't say it. After all, we're righteous cultivators, and labeling us like this would hurt our name. Humph, yeah, Heaven Trailing Sect is mighty righteous. Elder Yuan squinted and gnashed his teeth, turning to Zai Waiyu. You consorted with another sect to shame your ancestors and master. Do you really think you have any right to be a sect leader? Consorting. Didn't Zhuo Fan do the same by bringing outsiders to steal my power? Why did you still take his side and spit on me? Zhuo Fan brought his own men and did not take the sect. But you had Heaven Trailing Sect come here. Just what did you have to pay for this? Elder Yuan roared. Zai Waiyu clenched his fists but did not speak. Ren Zai Audioverse smiled. I'll answer that. To help sect leader Zai regain his seat, my Heaven Trailing Sect would offer its support for the low price of 5,000 sacred stones. The mystical Heaven Sect didn't want anything, happy with just getting revenge by killing all that ruined his sect. What? Elder Yuan shook, looking at Zai Yu in disbelief. "You actually gave half of the rewards of Double Dragon gathering to an outsider and even brought our enemy to kill us." As they talked, there were shouts and battle cries coming from outside. Elder Yuan was furious. He knew the sect had a traitor working with the outsiders to lead to the ruin of the sect. It might never recover from this. Zai Yu fell silent, but then he spoke coldly. "If the sect isn't mine, what use do I have for it? Why would I let anyone who won't obey me live? Why, you little..." Pointing a shaking finger at Zai Yu, Elder Yuan went red from anger as he barked. "You're just like Tianyu's emperor? Zai Yu, you were never worthy to be a sect leader. You're a traitor to the demon scheming sect, and I will remove you in the name of our ancestors." Elder Yuan charged at Zai Yu, the power he released pushing Zai Yu back. He never thought that, as a peak ethereal stage expert, he would be unable to resist High Venerable's pressure. But then Ainz Audioverse laughed and blocked his palm. "Ha ha ha, High Venerable, aren't you looking down on me by killing someone with me here? You do know we're here to help sect leader Zai settle the chaos. If the sect leader died, how could our excuse stand? You'd go and get Double Dragon Manor to fight us. Ha ha ha, that just won't do." "Ainz Audioverse, screw off, or today is your funeral," Elder Yuan roared. Ainz Audioverse smiled. "Yuan Zingang, you must be so full of yourself. As far as I know, you're nothing but a peak ethereal stage expert, while I'm in the second layer of soul harmony stage. You won't kill me even if you want to." The two's attacks clashed. Bam! A fierce sound echoed and Elder Yuan was pushed back 5 steps while Ainz Audioverse 10 steps. How is this possible? Ainz Audioverse looked at him in disbelief while crying out, "You're in the soul harmony stage." "What?" Zai Yu was shocked and perplexed. "No way, that's impossible. Master told me his constitution is lacking and won't go beyond the ethereal stage in his life. How can he be in the soul harmony stage?" With a smile of disdain, earthen dragon scales appeared on Elder Yuan's hands. "It was my blessing to meet Zhuo Fan, giving me a 10th grade pill, heaven-reaching pill to change my constitution and break through. My soul is also that of an earth dragon. Once uniting it with my body, I'll be as strong as the earth. I might be in the first layer, but to deal with a 3rd layer isn't a problem. That goes double for the 2nd layer." "Curses! How could this happen? I underestimated you, demon scheming sect's High Venerable." Ainz Audioverse turned serious and unleashed all his power, no longer looking down on him. Zai Yu could hardly believe it as he asked, "Is that why you sided with Zhuo Fan, because he helped you?" "Humph, fool, I've always been impartial. You know that very well." Elder Yuan mocked him. "You only asked to come up with an excuse for Zhuo Fan taking the seat as a result of siding with him, making you feel that being the sect leader is justly. But I already told you, Zai Yu, you'll never amount to what Zhuo Fan is. He replaced you and brought back Dao. For trying to take back the sect leader position in betrayal, you had incurred heaven's wrath." Zai Yu's eyes were bloodshot from anger as he bellowed, "Enough! Why do you keep trusting an outsider but not your own disciple? You must die for this. Humph, we'll just see who goes first." Elder Yuan shouted and shot for Zai Yu, but Ainz Audioverse blocked him. Bang! A powerful shockwave spread, making even the 9th grade array shake from how much power was unleashed. Elder Yuan and Ainz Audioverse were tangled up for now, unable to make a winner clear so soon. Zai Yu looked from the side, feeling like not even sect leader Ren could keep him safe and wanted to slip away. But Elder Yuan shouted, "Impermanence 5, grab that degenerate disciple." "Yes, sir." Impermanence 5 shouted and released their vicissitude domain, trapping Zai Yu as countless green lights wrapped around him. "Curses!" Zai Yu hurriedly made a sign, calling for a flood dragon, his soul. It was not up to Earth Dragon Soul's standard, but it was still a top beast soul. The Impermanence 5 would have a hard time for a while. In this room, Elder Yuan and Impermanence 5 were fighting with Heaven Trailing Sect's sect leader and a traitor. Outside it, fires and chaos reigned as bodies piled up. Heaven Trailing Sect was a middle 3 sect, with tons of experts, adding to that mystical Heaven sect hell-bent on revenge and Venerable she working behind the scenes. Venerable Bai's faction was caught unprepared. Under the sudden onslaught, they had no power to fight back, only dying one after the other with a wail or a pleading for mercy. The best in the sect, High Venerable, was now caught up in a fight with Ainz Audioverse. The second Venerable, Venerable She, was a traitor, joining their killing. Who could save them now? At the brink of despair, they could only breathe their lives in this hell. Curses, why is there an enemy attack? Why hasn't the sect array given a sign Og? What's going on? Why are there so many enemies? Save me, help, what ugh? Wails reigned as sect leader Xuan led the charge in a crazed assault. Kill them with joy, kill them good. Let them pay for ruining mystical heaven sect, for killing my son. I won't let any of them escape. Kill them to the last man, ha ha ha. Venerable, she was silent at the side, just fiddling with his beard. The elders and venerables behind him sighed. They were from the inner sect and against the labor office, but they were from the same sect. Seeing their own people slaughtered filled them with pain. Sect leader Xuan is enjoying his revenge, so why are you here to watch this hellish brutality? A cold voice reached Venerable She's ear. Moreover, the dead are all part of your sect. Even if you have differences, they're on the same side. Shouldn't you at least not want to see the disciple fall like this? Venerable She shook and looked back and shouted, Why you? Chapter 784, Heaven Trailing Sword. Heaven Trailing Sword of the One Sword 5 Dragons. Appearing before Venerable, she was a cold man in his 30s. He had sharp brows and shining eyes, with but a hint of white on his temples. He gulped. He might look young, but Venerable she knew that he was as strong as High Venerable, known as Heaven Trailing Sword, and even above the 5 dragons High Venerable was part of. He never thought that since this operation was a cinch with the two sides joining up, Heaven Trailing Sect would send such a powerhouse here as well to make sure everything run like clockwork. Venerable she hurriedly bowed. Forgive me for not being there to welcome you, Senior. I did not expect Sect Leader Ren to show so much care in our cooperation to even have Senior here. Sect Leader didn't ask me to come. I came by myself. Heaven Trailing Sword cut him off. Rare are those in the Western Lands 9 sect that can catch my eye. While your High Venerable is of a past generation, I still respect him. Ugh, Venerable, she tensed and his face froze. What's that supposed to mean? Did he come to help the old coot? As long as he lives, the betrayal will be ruined. Sweating like a pig, Venerable, she was filled with worry. The man mocked him. No need to fret. Since it's sect leader who leads the attack, the Heaven Trailing Sect will join him as well. I of course won't disobey him. I only came to see him before he dies. He then showed a sad look and asked, By the way, I heard that sect leader came to fight him. Where is he? In the main hall's side room. Go a mile forward and then you'll find it on your side. Venerable, she eased a breath and guided him. The man nodded and flew away, but not before saying his last piece. Oh, right, you still haven't answered my question. What are your thoughts on seeing your fellow people getting butchered? Well, Venerable, she was lost for words. The man laughed and mocked. There used to be men in the demon scheming sect, but from now on there won't be any more. The man was gone. Venerable she, who was that man? He's too cocky. One elder huffed, wanting to deal with him. He was clearly mocking us. He may be from Heaven Trailing Sect, but he's too arrogant. We're working together now, but not even sect leader Ren disregarded us. Everyone stands to gain from this. Shut your mouth. Venerable, she glared at him and sighed. Even in the Heaven Trailing Sect, that man is an absolute existence only beneath sect leader. He's just like our High Venerable, if not more amazing. The man couldn't believe it. You mean? Yes, he's Heaven Trailing Sect's High Venerable, Heaven Trailing Sword Zaya O Yunshin. Venerable, she sighed. Thinking back to when Heaven Trailing Sect was still a lower 3 sect, he alone rose the sect to be a middle 3 sect in the Double Dragon Gathering, solidifying the sect's position. That year, only he entered the Double Dragon Manor. He was a monster like Zhuo Fan is today. The elder gasped. I didn't think Heaven Trailing Sect would send even him. It's too much. Our forces are more than enough. Why? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear he came by himself? Venerable, she sighed. Heroes respect heroes. He and High Venerable had been friends back then, and now he came to send him off. The elder nodded and frowned. As long as he won't help him. Relax, Heaven Trailing Sword is most loyal to his sect. Since Heaven Trailing sect works with us, High Venerable is their enemy. The fact he came only assures of our success. Grinning evilly, Venerable, she said, High Venerable is dead for sure. The others nodded, with only sect leader Xuan ignoring them completely, focused as he was on dishing out pain and death. His eyes were crazed. Kill, ha ha ha. Ever since his son died, the old coot lost his marbles, ignoring even Heaven Trailing Sword. Venerable, she pointed, and the others sneered at the mad geezer. Meanwhile, in the room, powerful waves spread out constantly that shook the room. With one more explosion, the barrier was about to give. Elder Yuan and Ainz Audioverse fought bitterly, with every punch and kick enough to rend space and destroy everything. Such power made the Impermanence 5 vicissitude domain shake as well and hard to maintain. Zai Yu was panicking at the side because he could see that sect leader Ren was slipping. If he did not leave now, he would die at Elder Yuan's hand. Elder Yuan actually entered the Soul Harmony stage and became such a powerhouse. Now that he fused with the Earth Dragon's soul, he was tough as nails. Not even Ainz Audioverse in the second layer of Soul Harmony stage could cope. Zai Yu's heart sank. The violent flood dragon's soul clawed at the vicissitude domain to get out, but it was just too strong even for the sect leader. At this time, the worst happened. Bang! Elder Yuan flicked a dragon claw and slammed Ainz Audioverse's fist away, then used this chance to land 3 heavy palms on his chest. PFF. With a groan, Ainz Audioverse spat blood and flew backward. Sect leader Ren? Zai Yu cried out in fear. I'm done for. Sect leader Ren lost. Now High Venerable will come for me. As Zai Yu lost his grip, Impermanence 5 used this chance to send green rays at him to seal him up. Even the flood dragon had to howl at being stuck. Zai Yu jerked and his heart sank in despair. He would soon die. Whoosh! Elder Yuan's palm struck with all his might for Ainz Audioverse's head to finish him for good. Ainz Audioverse was startled and was about to dodge, but he was slow from the previous wound. He was feeling regret for coming here in person instead of sending a bunch of oldies after this old coot. Maybe he wanted to see the hidden dragon among the 5 dragons, demon scheming sects High Venerable. He was after all the only person respected by Heaven Trailing sects Heaven Trailing Sword. Now look what happened. This old coot was so tough that he entered Soul Harmony stage and now was about to kill him. He brought this on himself. He finally knew what it meant by curiosity killed the cat, not that it helped him now. Seeing the palm coming closer and the death it promised, Ainz Audioverse's heart sank, finding hard to swallow this outcome. Whoosh! However, they saw as a flashing sword wave came and Elder Yuan's palm did not get to touch a single hair on Ainz Audioverse, forced to take it back and jump 10 feet away. He then noticed his dragon scale arms were dripping blood, the armor ruined. That was just one hit. Everyone was in shock at the turn of events. Then came a cold face that stood next to Ainz Audioverse. Those dead eyes were devoid of joy or sadness, staring at Elder Yuan. Chapter 785, Demon Without His Path. Yuan Zingang, it's been a while. So you came as well, Zai Yunshin. Elder Yuan and Zai Yunshin stared at each other, like old friends that hadn't seen each other in ages, but it also felt like a meeting of strangers from how cold the reception was. Ainz Audioverse was overjoyed. High Venerable, you came just in time. This old man is in the Soul Harmony stage and harder to fight than we thought. Soul Harmony stage, is it? Zai Yunshin rose an eyebrow. Yuan Zingang, you surprise me again. With your aptitude, I thought that ethereal stage would be the end for you. It's truly amazing you reached Soul Harmony stage. You're a miracle worker. Elder Yuan shook his head. There's nothing miraculous about it, just perseverance. All I had was endless focus to reach my goals. Yeah, but even so, you've opened my eyes. Zai Yunshin nodded. Elder Yuan shook his head and sighed. I fear this would be the last time. Have you come to kill me? No, I only heard of the sect plan and knew you would pass away and came to see you one last time. Zai Yunshin looked at the pale Ainz Audioverse then said, but by the looks of it, I'll have to intervene. You and Zingang, we both know each other well. The vow we made in a fit of fury is still fresh in my mind. You should know my determination." Elder Yuan nodded. "All that matters is the sect. Since High Venerable decided to take my life, as its High Venerable you must carry it out. I understand and always have." "Then words are unnecessary. Our 102nd fight will also be the last." Zhao Yunshin made a flourishing gesture as he said, "Let us put a final end to our friendship." Elder Yuan squinted and nodded. "I shall show you what I gained these years." "Ha ha ha, right back at you. You won't touch a single hair on me." "We'll see." Elder Yuan unleashed his power, making earthly scales cover his entire body. He went all out from the start. Even Ren Zhao found it hard to breathe. He was shocked by the power he had despite being a fresh soul harmony cultivator. "This coot is strong." Zhao Yunshin's eyes shook. "I knew you won't let me down. Then I should get to it as well and give you a proper parting." Zhao Yunshin showed his power as well, releasing bidding winds. He drew out 2 fingers, and the sharpness his body had was enough to cut the world. Heaven-trailing sword, the invincible, none could stand up to that sword. This was his power, as the best of the one sword 5 dragons. Elder Yuan's eyes shook and sighed. Heaven-trailing sword indeed. He knew what would come next, but his determination was firm. He shouted and charged. With a draconic roar, immense power exploded and ruining the room. Zhao Yunshin charged as well, meeting him halfway. Ugh. The two crossed each other, then stopped. There was no boom and no sign anything happened, yet the outcome was already obvious, but the speed was too fast for any to see. Elder Yuan fell to one knee as blood seeped from his mouth, but his face was still the same, having known how it would end. Behind him, Zhao Yunshin stood there on his 2 feet, with a little blood on his fingers from Elder Yuan, lost in the end. Elder Yuan's eyes grew hazy. "You still won just like every other fight we had." Zhao Yunshin remained silent, his face calm. Ren Zhao was overjoyed High Venerable was so powerful to defeat such a thorn so easily. He really was the heaven-trailing sword. Zai Waiyu was cackling. "Ha ha ha, you're finally done for, old man? Humph, with heaven-trailing sect helping me, none can touch me." Elder Yuan frowned, and his weak body stood straight, his fist clenched. "Zai Waiyu, even if I die today, I will take you down with me." Gnashing his teeth, Elder Yuan exploded with power as he shot for Zai Waiyu with a palm. Zai Waiyu panicked. He was trapped by the Impermanence 5 and could not even defend himself. Ren Zhao shouted, "High Venerable, don't let him kill sect leader Zai, or High Venerable will suffer." Elder Yuan was about to strike Zai Waiyu, but then he spat blood as he slumped to the ground. Behind him, Zhao Yunshin's 2 fingers released a sharp glow with a cold face. "High Venerable?" Impermanence 5 cried out. Just then, a boom came, and the vicissitude domain crumbled with the 5 elders blown away. Ren Zhao laughed and flicked his fist covered in Yuan Kai as he sneered at them. He turned a smile to Zai Waiyu. "Sect Leader Zai, you're all right?" "Thank you, Sect Leader Ren, I am." Cupping his hands, Zai Waiyu sighed, then mocked Elder Yuan. "High Venerable, sorry to disappoint, but you never got to kill me. From now on, demon scheming sect is mine. No matter who it is that tries to fight me, he will die, even you." Zai Waiyu raised his hand, and a black claw formed and was sent towards the defenseless Impermanence 5. PFF, coughing blood, Impermanence 5 lost their lives, leaving only Elder Shi's last words. "High Venerable, us brothers will go on ahead." Plop tilde, their bodies fell to the ground with a resounding sound. High Venerable heard it, yet his face remained flat. He forced himself to sit, showing a happy smile. "Zhao Yunshin, after not having seen for so long, allow me to tell you something. I have another disciple, a true genius. The day will come that he would surpass all other geniuses. I am a waste, but I have a true genius disciple. Smart, filial, reasonable, and dignified." Elder Yuan's eyes grew moist, feeling he would not see his disciple again. But he did not get to finish as he turned to Zai Waiyu and gnashed his teeth in anger. "Zai Waiyu, you're only a demon without his path. Demon-scheming sect will one day be condemned under you. Shut it, geezer. Demon-scheming sect is now a middle 3 sect under my rule." Zhuo Fan has nothing to do with it. He's nothing but a pawn of mine. Only I can take demon scheming sect to the top. Why won't you believe me? Zai Weiyu was angry, shaking Elder Yuan's shoulders and shouting at him. But Elder Yuan could no longer hear as blood fell from his mouth, his eyes still smiling. Elder Yuan had passed away. Looking at Elder Yuan's body, Xiao Yunshan turned to Xiao Yunshan's crazed look and sighed. Yuan Xinggang, how sad you left nothing behind, ugh. He suddenly clutched his belly and spat blood. High Venerable, what's wrong? Ren Xiao Oyan cried. Xiao Yunshan waved him off and looked at Elder Yuan with laughter. Yuan Xinggang, it's almost been 1,000 years and 101 fights, but this time I had lost to you. I take it back. You're not useless, but a true genius in the Western lands, a genius worthy of entering Double Dragon Manor. Overcome with sadness, Xiao Yunshan sighed and left. Ren Xiao Oyan saw Zai Weiyu was still lost in his insanity, and figured the matter was done, ignoring him and going after High Venerable. Meanwhile, the slaughter outside went on and on, endlessly. Chapter 786, Master and Disciple. In the middle of the night, a blaze reached the heavens. Coming out of the main hall, Xiao Yunshan observed the hellish scenery around, accompanied by an endless strings of wails and cries of agony. His heart sighed with disappointment. Ren Xiao Oyan came from behind to stand next to him. He bowed. High Venerable, is it possible that you and Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable were friends? Why would you care so much that he died? If you really were friends, why kill him? Ren Xiao Oyan finished his thought, then frowned. We're not friends, but the opposite, bitter rivals. Rivals? Yes, rivals that have been fighting for 1,000 years. Xiao Yunshan sighed, looking at the sky as he recalled those times. When Heaven Trailing Sect and Demon Scheming Sect sent their disciples to compete, I was the best then and had defeated everyone. Even elites would quiver at the mere whisper of my name. In the arena, most of them would lose before they even struck. While I was filled with vigor and power, the Demon Scheming Sect's team was like a bunch of rats. But then he came. Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable, but he was no venerable then, not even a normal disciple, just a laborer. Xiao Yunshan smiled. One laborer actually dared to challenge me. Like anyone else in my position, I looked down on him and mocked him, only to find out at the end how much trouble he was. Not even 20 years passed, and he came challenging me again. I asked him what a laborer was trying to do, while he answered that he would definitely revitalize his sect and keep surpassing his limits. I laughed in his face, saying that I was far beyond his limit and he will never reach me. But he was stubborn regardless, fighting me again and again. I first found him amusing, so I humored him since he was easy to beat. But then I felt threatened. This kid, this laborer of poor constitution, was gaining on me one step at a time. I did not accept it and lashed out, telling him he was useless, that he couldn't touch a hair on me. In the end, he still came to fight me. I sometimes wanted to kill him. He sensed it as well and urged me, in fact, as if by killing him I showed that I was scared of him. Ha ha ha, how was he worth it? But what came next proved I was indeed afraid he would overtake me. A laborer actually forced me to get serious about training, a genius like me to reaffirm my position. Sounds like a really bad joke, but that's how it was. This is how we became bitter rivals over time. Xiao Yunshan gave a sad smile. Our fights soon evolved to being a comparison of our sects. Who will be the first to take their sect higher? He's been High Venerable of the Demon Scheming Sect for years and years, but our fights never stopped. I've gotten used to them over the years. Now that he's suddenly gone, I do feel a sense of loss and loneliness. Now there's no one to match my strength. Oh, I see. I didn't think Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable would have such a story. Truly inspiring. Ren Xiao Oyan nodded. Xiao Yunshan sighed. He was amazing, but failed in the end. For wealth and fame, he tore up his sect. Zai Weiyu, with all his skills, is nothing more than a common man that won't amount to anything. Yes, only with him as sect leader can we rest easy, ha ha ha. Ren Xiao Oyan laughed. Xiao Yunshan nodded. As their adversary, the weaker they are, the better. After this, Venerable, she will have Zai Weiyu's weakness and will hardly be neutral. Middle 3 sect. Ha ha ha, it's way too soon for them. A shame for all the effort you and Xinggang put in. Is High Venerable regretful? No, Xiao Yunshan shook his head. I did not want him to die, but for the sect's good, I had to step in and do what needed to be done. He would have done the same. This was a kind of promise between us. He understood this the best. Ren Xiaoyan sighed. These two High Venerables were men among men, looking at the bigger picture and in impressive manner, becoming rivals. It would have been a touching story in times of peace, but when the sect's interests were involved, one of them would end up as a sacrifice. Demon Scheming Sect's High Venerable did not die, in fact, from Xiao Yunshan, but by Zai Weiyu, his own disciple. The old man said something about having another disciple. He spoke with pride about him. Who is he? I'm interested to meet him. Xiao Yunshan asked. Ren Xiaoyan shook his head, bowing. High Venerable, the disciple he's talking about must be Zhuo Fan, who took Double Dragon Gathering by storm. Only you might not see him again. Why? I heard Zai Weiyu saying that the Universal Righteous Sect went after him. Fine, you don't have to say it. Xiao Yunshan sighed. Since men from the superior three sects came forward, he has no chance. What a shame. I really wanted to see his prized disciple. Xiao Yunshan vanished from his spot, leaving Ren Xiaoyan standing there. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, Gui Hu, Kai Changlong Yuer, Kui Lang, and other disciples all fell limp on the ground and glaring at the person in front. Lu Zai, you poisoned us? Yep, how else would your Yu and Kai get sealed? Ha ha ha. Snickering, Lu Zai mocked them as two inner ethereal stage elders came along. Clenching his fists, Kai Changlong shouted, Lu Zai, why would you do this? You dare attack us. High Venerable will soon find out, and there's no escape for you. Bai Lion threatened. The three laughed. High Venerable. They can hardly defend themselves, and you expect them to save you. Don't you see the chaos and smoke coming from the mountain? Humph, the labor office is finished. What are you talking about? Gui Hu shouted. Lu Zai sneered. You'll soon be dead anyway, so I might as well explain. In fact, my master and I have planned in detail just for today. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Weren't you showing off with Zhuo Fan? At the Double Dragon Gathering, you've been looking good, but that meant you earned many enemies as well. I followed Master's instructions and made contact with all the ones that hated Zhuo Fan, all for today. I bet the Universal Righteous Sect must have already gone for Zhuo Fan. Heaven Trailing Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect worked with us to destroy the Labor Office, Zhuo Fan's factions, to avoid any mishap. Such a shame the beast-taming sect team at the Double Dragon Gathering was destroyed, or I bet I'd get them on board too. Well, not that it mattered, ha ha ha. You went to get other sects involved, Kai Changlong roared. Double Dragon Manor will interfere. Lu Zai waved his hand in derision. You think we didn't know about it? Since you guys came up with an excuse to attack Mystical Heaven Sect, why couldn't we as well? Humph. Zhuo Fan has only been a sect leader for just one day. Who'd recognize that? With Heaven Trailing Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect helping us stem the chaos in Demon Scheming Sect, Zai Weiyu would be back as sect leader, and that made you with Zhuo Fan as traitors. How's that for logic? We're in the right here, ha ha ha. They all gnashed their teeth in hatred. They knew as well that Double Dragon Manor would not interfere in a sect's inner conflict. Also, Master had set this plan for a long time, suffering in silence. He figured that Zhuo Fan and Zai Weiyu would at some point butt heads, just as expected. Well, isn't my master much more cunning than Zhuo Fan? Lu Zai raised a taunting eyebrow and raised his fist with Yuan Kai. Kai Changlong, I told you, the best disciple in the sect will be me in the end. With you finished, all problems are solved. Bang tilde he didn't get to finish as 3 rays of red erupted. Lu Zai shook and looked down at the huge hole in his chest. Looking around, he saw the elders looking the same. Only then he noticed a familiar figure. Weiyu, Grand Elder, why? Lu Zai, you talk too much, or I'd have struck faster. Ha ha, still green in the end. Grand Elder smirked and made a sign. A falcon 100 meters big came out and struck the 2 bodies on the ground, ripping their souls apart. Next, the falcon grabbed the weakened Lu Zai and he cried. Wait, aren't you part of the inner sect? Why? Yes, but... Grand Elder's eyes flashed and roared. I'm Gui, who's master first and foremost. Chapter 787, Hounded. Shrieked Tilda with a sharp cry. The falcon swooped in on Lu Zai. He got so scared he wanted to run right away, but that was impossible with his wounded body. To fight back was an even worse decision with his meager power. So he resorted to begging. Wait, Grand Elder, I know Gui, who is your disciple, and never planned on harming him. You take me for a 3-year-old, Grand Elder mocked. Gui, who has a good body, and for you to become the best in the sect, you'll have to go through him. I know perfectly well how venerable she and the inner sect operates. And besides, you might not harm Gui, who because of me, but what of Zai Yu? Humph, I know his nasty temper the most. He will leave nothing to chance, spare no one. With Gui, who being part of labor office, he won't be left alive. It's safer if I just take him away. Grand Elder's eyes flashed. He made a sign, and the falcon's talons took on a sharp glint. It passed through Lu Zai's body and came out holding a green spider in its claws. Grand Elder, don't. Please let me go. Lu Zai cried out in panic. He finished his pleading with a mournful cry, the spider torn apart in the falcon's claws. Lu Zai's eyes became empty and he plopped on the ground. Grand Elder sneered. Didn't I tell you, don't take me for a 3-year-old? Was I supposed to let you live so you can come back for revenge? Humph. Grand Elder hastened over to Gui Hu and showed a vial. He took out recovery pills and shared them with the disciples. This is the antidote, take it and you'll be fine. Grand Elder spoke calmly. None hesitated and ate it. In 15 minutes they all could move again. Kai Changlong asked, Grand Elder, what's going on? Lu Zai said High Venerable wanted us here for special training, but then poisoned us as we heard people dying behind us. Did they really ask outsiders to bring enemies here? What about High Venerable? All he said was true. Grand Elder sighed. Venerable, she planned ahead, and even brought heaven-trailing sects expert. I fear not even High Venerable can hold on. Kai Changlong frowned and clenched his fists in hatred. I never thought that Venerable she would sell the sect for power. And that Zai Yu, he was the previous sect leader. He's so vile to join as well. This is called lust for power. If Zai Yu hadn't joined Venerable, she would have never do this. Grand Elder sighed. Bai Lion muttered. Grand Elder, aren't you with them? Since you did this for Gui Hu, why then didn't you notify High Venerable beforehand? Bai Lion, are you saying Master sold out his sect? Gui Hu glared at her. Master just saved our lives. Bai Lion only stared at Grand Elder, wanting an explanation. Grand Elder looked hurt, nodding. Yes, I am an inner sect elder with Venerable she, but we have different goals. Venerable she wants power in the sect, and I want more resources to train my disciple. In any inner conflicts, I stood by his side, but this time he sold out the sect, and I could no longer do this. However, Venerable she was very cautious. When dealing with the 2 sects to attack us, he not once mentioned anything to any of us in the inner sect. All was done by him and Lu Zai. When we found out, it was already too late. I figured that when Zai Yu regained his seat, he will cull all those that stood with Zhuo Fan. Gui Hu might not escape, so I turned on them. You can believe what you want, but all I've done is for my disciple. Master? Gui Hu was touched to tears. The others nodded, believing him for now. That was because they did not find any other reason why he'd save them. He only did it to save Gui Hu, and that meant saving them as well, his friends. The more people, the more they could correlate, and the more the chances of Gui Hu to live. This meant saving him and saving them. Come with me, I'll sneak you out of the sect. We're on the same team now. To survive Zai Yu's pursuit, we must work together. Grand Elder coughed, and his face grew hard. Kai Changlong flicked his sleeve, his eyes filed with fire. No, my grandfather and the others. Your own life is at stake, and you have time to worry about others. Grand Elder cut him off with a yell. Heaven-trailing sect and mystical heaven sect have the place surrounded, but your grandfathers aren't weak either. Maybe they can get out. But if you go back now, they will have to look after you and you'll drag them down. I think that saving yourselves is the best way for you to help them. Kai Changlong's mouth shook and his shoulders slumped powerlessly. Bai Lion understood his feelings and lowered her head. The rest bit their lip, feeling hatred at being powerless. Grand Elder said, If you got that settled, let's go. Let's go even if you're unconvinced. Staying here won't help anyone. Grand Elder took the lead, putting the roaring fire behind him. Grand Elder was right. All they could do with their meager strength was to bury their hatred deep within. They would cull these traitorous spawns in the future. Meanwhile, 10 miles off Demon Scheming Sect, in a dark corner of a forest, the three fiends panted after their run. Seeing no one was behind them, they stopped to catch their breath. Curses, just how in the hell did the sect fall so fast? Fiend Yang looked at the others in disbelief. They shook their heads. Fiend Yang frowned, looking behind him in pain, after living there for centuries to see it gone like that. Shit, who did this? The 9 sects of Western lands. I'm going straight to Double Dragon Manor. This revenge I must have. Fiend Yang, something's wrong about this. Fiend Yin said, unless there's an involvement outside of Western lands, there's no way they would not listen to Double Dragon Manor's rules. Fiend Yang shouted, you mean this was done by someone from other lands? Bullshit. A shout came followed by a palm attack on his back. Startled, Fiend Yang struck back. Enemy attack! Bam! The two palm met and Fiend Yang's fat body stood in his pot while the attacker was flung back and spat blood. Isn't he weak? Startled, Fiend Yang blinked his eyes wide and laughed. Sending someone so weak after us. They must want us to take revenge and kill them, I see. If I wasn't hurt, a fatty like you wouldn't have survived my palm. The man's white hair was in disarray, covering his face yet easily recognized through his voice. The fiends was startled. They cried. Venerable Bai, why did you ambush me? Did you bring enemies over? Now you want to kill me. Stop playing the victim when you already know who did this. Venerable Bai roared and gnashed his teeth at them. The trio was perplexed. Venerable Bai mocked, a bunch of fakers, all of you. You and him have been pals for so long, yet you don't know his plan. If I had known, I'd killed him when we had the chance and pushed Steward Zhuo up. Venerable Bai was filled with regret. Who the hell are you talking about? He's talking about me, Demon Scheming Sect's true sect leader. A cold voice came as Zai Yu led a dozen ethereal stage experts over. Chapter 788. Break all ties. Looking at Venerable Bai's furious glare with a cold eye, Zai Yu mocked. All Bai, you sure are something to run so far. Men slaughter him? Yes. The guys behind him bowed and cupped their hands. The fiends hurriedly intervened. Wait, just what is going on? Why are you trying to kill Venerable Bai? The sect is under attack. Shouldn't we first deal with the enemy and then talk this out? Deal with the enemy. Venerable Bai disdained. Fatty Yang, I thought you were with him, appearing here to stop me. That's why I attacked. I never thought you'd be so stupid. Ha ha ha, what enemy attack? There are only traitors. Fiend Yang shook and looked in shock. What traitors? Venerable Bai smirked, looking only at Zai Yu with disgust. Zai Yu was filled with bloodlust. All Bai, I am the true sect leader of Demon Scheming Sect. You wanted to take my seat. You are the real traitors. Rotten scum. Someone like you who brings an outside sect to kill your sect disciples and hunt down the stragglers is not fit to be a sect leader. I only requested sect leader Ren and sect leader Xuan's help to pacify the chaos. You forced me to do this. Zai Yu squinted. Where have I gone wrong? Why must you choose a kid only 5 years in the sect over me? You even changed the rules for him. Humph, your cruelty knows no bounds. You only know fear and never to be benevolent. The sect has been weak with you at the helm. You're not worthy of that seat. Demons like you have the gall to talk about kindness. We're a demonic sect. How am I to get you to fall in line if not by being a bit harsh? What about the sect rules? Hi, Zai Yu, this is where you lack. Zhuo Fan is also stubborn, but he does it so everyone accept his decisions. You only know how to bluster and threaten. An aimless demon like you has no future. Zai Yu's face twitched and clenched his fists. What path, what Tao? You're just like that old geezer. Ha ha ha, in the end, I only took another method to take back my seat, pushing Zhuo Fan off it. Ha ha ha, in the end, it's just a way to make me step down and get Zhuo Fan on top. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, you'll never get the change. The final victory is me. Die. Zai Yu charged at the weakened Venerable Bai, clawing at his chest. Under the savage attack, Venerable Bai's beard fluttered, but he glared in hatred at Zai Yu with the same mocking smile, as if to say, "You were never worth being a sect leader." Zai Waiyu grew outraged and put more power in his attack, wanting to take his heart. Hold on a minute. The shout was coming from Fiend Yang, who stood between them. Ugh! Startled, Zai Waiyu halted, glaring coldly at him. "Stand down." "Waiyu, is this true?" Fiend Yang did not wait for his response. "Did you bring other sects to kill your fellow people just to steal a seat?" "It's not stealing a seat when it's mine to begin with." Bam! Zai Waiyu did not finish as a punch sent him 10 meters backward, blood leaking from his mouth. Fiend Yang's fist shook, but what was more overwhelmed was his heart. "Is this what you meant by doing everything for the sect to take it higher?" Fiend Yang roared with a shaky voice. Wiping his mouth, Zai Waiyu glared. "Since I worked for it, I have to be compensated. It makes no sense that I'd be kicked away after we became a middle three sect and let some ungrateful bastard take over. Fatty Yang, step down, or I'll put you down." Zai Waiyu stomped forward with a cold face. The fierce bloodlust coming from him was heavy. "Fatty Yang, you were never my match." Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow and faltered, but he steeled himself and shouted, "I am a demon scheming sect venerable, and I won't stand and watch as my fellow sect member gets killed." "Fine then, step down. This is sect leader's order. I want to take down this traitor." "Bullshit, you're no sect leader, not after you brought enemies and killed your fellow sect members." Fiend Yang shouted as he exploded in power. Zai Waiyu shook and roared, "Even you betray me." Zai Waiyu charged. Fiend Yang's heart shook, but he gritted his teeth and made a sign. A yellow fireball appeared and smashed for Zai Waiyu. "Meteor? Humph, just an earthen soul. It's truly a fit for a fatty, all empty inside and useless." Zai Waiyu mocked with a draconic roar. A black flood dragon came out from Zai Waiyu. It flicked its tail and struck the fireball. When the fireball faded and returned to Fiend Yang, he shook and spat blood. Being hurt so easily, it showed the gap between them. "Die, fatty." Zai Waiyu clawed at his chest with all his bloodlust. "Flood Dragon Claw." The other two fiends cried out, never imagining Zai Waiyu would be so ruthless as to kill Fiend Yang, his friend for centuries. But not even they could stop Zai Waiyu. They unleashed their souls to block, but the flood dragon's tail whipped them away and sending them coughing blood. Its sharp claws came like lightning on Fiend Yang. Zai Waiyu grinned cruelly. Fiend Yang sighed and shook his head with closed eyes. "I have been overconfident when I never managed to beat you once. If I knew it would come to this, I would have never saved you." All-Bai was right. Seizing your power was better than letting the sect fall like this. Ugh! Zai Waiyu's claw halted before his chest. Zai Waiyu remained like this, then took back his attack and simply kicked Fiend Yang. Ugh! With a wail, Fiend Yang was sent a dozen meters away and forced to spit blood with teeth in it. "Am my tooth?" Fiend Yang's mouth shook and shrieked. "Damn you, Zai Waiyu, kill me if you want to, but don't torture me like this, at least on account of me saving you back then. Fatty Yang." The shout startled Fiend Yang. He looked up to see Zai Waiyu's cold face. Zai Waiyu turned to the other fiends and sighed, "And you too, I'll let you off today, but the next time I see you, all ties are broken. Then I'll treat you like the traitors you are, sparing none." Zai Waiyu flicked his sleeve and ripped it off to prove his decision. He turned around and led his men away. Only the three of them shook and looked at the sleeve on the ground with a sigh. From now on, they and Zai Waiyu were no longer brothers. Venerable Bai took a deep breath and made a heavy bow. "Forgive me, Venerables, I misunderstood you. We're on the same side." The trio shared a bitter smile. "Yeah, we're no longer with Zai Waiyu from here on out." They took the wounded Venerable Bai and sped away, not wanting any more pursuits. Zai Waiyu said that he would kill them if he met them again, so the farther they went the better. At the same time, other survivors were frantically fleeing for their lives from Zai Waiyu's men. Chapter 789. Support. Grandfather? In the Black Forest, the fiends were helping Venerable Bai run away under the pale moonlight. Suddenly, a cry got them all to stop and look to see Bai Lion coming over with others. Venerable Bai was relieved to see his granddaughter. "Lioner, thank God you escaped." "All Bai, we just met with these kids. How are you together?" Venerable Kai came out of nowhere and looked at the fiends. Understanding his wariness, Venerable Bai explained what happened, making him let go of all suspicion and treat the fiends as fellow people in need. They all talked about what they knew and sighed at the whole story. I never knew Venerable she was such a schemer after Steward Zhuo. We're just too careless. Because the inner sect calmed down, we thought they gave up, but they had us in the end. Venerable Kai growled in anger. Venerable Bai frowned. High Venerable and sect leader Zhuo might be dead by now. Stragglers like us are barely numbering 50. Now that we have Zai Yu hunting us, where are we to go? In any case, Western Lands territories had already been fixed. No matter where we go, we'll either be hunted or cast out. We have no choice but to flee Western Lands and think of another place. Grand Elder shook his head. You think it's that easy? Thousands upon thousands of miles around us belong to the Empire's 3 guardian sects. Our only way is to go through Tianyu and then Quanrong. But there's the beast-taming sect there and the Empire's 3 guardian sects in Tianyu. Tianyu. Yuer lit up and shouted, Isn't Master's clan Tianyu's #1? When we attacked Mystical Heaven Sect, we fought side by side. Now that we're in danger, they have to help us. Well, Grand Elder frowned and hesitated. Forget it, mortal clans are cold. They might look after us if sect leader Zhuo had been around, but with him gone, they would never accept us. Maybe they would sell us out the minute we meet, handing us over to Zai Yu. No way. I've met their clan head and he's a very upright and loyal man. Ha ha ha, girl, you're too young. How can there be a loyal man in the world? Everyone only looks after themselves. Moreover, sect leader Zhuo is a demonic cultivator. With his shrewdness, his clan must be devious as well. Why would they get on the Empire's 3 guardian sects' bad side just for a bunch of stragglers? Grand Elder shook his head. The way I see it, we're better off not entrusting our fate to others. The others nodded as well. Only Yuer pouted and grumbled. She had been in dire s with them and saw Luo Yunhai to be trustworthy. Venerable Bai's eyes lit up. Maybe we should give Tianyu a try. The others turned to him. Venerable Kai frowned. Tianyu is part of the 3 sects' territory. It's too dangerous with so many ears about. It's because of that it's safe. Grinning, Venerable Bai was sure of it. Think about it. Zai Yu would never think we'd lay low under his nose, right in Tianyu. He'll be sending his men anywhere else. So as long as we're fast enough, we'll be out of it before they find this out and escape danger. Startled, the others gave a thumbs up. And so the group planned on using Tianyu's vast area to leave Western Lands for a new place to live. 3 months later, in a thick forest, gasps were heard as dozens of men passed through. In this time, the group had split up to lure their pursuers away, then take the long way around to Tianyu and escape. Are we all here? Venerable Bai shouted. They all nodded. Venerable Bai, everyone is accounted for. Then let's pass through Tianyu and reach Quanrong soon. Venerable Bai nodded and took the lead. They had yet to go far before a cackle reached their ears. A bunch of oldies think they can live after what they did in Mystical Heaven Sect. Whoosh tilde figures had the group surrounded as 100 experts in the ethereal stage showed their power. The group was mixed, and Venerable Bai saw among them people from Heaven Trailing Sect, and a few from Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect. Curses? There's so many of them. If it were just Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect, we might have fought our way out of this mess. But there's Heaven Trailing Sect as well. There was no way these few men could handle so many experts. Venerable Bai frowned and gnashed his teeth. Ha ha ha, Venerable Bai, you've been in the Demon Scheming Sect for a while and should know Venerable she's cunning. You think he couldn't figure out your plan? The safest place is the most dangerous, ha ha ha. You sure worked hard to run us around in circles, but too bad none of us fell for it. An elder in black came out and mocked. Venerable Bai knew he was an inner elder and was filled with regret. They had been going around all these days only to end up playing in their hands. Venerable Bai looked at Venerable Kai, who said, All Bai, let's fight to the last. Fight. You can't do anything as you are. Grinning, the elder in black sneered. Ever since you decided on Tianyu, everything else was but a string of mistakes that settled your fate. They were outraged but helpless. This decision had indeed led them to a dead end from which none could escape. But then a voice filled with disdain came from the forest. "A mistake. Ha ha ha, that's what you've done. Coming to Tianyu was the right choice." "What?" The elder in black shook and looked around. "Who's there?" "Their support." A couple dozen people, ethereal stage experts, with 5 being above the 5th layer, showed up. Yuer cried in joy. "Elder Lai, is it really you?" Snickering, Lai Jingshan laughed. "We came to help you now attack together." "Sure." Venerable Bai was excited, never imagining their ally would come to help in this dire time of need. The Luo clan was a godsend. Venerable Bai's group unleashed their power and charged while Lai Jingshan's side attacked from the outside. In a blink of an eye, the hunter became the hunted, thrown into chaos. The Black Elder cried out, "Who are you to stop Tianyu's 3 guardian sects?" "Ha ha ha, I don't know much about 3 sects, just that you're blocking our guests." Elder Lai laughed and slapped. The man replied with a palm attack. Bam! Lai Jingshan was both powerful and ferocious, making the demon-scheming sect elder spew blood and fall back. The others were unsettled at this event. With the Luo clan's 5 experts in the lead, they were charging like a relentless force. The pursuers of Venerable Bai had no chance whatsoever. They might be 100, but the Luo clan and Venerable Bai joining forces only numbered around 60 while having a different level of quality, not lacking in power at all. No matter how many they were, when morale fell, they would only retreat. Finally, the pursuers were now caught in the middle, having lost their savagery, forced to scurry around and flee. Even as they did so, they could not understand why they were routed despite having more people. On a far peak, a man and a woman stood, Luo clan's Shadow Corps leader, Lei Yuding, and commander of Luo clan's forces, Yu Ming. Seeing the fight was settled, Lei Yuding nodded. "It's just like you said. The elders were enough to defeat them all. In a meeting of rivals, the ferocious one has the upper hand." Yu Ming's eyes flashed. Sometimes, a fight can be as brief as a thought, to fight or not to fight. This is enough to settle it. The elders had struck hard from the start, winning with merely 20 people. "All right, our rescue mission is over. Now it's up to Leng Wuchang's plan." Yu Ming left, and Lei Yuding watched him go with a smile before following. Not far in a city, Leng Wuchang and Luo Yunhai were enjoying a wee cup of tea. Chapter 790, The 3 Sages Act. "Clan head, you don't look the least bit nervous." Sitting refined in the lounge, Leng Wuchang sipped on his tea while giving Luo Yunhai a smile. Luo Yunhai was unfazed. With Sir Leng so certain in his plan, then all must be assured. How would worry help at this point? "Ha ha ha, clan head, you hold me in such high regard and trust." Touched, Leng Wuchang smiled. Over the years, Luo Yunhai had shown complete trust in his aides, making these old coots feel their efforts being rewarded and being loyal in return. Luo Yunhai did not speak, only smiled. Later, footsteps were heard as Lai Jingshan's booming voice echoed. "Clan head, we have brought them. Show them in." Luo Yunhai stood up and shouted in joy. Leng Wuchang smiled and stood as well. The door was opened and Lai Jingshan led Venerable Bai's group to sit in the lounge. Seeing Luo Yunhai, they all showed their thanks. "Thank you, Luo clan head, for the timely rescue." "Please don't mind it, take a seat." Luo Yunhai glossed over. The Luo clan had been brought up by Brother Zhuo alone. "As you are his trusted aides, then we are all on the same side. Finding out that you're in peril, it's only my duty to come help. We have fought shoulder to shoulder after all, ha ha ha." Luo Yunhai's bright laughter entered their ears and made them lower their heads. They were still doubtful the Luo clan was to be trusted, yet the clan head himself proved that loyalty hadn't yet died in the world. Just because of their connection with Zhuo Fan, the clan head risked his men to save them. This action of the Luo clan had painted a target on them, becoming an enemy of the 3 sects. They all felt ashamed, with Venerable Bai taking a step forward and making a deep bow. "Luo clan head, we've dragged you into this. You could have stayed outside of the 3 sects' troubles, but now." "Elder Bai, it's fine. Since someone wants to take out Brother Zhuo, we, the Luo clan, are already involved." Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed, his face hard. "When I became clan head, I vowed that Brother Zhuo's enemies are Luo clan's enemies. No matter who it is or how many, the Luo clan will have Brother Zhuo's back all the way. Shaking, they all were impressed by Luo Yunhai's valor. Just what kind of friendship could he have to give everything for one man? Even his whole clan, no wonder Steward Zhuo wanted to give up being sect leader. This man was worth following. Venerable Bai and the others admired him. Not even in their long years in the demon scheming sect had they seen such a worthy man to follow. The demon scheming sect only cared about self-interest, while the Luo clan was a united group. Now they understood why Zhuo Fan was so eager to get back. Boom-tilder explosions came followed by the world shaking around them, with the lounge about to collapse. The men panicked and Luo Yunhai frowned. He turned to Leng Wuchang with a questioning look. Leng Wuchang smiled. Ha ha ha, easy now. They're but the pursuers attacking the defensive array. Pursuers? Those 100 ethereal stage experts? Startled, Venerable Kai cried. That's bad. An average array can't hold back so many ethereal stage experts. The others grew tense and were ready to fight at any moment. Leng Wuchang and Luo Yunhai shared a look and laughed. It's fine. I already surmised you'd want to escape Western lands through Tianyu. That's why 3 months earlier I had men set up 18 arrays all above 7th grade. Also, they all use sacred stones. And since the elders are overlooking it, those 100 thugs can't put a dent in it. Thugs? Them shocked, they all were flabbergasted. Who's he to call 100 ethereal stage experts thugs? Isn't he too cocky? He's only in the radiant stage too. Maybe he's like High Venerable, hiding his power behind lower cultivation. They then looked behind to see Lai Jingxian gone. Sir, may I ask? Venerable Bai bowed. Leng Wuchang cupped his hands. I am Leng Wuchang of Tianyu. What? Your unwanted contriver, one of the 3 sages. Venerable Bai and the others were stunned. Sir's reputation precedes you. Leng Wuchang waved his hand. Please, as a cultivator, I am nothing to you, but as a supervisor with enough pawns in my hand, I can beat any one of you. Indeed, Sir's genius has long since been known. I never imagined you'd stay in the Luo clan. We're shocked. Venerable Bai and the others nodded. They knew that while Leng Wuchang wasn't much in terms of cultivation, but as a supervisor of the clan, he had countless people he could direct and multiply their effective power. In the cultivating world, especially in the Western lands, there were hardly many large-scale conflicts where his advantage could be used. But now, since they were hunted by 3 sects, they needed a sharp mind like Leng Wuchang more than anything. Understanding their intent, Leng Wuchang smiled. From the report Yu Ming sent, these people fled at the first sign of battle. No one can focus their power and thus shows they are headless. They look to be made up of ethereal stage experts, but as a whole they're nothing but thugs. The best way to deal with them is in 3 clashes. First is an all-out attack, second will be their crushed spirits, and third comes their feebleness. Afterward, they would scurry away. That's why you need not worry, they'll soon be running back home. Sir Leng, the Yuming you're talking about, is he perhaps insidious demon Yugiki's disciple? Leng Wuchang nodded. You heard of him too. Yugiki wanted to join the demon scheming sect to get Hell Valley an ally, but his aptitude was poor and he was disregarded. But then he became one of Tianyu's 3 sages, earning his name. To gain fame with a shrewd mind is much harder. I never thought his disciple would be with the Luo clan. No wonder the Luo clan evolved so much with 2 sages. Venerable Bai admired, and the others echoed him. Leng Wuchang and Luo Yunhai shared a smile. 15 minutes later, the booming stopped, and Yu Ming came in with the elders. Leng Wuchang asked, Is it over? Didn't I have you strike them as they fell back to push them further? No point. Yu Ming shrugged. You wanted to exhaust them completely and buy time when calling for help for Zhuge, but I have convinced them to leave. They won't be back for a while. It all worked out the same. Leng Wuchang smiled. Convinced? Yes. Their group consisted of 65 from Heaven Trailing Sect, 26 from Demon Scheming Sect, and 11 from Mystical Heaven Sect. We held complete advantage over the fight and could finish them off without a problem, but that would ruin your plan, right? Ha ha ha. Yu Ming sat down. So I took it upon myself to kill the 26 from Demon Scheming Sect. heavily wound the 11 from mystical heaven sect, and as for heaven trailing sects, I told them I received news that we and heaven trailing sect had made peace. I had them go back to their sect leader and ask him themselves. Leng Wucheng raised an eyebrow. News? Why haven't I heard of it? It should come at some point, or you wouldn't have let me fight with heaven trailing sect's safety in mind. You trust him that much? As the previous Prime Minister of the Empire, foreign affairs were his strongest suit. Grinning, Yuming ignored the extra people around and dangled one leg over the other after taking his teacup. Leng Wucheng laughed. True, the old guy has that for him. Sir Leng, who are you talking about? Luo Yunhai was confused. Leng Wucheng's eyes flashed as he bowed. Clan head, that old guy Zhuge Changfeng had sent a message 2 months ago, saying that he'll return from visiting other nations. Steward Zhuge is coming back, Luo Yunhai cried. Leng Wucheng smiled. I have informed him of our situation and of my plan and proposed that he not return yet, but make a trip to Heaven Trailing Sect. Heaven Trailing Sect? The rest went bug-eyed. Venerable Bai was shocked. Leng Wucheng smiled. Yes, that sect. In fact, the Luo clan has a third sage as well. With his silver tongue, your life should be guaranteed. Venerable Bai blinked in disbelief. I mean that with all 3 sages from Tianyu acting up, we'll turn your situation around and get the pursuit off you. Or if we had let clan head go ahead with the whole clan and be ruled by emotions, we'd never have agreed to save you so easily. Leng Wucheng shook his head. Chapter 791. Distant allies, close enemies. Tap, tap, in a dusky hall, 2 rows of faint candlelights burned gently. The only sound was the rhythmic steps of a single person. Sitting on the guest chair, an aged man was sipping on his tea as the footsteps came. He placed the cup down on the table and waited. The grand steward of the best clan in Tianyu, Zhuge Changfeng, ha ha ha. Following the bright laughter, a sturdy middle-aged man came out from the shadows and into the light, taking the seat of honor, Heaven Trailing Sect's sect leader Ren Audioverse. Yesterday Tianyu Empire's prime minister, and now Luo clan's first steward. The title might have changed, but the power is no less than that of a prime minister. Zhuge Changfeng, what are you doing here instead of minding Tianyu's affairs? Zhuge Changfeng stood up and made a light bow. Sect leader Ren, Heaven Trailing Sect is the head of the Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, and I am ashamed to say that in all my decades as prime minister and now steward of Luo clan, I have failed in paying my respects to your glorious sect. Secular clans and sects hardly ever meet. No apology needed. Ren Audioverse waved his hand. I wonder what brought on this visit from miles away. Zhuge Changfeng smiled and bowed again. I shall be frank, sect leader, I have come with a defined purpose in mind. I am before sect leader with a request. What is it? Ren Audioverse raised an eyebrow. Zhuge Changfeng's eyes flashed. I hope that sect leader Ren may be willing to go easy on the demon-scheming sect traitors. Oh. Ren Audioverse stared hard into Zhuge Changfeng's tranquil gaze, then mocked. You're from Tianyu, but nonetheless informed. You heard of Western Land's 9 sects' affairs quite fast. But why do you want to save them? Is it for your previous steward, Zhuo Fan? Ren Audioverse's tone dropped and became chilling. One word out of line and Zhuge Changfeng would find himself gone from this world. Zhuge Changfeng smiled still and nodded. In a way, but not fully. How so? Of course, there's the respect and gratitude towards Steward Zhuo's former efforts. Even if strays, they were once under Steward Zhuo's wing, and we have to lend a hand, lest we'd be taken as ingrates. Sir must know by now of our young clan head's personality, holding loyalty above all else. By not doing this now, it will harm his name. Squinting, Ren Audioverse sneered. So what you're telling me is that the Luo clan is helping the traitors for their reputation. Ren Audioverse's hand flicked and bloodthirst flickered in his eyes. Not entirely, since there's still respect for the previous steward Zhuo, even if not enough to warrant the destruction of the clan. That's why it's most out of reputation. The world is filled with people striving for fame, and our clan head is no exception. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled and sighed. Over the years, Tianyu has flourished and in turn filled the three sects' coffers with the tribute growing yearly. Sect leader Ren is sure to know this. Why? All because of the Luo alliance, drawing in dozens of clans, big and small, from the nearby nations and empires. But why could the Luo alliance attract so many people? It is without a doubt our clan heads' righteous and loyal nature that set their minds at ease. This is a reputation we have to protect and, most of all, make excessive use of it. Ren Zhaoyan's eyes shook and his hand stopped to ponder. Huge Changfeng grinned inside. He knew very well that the wrong word would have his blood paint these walls. Ren Zhaoyan was only testing him to check just how far the Luo clan would go for Zhuo Fan alone. Just how much were the two tied up? If the Luo clan still cared for Zhuo Fan, or if they were outraged over Zhuo Fan's actions, Ren Zhaoyan would have killed Huge Changfeng then and there, following with the Luo clan. He had no intention of fostering a group of enemies. However, Huge Changfeng's answer was smooth, avoiding all pitfalls. If he had said there was no loyalty for Zhuo Fan left, then it would have been an outright lie. Zhuo Fan had been the Luo clan's previous steward that made the Luo clan what it was today. Yet the clan would just ignore all that. Ren Zhaoyan would have slapped him in the hereafter where he stood. Huge Changfeng was shrewder than most, saying there was some loyalty left, but not the main cause for the clan's decision. We're not disregarding Zhuo Fan's gratitude, just thinking of profits. Furthermore, we're using that bit of loyalty to earn even more by making use of our reputation. This was enough to get Ren Zhaoyan to relax. Since they held interests above their past relations, he put them getting revenge for Zhuo Fan at the back of his mind. They had nothing to gain by fighting Heaven Trailing Sect anyway. As a man with an eye for profit himself, there was no way they would risk it all just for Zhuo Fan's hatred to be sated. That was what made this line so believable. It appealed to his own principles. While a Luo clan without an ounce of gratitude would have been worse, totally unreliable. He only wanted to see what the Luo clan cared about, happy to know now that it was proft. Huge Changfeng was also sharp in pointing out Tianyu was doing so much better now. You guardian sects get almost double every year, all because of the Luo clan. Without us, you'd end up starving. This struck where it hurt the most and made him withdraw his impulse of slapping the Luo clan's envoy dead. So, your request to let the traitors go was all about keeping your loyal reputation. Ren Zhaoyan probed after a pause. I have promised sect leader Zai to cull any traitors. Huge Changfeng shook his head. Sect leader Ren, I would have never taken the risk if it was just merely out of reputation. We want to take them because we will fight the demon-scheming sect. What? Ren Zhaoyan's eyes bugged out, his hand tightened with bloodthirst. A secular clan wants to fight a sect. What a joke! Ren Zhaoyan was enraged, his heart was once again beating frantically. Heaven Trailing Sect was in cahoots with the demon-scheming sect right now. Fighting them was fighting Heaven Trailing Sect. No, the Luo clan still cares about getting revenge for Zhuo Fan. Huge Changfeng read him like a book, sighing dramatically. Sect leader Ren, that's not my meaning at all. We of course would want to live at peace with the three sects for thousands of years to come. But that doesn't mean the demon-scheming sect wants to. I heard that the demon-scheming sect's sect leader, Zai Waiyu, has a nasty temper and is ruthless. He can kill Zhuo Fan all he wants, not like we can do anything. What I fear, though, is that he'll drag innocent people into this. Because Zhuo Fan came from the Luo clan, he'll cull us all. We thus have no choice but gather anyone that can help and fight to the death. As Sir knows, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The demon-scheming sect traitors don't hate you and Mystical Heaven Sect the most, since they already attacked Mystical Heaven Sect before. The two sects coming to attack was natural. They hate Zai Waiyu with a passion. So we must work together and resist the demon-scheming sect. Oh, so that's how it is. Ren Zhaoyan eased a breath. Luo clan is using its power to defend itself, not target demon-scheming sect specifically and our alliance. This made him relax. He did not notice that Zhu Changfeng's wording made it so venerable Bai's group hated only Zai Yu, keeping Heaven Trailing Sect out of it. This was how Ren Zia decided to let them be. When he joined Zai Yu in culling everyone, he feared retaliation. And since he had nothing against them to begin with, why push things so far? Besides, these men might become a weapon to keep Demon Scheming Sect in check. Ren Zia thus made his decision, but he decided to play along for now, frowning. In the end, letting them go is up to the Demon Scheming Sect. Heaven Trailing Sect can do it, but I can't say the same about Demon Scheming Sect. Ha ha ha, Sect Leader Ren, who doesn't know that Heaven Trailing Sect is the leader in the Empire's 3 guardian sects. Would the other 2 sect go against your word? Zhu Changfeng praised. I'll be frank here. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are nothing more than dying dogs. Can they still be part of the guardian sects? Especially Demon Scheming Sect after that calamity, how many experts does it have? How can it protect Tianyu? Our clan head decided to cut 10% out of their tribute and give it to Heaven Trailing Sect. Shaken up, Ren Zia heart burst with joy, but he didn't let it show. How can we? They have been through so much pain and doing this. Sect Leader Ren, no need to be polite. Those capable always earn more. With the Demon Scheming Sect's miserable state, it's not worth 20% of Tianyu's resources. Tianyu's safety would in the end depend on Heaven Trailing Sect. Zhu Changfeng cupped his hands as he finished his speech. Ren Zia frowned in fake anger. Are you trying to turn the 3 sects on each other? Demon Scheming Sect is about to become a middle 3 sect. Sect Leader Ren, Zhu Changfeng cut him off with sneer. After such an event, regardless of power and fame, would it still be fit to be a middle 3 sect? Ren Zia jerked awake and then laughed before slapping his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Chapter 792. Revenge. That settles it, Sect Leader Ren. Will Sir want to look at this year's shares? Zhu Changfeng made a bow and gave a smile that was easy to understand. Ren Zia nodded. The flourishing of Tianyu depends on your Luo clan. Don't worry, as the Empire's 3 guardian sects, no one will dare to stir chaos in Tianyu, not even from the 3 sects. Ha ha ha, thank you, Sect Leader Ren. With another deep bow, Zhu Changfeng withdrew from the hall. Seeing him go, Ren Zia nodded, feeling pleased with himself. From now on, the Demon Scheming Sect would cease to be a threat to him, while Tianyu's representative was now under Heaven Trailing Sect. Tianyu's resources, even trades, all would be in Heaven Trailing Sect's pocket. The other 2 sects. Humph, they dare think about my money when they're hanging by a thread, in all honesty. After all this chaos Zhuo fans stirred up, the Mystical Heaven Sect ended up ruined while the Demon Scheming Sect crippled. Only Heaven Trailing Sect was the big winner here, taking all of Tianyu's income for himself. I've won big time in this. Ha ha ha, Ren Zia was giddy on the inside, then shouted, Guard! Yes, sir, a man in black up and appeared in a bow. Ren Zia spoke. Use a sending jade to tell the pursuers of the Demon Scheming Sect remnants to come back. Also, use my name to warn the Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect that they are forbidden from interfering inside Tianyu and disturbing it. Yes, sir. The man bowed again, but paused. Ren Zia frowned. Why are you still standing there? Sect Leader, you've been talking with that man so far, and I have yet to notify you. Actually, the pursuers of the Demon Scheming Sect remnants have already returned. What? Who told them to come back so soon? I didn't even get to send them a message. Ren Zia raised an eyebrow. The man hesitated. Sect Leader, from the elders recounting, they pursued the remnants at Tianyu's border when they met Luo clan's experts blocking them. They trapped the elders' team but then let them go, telling me to tell Sir that they have reached an agreement with Sect Leader. They were unclear and had not received Sir's message, but since they were let go, they came to confirm this. Sect Leader. Stumped for a long time, Ren Zia came to and muttered, They said they had a deal with me. Even if that's true, it just took effect moments ago. Ren Zia turned to where Zhu Changfeng was gone and sighed. They truly believed a mere old man's ramblings could persuade me. Truly cunning, The Luo clan has talents and it keeps growing. Sect leader, the man asked. Do I send the message? Ainz Audioverse gnashed his teeth. I hate how a secular clan toyed with me, but I have to admit Zhuge Changfeng's words moved me. Send it. Let the two sects know Tianyu's head of power, Luo clan, is heaven-trailing sect's representative. It has no ties with the demon-scheming sect. Yes, sir. The man nodded and vanished, leaving Ainz Audioverse with his muttering. Zhuge Changfeng, the three sages, humph. I've now come to see what you are. A month later, Zhuge Changfeng was back in the Luo clan's home, Wingei's city. Everyone gathered in the hall waiting for his news. Venerable Bai's group was the most tense, wanting to rush through Tianyu still and enter Quanrong to escape pursuit. Luo Yunhai had to advise him many times to wait. Now that Steward Zhuge was back, they all gathered around eager to know the answer. Zhuge Changfeng calmly looked at them and smiled, milking the tense moment for all it was worth. The only ones calm were Leng Wuchang and Yu Ming, sipping tea at leisure. Steward Zhuge, how is it? Luo Yunhai could not hold it in. Smirking, Zhuge Changfeng was about to speak, but Leng Wuchang put one leg over the other as he began. Clan head, just look at his obnoxious grin. Of course he did it. Hey, old Leng, I risked my life in mediating the problem while you just relaxed in your comfy chair. Zhuge Changfeng glared. Leng Wuchang stuck his chin out, and? I've been making plans here. Shitty plans, more like it. You think I or Yu Ming can't do the same? Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Try having a chat with that stone-cold Ainz Audioverse, see how you'd fare then. This time I have to agree with Steward Zhuge. He is much better at us in being a mediator. I am best at strategizing while you are at shooting your mouth. Yu Ming grinned. Leng Wuchang's face twitched. Hey, are you two ganging up on me now? My tactics aren't for show. Old Zhuge, did you divide Tianyu's resources again? Cutting 10% from the demon-scheming sect and adding to heaven-trailing sect. Hee, I'm not an unwanted contriver for nothing. Since when was it your plan? Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Since the demon-scheming sect wants to fight us, there's no point in holding back at all. And we needed a new cover too. Giving 10% to heaven-trailing sect will make the two sects look cross, but demon-scheming sect's hatred will turn on heaven-trailing sect. While mystical heaven sect's unchanged income would make it look from the side at their scuffle. This way it won't mind us as well. Adding heaven-trailing sect's cover to that, the matter is settled. Really, Steward Zhuge, is it really over? Luo Yunhai cheered. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Of course, clan head can rest easy. It wasn't much anyway, far more relaxed than Tianyu's previous tangled mess. First of all, the three sects aren't being difficult, especially heaven-trailing sect. It sent troops to help the demon-scheming sect, but it was only to control their growth. With it becoming a middle three sect, it posed a threat to heaven-trailing sect. It was not for some meager 5,000 sacred stones, but to make sure that never happened, even going against Double Dragon Manor's rules openly. Since he has a goal, then that made it easier. Now that we're on his side, suppressing the demon-scheming sect together would sure to put a wide smile on his face. And to avoid the demon-scheming sect from being up against the wall, we only took just 10%, making it turn on heaven-trailing sect as well, and not us. Otherwise, if we had cut every supply with it, it would be against Western lands' rules and force it to invade Tianyu. At least with some income from us, they'd think twice about ruining Tianyu. This makes us appear more neutral. Leng Wuchang explained. Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Easier said than done. Implementing it has a lot of dangers. Sir Leng, if it had been you who went, you'd have been obliterated. Hey! Leng Wuchang shouted. Luo Yunhai smiled as he eased up the tension. While none of these intellectuals boasted they were the best, neither was about to back down, always butting heads when they met. Venerable Bai's side was stumped. They had been hounded by three sects, yet the matter had been solved just like that. This was the power of the three sages. Looking at them bickering, with Luo Yunhai mediating, Venerable Bai was gratified. They had little in terms of cultivation, but they had their own skills no one could surpass. All right now, we should get ready to avenge Brother Zhuo. The bickering stopped, and Luo Yunhai turned serious, his eyes red. The others were pensive as well. According to our scouts, Steward Zhuo had been under attack, resulting in an inferno for 1,000 miles and a barren wasteland for many more. Lang Wucheng grumbled. Just what has the universal righteous sect done? Zhu Changfeng muttered. For revenge, we must first gather our strength. Our enemies are 4 sects, with one being a superior 3 sect. You still want revenge? Venerable Bai looked at them in disbelief. The enemy is stronger than you can imagine, a sect for thousands of years. Luo Yunhai shouted, No matter who it is, this vengeance shall be paid in full. The Luo clan rose under Brother Zhuo's protection. We all owe him our lives. This is something we must do. Luo Yunhai's bold words echoed in everyone's ears. Venerable Bai shouted, Then count us in as well. Chapter 793, Price. In the silent and cold hall, the glorious and dazzling throne struck a lonely figure. Zai Waiyu sat there, running his hands over its cold texture with a pleased grin. This seat is finally mine again. Sect leader? An aged voice came from behind. It's been months since we last heard of anything from the men we sent to pursue those traitors in Tianyu. I fear. Zai Waiyu's brow shook. Tianyu? Humph, I almost forgot that Zhuo Fan came from there. Those ignorant fools must have sided with the traitors. How else could those weak fools escape from my palm? Venerable Shi, contact Heaven Trailing Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect to send more men. It's time we change our representative in Tianyu. Yes, sir. Venerable Shi nodded and was about to withdraw when a disciple rushed inside. He presented a jade. Sect leader, Double Dragon Manor sent word. Double Dragon Manor? Zai Waiyu mocked. Just what has that universal righteous sect done? They even let those girls escape and report to Double Dragon Manor. Not that it matters, humph. Double Dragon Manor's elders are coming to investigate. We'll just stick to our story, making them the traitors. I have been sect leader for centuries. It's the least my status can do. The only one who could speak up, High Venerable, had been silenced forever. They can look into us all they want, it'll still be as I say it. This has been an internal fight, resulting in the death of High Venerable. They won't meddle in that, ha ha ha. Venerable, she nodded. Sect leader is brilliant. Yes. Zai Waiyu nodded, looking smug. Then he read the jade and burst out laughing. It's just like I thought. Double Dragon Manor warns us not to go too far. What worry can I have when they won't do anything? Pa. The jade slip was thrown to the ground like trash, and Zai Waiyu mocked. Venerable, she smiled. Sect leader, Double Dragon Manor has been respected by the 9 sects because of their strength, but also fairness, not involving itself in a sect's matter. This is also what ties its hands. As long as we paint it as having traitors, they can't do anything, or who would have respected them, turning the entire Western lands into chaos. This is something they want to avoid at all costs. You're right, Venerable Shi. The plan has been thought out, ha ha ha. Zai Waiyu waved his hand. Get it done. Make sure you get those dregs tied to Zhuo Fan. Report? Another shout came, followed by another disciple. He held a jade slip as he bowed. Zai Waiyu was dubious as to who would send one now, but after reading it, his rage blew. He smashed the jade to the ground and cursed. Damn that Sangha Empire. Only months before they begged demon scheming sects men to come, and now they go back on their words, refusing us. Is it the great empire of the previous superior 3 sect universal righteous sect? Those rotten bastards. Zai Waiyu cursed. I never thought a great empire would actually resort to being so shameless. Venerable, she scratched his nose and shook his head. Report, tilde. Then came a long string of shouts as disciples came in one after the other before Zai Waiyu. Zai Waiyu had a sinking feeling, but took them one at a time. Yet after each one, his anger only spiked higher before smashing them to pieces. This is absurd. What's going on with all of these empires? We've talked and agreed on something to be under our protection. Now they're all backing out. Even those middle 3 sects empires I ignored when the superior 3 sects empires were fighting over us now dislike us. Just what the hell is going on here? Sect leader. Venerable, she was quite calm. Maybe they think that without Zhuo Fan, there's no growth. Zai Waiyu glared at him. What did you say? They did it for Zhuo Fan. No way. Demon scheming sect leader is me, Zai Waiyu. Sect leader, stop lying to yourself. Venerable, she shook his head. Zhuo Fan showed off in the Double Dragon gathering, destined to be the best in Western lands. Those empires were fighting to be under his wing, not under a lower 3 sect meant to grow into a middle 3 sect. Without Zhuo Fan, our value dropped sharply, making them back down. Shut your mouth. Zai Waiyu spat. You dare say that? Don't forget the sect has reached middle 3 sect status under my rule. Venerable, she nodded. Yes, sect leader had done great things, but your greatest achievement was bringing Zhuo Fan. Zai Waiyu's face twitched, about to spit blood. Sect leader, I'm not here to criticize you, but as a sect leader you need to understand your limits. Venerable, she laughed. To be fair, I must agree on Zhuo Fan replacing you. High Venerable had made the right choice. You became a sect leader to begin with because there was no one else better. Now that one appeared, a change was in order. As to why I have been always against Zhuo Fan, wanting to kill him, that's because he's my enemy. But regarding competence, I admire him wholly. Venerable, she? Also, Venerable, she snickered as Zai Waiyu shouted. Sect leader, your temper better change. As you know, the entire sect is now made up of us old guys. I helped you get your seat, now just sit on it and not stir things up like before. When you want something that's not yours to begin with, there's always a price to pay, ha ha ha. Zai Waiyu was livid from anger, glaring as Venerable she just walked away. He then slumped in his lone and cold throne. He got his seat, but that was it, report? Yet another disciple rushed in, and Venerable she blocked him. Let me take those jade slips. Sect leader needn't bother. Yes. The disciple nodded, and Zai Waiyu shook in rage and powerlessness. Reading it, Venerable she pondered before saying, Sect leader Ren is telling us not to make a scene in Tianyu and upset the peace between the 3 sects. And that from now on, Tianyu's tribute to us is 10% lower. What? Zai Waiyu jumped to his feet. Venerable, she sighed, flicking the jade slip backward as he walked away. It seems Tianyu has some smart people to string Heaven Trailing sect along. Meanwhile, in Blackwind Mountain, as a show of good faith, Luo Yunhai took Venerable Bai's group to where war puppets were made in the bunker. But war puppets were no longer here, replaced now by a sparkling mountain of crystals. Scared stones. Fiend Yang cried out, how did you get so many? Luo Yunhai looked at him perplexed. This is a lot. After attacking Mystical Heaven Sect, Brother Zhuo saw our heavy losses and gave us 1,000,000 of these rocks, saying they had way more spiritual energy than common spirit stones. They should help us raise many experts in a short time and recoup our losses. I was not sure what he meant then, though they sure have some good uses. We've just put them all here in bunker for a couple of days, and already had a good few radiant stage elders enter ethereal stage. Using them for arrays, they also boost their power quite a bit. 1,000,000? Face twitching, Fiend Yang grabbed Luo Yunhai's hands, touched to tears. Luo clan head will follow you. I bet only Double Dragon Manor would have so many sacred stones in Western lands. No superior 3 sect could come close. With these resources, our power will rise higher and higher. Damn that Zhuo Fan. He lied to us, whining on his poverty, that cheapskate, when he could take out so many. If I knew, what was the point of going to Double Dragon gathering anyway? The others nodded, then they crowded around Luo Yunhai, proclaiming their lifelong allegiance to the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai nodded in reflex, still shocked. Are these baubles that enticing, seeing them so lively? 2 figures left the bunker in silence. They looked at the setting sun in sadness. Xuenger noticed her grief and said, Don't worry, Sister Yunchang, with so many sacred stones, Brother Zhuo will be avenged. What's the point? It won't bring him back. Tearing up, Luo Yunchang's empty eyes reflected the fading twilight. In the Double Dragon Manor, Chu Qingcheng and the 2 girls watched the same sun, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Footsteps were heard as Wu Qingqiu came from behind. Miss Chu, are you dissatisfied with Double Dragon Manor's method? Who here isn't? Brother Zhuo's death is unjust, but we must also take into account Double Dragon Manor's stance. It involves 4 sects. Then there's grave news from Eastern lands and their unrest. The exalted have no choice but to settle Western lands first. Clenching her teeth, Chu Qingcheng said nothing, her eyes hazy from tears of hatred. Chapter 794, Infernal Valley. SSS Tilda in a pitch-black space, a golden flame raged. It grew and grew, taking the shape of a mile-long dragon, shedding some light to this dark place. Roar. A draconic roar came from the golden fire, and it looked below at the tiny humans, only two of them. One stood there with utmost respect and a slight bow, Yilin. The other was an icy corpse, covered in gaping wounds from head to toe. Looking at the corpse, the dragon rumbled. "Is he the one you spoke of?" "Yes, master, I have brought him." Yilin bowed, squinting. The fire dragon sized him up. "You sure were vicious." "I only asked you to bring him and use the dragon breath pill if necessary to warn him, not to show up here with him beaten so bad there's not a breath in him. Is it revenge for last time? But if he's the one you told me, why did he get hurt so easily? And you're completely unharmed, unlike last time being carried here from the Double Dragon gathering." "Master, am I so petty?" Yilin sighed. "I fought in the Double Dragon gathering with my name as a sacred beast inheritor on the line. A loss is a loss, why be so narrow-minded about it? Moreover, since I already lost once, I wouldn't have the heart to fight him again." The huge draconic eye shook, waiting for his explanation. Yilin bowed. "Master, when I rushed over, he was already surrounded by the universal righteous sect's hundreds of people. I have used the dragon breath pill Master gave me to get rid of them, then brought this half-dead body here." "I see, he's been attacked." The fire dragon looked down and became astounded. "Just who on earth is his master? He has too many inheritances. Many of them belong to astounding figures, no less renowned than myself." Yilin nodded. "Yes, master, when I fought him, I also felt his inheritance was complex, not just from one person. But even against his chaotic and incomplete powers, I still lost. I have shamed master." "No, if you were to lose to anyone else, that's when you would have shamed me, but losing to him is justified." The fire dragon's face was solemn. Startled, Yilin wondered, why is the always competitive master suddenly soft? He actually admitted his disciple is weaker than another. The fire dragon said, "Yilin, you must have heard me telling you about the 10 ancient sovereigns and us 5 great sacred beasts, with many other strong beings in the sacred domain. Star reader, the 10 ancient emperors are actually in a stage far above the one the demonic emperor was in, despite having the same title. Now I changed it to reflect that." Nodding, Yilin blinked, waiting for him to continue. "Now I'll share with you the source of his inheritance." The draconic claw whistled in the air and pointed at Zhuo Fan's right arm. "This arm comes from Soaring Kilin, a part of a real sacred beast that was born from the primal chaos. It's on an entire different level from you, who has been transformed to be in between man and beast. If he had known how to use it, one fist would have been able to render you heavily wounded. At most, only 3 punches could you take on." SSS Tilda Yilin gasped in shock, staring hard at that arm. He thought Zhuo Fan and he were the same sacred beast inheritors, their bodies transformed by sacred beasts. But now he realized that he had a real sacred beast part on him. There was just no comparison. Yilin sighed, feeling down. However, how could a sacred beast simply give their body to humans? When the rejection happened, it would have taken his life. Can it be then that 9 Serenity's research was a success? Ignoring his disciple's glum look, the fire dragon frowned. "That settles it. He's 9 Serenity's successor." Only that old freak could resort to such twisted and outrageous methods. Yilin cried out, "The 3rd strongest of the 10 ancient sovereigns, 9 Serenity's sovereign." "Yes, I noticed the peculiarity of his Yuan Kai and his Danshan, and found it to be a blend of thousands of things. I once heard that 9 Serenities comprehended a skill that can vie with Heavenly Sovereign's Void Eye, compatible with any kind of constitution. Now that I see it, the cultivation method has indeed been passed down." The fire dragon nodded. "It's because of this that his body can hold so many different powers without clashing. Especially the power of us, 5 great sacred beasts. Vaulting Kunpeng's chaos flame merged with the spirit, Soaring Kilin's almighty flesh, Thunder Phoenix's berserk purple lightning flooding his veins, all lay quiet. If it were anyone else, these three alone would have ended him if they clashed. What? Yilin was shocked. You're telling me he has three great sacred beast powers? He also sensed it while fighting Zhuo Fan, but hearing his master confirm it was still a shock. One would already be immensely prideful for having one, yet this guy up and had three of them. What kind of a lucky bastard was he anyway? He would rather believe Zhuo Fan was just a sacred beast inheritor, with the other two coming from who knew where but had to be given back. The other option was simply insane. Humph, three sacred beast powers. You still have no idea. The fire dragon mocked, moving a sharp claw to peel the eyelid off Zhuo Fan's right golden eye. Yilin, see here. Remember it, the divine eye of the void of the strongest in sacred domain, heavenly sovereign. He is also the one us sacred beasts could never defeat. Eye twitching, Yilin was overwhelmed. Heavenly sovereign's successor. Precisely. Flaring his snout, the fire dragon's eyes flashed with hatred. But for him to have heavenly sovereign's skill, it must be that he's unrelated to him, instead getting the treasure Killin stole. Humph, heavenly sovereign would be so pissed to know his precious skill got leaked, ha ha ha. The fire dragon cackled, imagining the look of anger on heavenly sovereign's face. Yilin cried, three great sacred beasts, two sovereigns. That's 5 peak inheritance. Who the hell is he? It doesn't matter, for in the end he's a really lucky winner. The fire dragon raised an eyebrow. Also, Yilin, I have something to tell you, but don't be jealous. He doesn't have just 5, but one more. The fire dragon pointed at Zhuo Fan's belly. Whoosh, tilde, a light flashed and Blood Infant turned into a demonic sword, under the immense heat of the flame and the fire dragon's might. The demonic sword shook, then returned back to Zhuo Fan's body. Yilin was stumped. Master, is that a sword? No, a spirit. The fire dragon said. There was a rumor about Patriarch Blood Demon I told you about. He was only in the saint stage, yet refined a blood infant that none in the sovereign stage dared to mess with. But after he died, his skill was lost. I never thought I'd meet it here, added to a sacred weapon to become a sword spirit. Ha ha ha, the power blood infant has when reaching saint stage while using a sacred weapon will be unthinkable. I bet it can easily dispatch average sovereigns. The fire dragon laughed, his eyes pensive. Yilin looked at Zhuo Fan with a complicated look. 6 peak inheritances. Now this is heaven's favorite. How can I compare to him when I only have one? Getting my inheritance is the highlight of anyone's life. And what's the use of having so many anyway? Unable to reach their peak will still get you beaten up. The fire dragon scolded. Yilin grinned. And if he does train them? Well, the fire dragon sighed. Then he'll be unstoppable. Yilin stood there stunned. But then the fire dragon shook his head, which is impossible. The ultimate skills of sovereigns and the abilities of sacred beasts came about after millions of years. To master them all is just not feasible. It's better if you stick with mine, on the path of the fire dragon, rather than bite more than you can chew. And you don't have 9 Serenity's sovereign's inheritance either and can't agree to having so many powers. You'll only die. Disappointed still, Yilin nodded in the end, then he looked down on Zhuo Fan. Master, his body shows no sign of life ruined, but his soul might be saved. Ha ha ha, his soul is under Chaos Flame's protection and should recover by himself, but wounded as he is, only if I trigger it. As for his body, it's not ruined just yet. He has the Blood Infant protecting it. It holds the source of life. As long as Blood Infant is around, his body will never die. His severely damaged body needs to be repaired is all. The fire dragon hissed as he ripped a golden scale, placing it over Zhuo Fan's body. Then a scorching golden flame engulfed him, burning hotter and hotter. Chapter 795. Revival, golden flame refining, decimating dragon scale armor. Eyes squinting, Yilin watched the familiar spectacle for a long time. It was the same way he was saved back then. Master, you're using your reverse scale again and decimating golden flame to refine his body. Won't that mean he'll be just like me? Why, jealous? Never once considering his disciple's opinion, the fire dragon nodded. Yilin's face twitched and sighed. That'll give him a 7th peak inheritance. The decimating golden flame that only I had now he has it while I don't have what he has. It's hard to feel at ease, master. Humph, rotten brat, what's there to be unsettled about? The fire dragon smirked. Can you even do what I told you to do alone? Ha ha, I know how improbable that is. Since such a perfect and rare specimen came, a kindred spirit as well, I'll be sure to use everything to save him, to strengthen him so he could finish my work. Yilin's brow twitched. Kindred? Yes, kindred. Fire Dragon's eyes flashed and revealed a nasty grin. Those huge eyes never left the ball of fire below. 9 serenities, in a hazy area, a lonely shadow floated around perplexed. Who is it? What are you calling? His questions went unanswered, the voices coming and going, shouting 9 serenities' name on and on. The shadow questioned some more, but no answer was provided. He chose to ignore them, just floating there in this desolate place. Suddenly, an aged figure stood before him, with clothes as black as night. The old man faced away from him. The shadow had a peculiar look as he asked, "Who are you?" The old man was ever silent, ignoring him just as the voices did. It just floated forward. Wait. Then the old man spoke. Forward is the great beyond. If you step any further, there'll be no going back. Frowning, the shadow asked, What's this great beyond? A place where your spirit fades. The old man replied. Looking around, he saw nothing but mist with no paths around, but when he looked in front, there was pitch-black darkness. Where should I go? The old man paused, left speechless. He finally sighed. Wait here. Oh, the shadow nodded, standing there like a good child. In front there was pitch blackness and behind darkness. Around him there was nothingness swirling, with only he and the old man standing here. 9 serenities, we've waited your return. The drawn-out calls came once again. The old man shook. The shadow asked, Are they calling for you? Yeah. Why don't you answer them? They can't hear me, nor would they dare to talk back. The old man's back shook a bit and sighed. I have promised something I failed to do and can't return. The shadow looked around at the endless haze without any path in sight. Yeah, there's no return without a path, unless, the shadow pointed at the pitch blackness in front, you go there. But once I do, I'll never come out, never coming back. The old man sighed. I still want to return, I can't ever go forward. The shadow nodded after a pause, then floated forward. As he went, pitch blackness crept behind him, cutting his retreat. The old man shouted, What are you doing? Didn't I told you not to go? But this is the only way. Shaking, the shadow looked at the old man, puzzled. The old man shivered, as if afraid. The shadow just kept going forward. Hold on a minute, the old man cried. Before you go, mind answering a question of mine. What question? Who are you? Startled, the shadow frowned for a long time, then shook his head. I don't know. Who am I? Promise me this. Before you can answer my question, you can't go forward. The old man spoke solemnly. The shadow scratched his head and nodded. But then he was perplexed again as he took another step forward unconsciously. Who am I? Who am I? I have let you all down. I can't go back. The old man sighed and shook all over. My spirit is barely holding on. It's so weak I can't even remember my name, ha. I want to go with him. Who am I? The shadow passed by the old man and failed to notice that the old man was walking by his side, deeper into the abyss. Then in this hazy world, a blinding light flashed. A huge ball of golden fire shone. It cast its light upon the shadow, revealing a very familiar face. As if by agreement, an azure flame ignited on his forehead, soon covering his entire body and turning him into a human-shaped azure fire. Who am I? The shadow's eyes were hazy as it muttered. But as the azure flame spread to his eyes, he woke up shouting, I'm Zhuo Fan, demonic Emperor Zhuo Fan. Like a vow, the shout dispelled the abyss, making the ever-encroaching pitch blackness fade away. The darkness faded and gave way to glorious and vibrant light. Zhuo Fan floated now towards the golden flames, but before he melded with them, he turned to look at the old man fading away from the light. Who are you? Zhuo Fan shouted. The old man was no longer visible, but just as Zhuo Fan was entering the golden flame, the old man's voice reached him. We will meet again. On the edge of death, or when we achieve Tao, ha. Boom. With a huge explosion, fire motes flew all over and Zhuo Fan came out of it with golden shining in his eyes, filled with flames. His body was covered in golden scales releasing blistering heat, capable of melting anything. "You're finally back, child." Zhuo Fan was still out of all that was happening when he heard a rumbling voice. He turned his head with a start and saw a huge dragon head staring right at him with an eerie look. The golden flames burned so hot it warped the space around it. Zhuo Fan cried out, "One of the 5 great sacred beasts, decimating dragon ancestor. Am I in infernal gorge? He, right you are. This is my domain, welcome." The dragon ancestor let out a wave of scorching air, forcing Zhuo Fan back. Zhuo Fan was perplexed. "What am I doing here?" Yilin read his mind. "I brought you. When you were fighting the universal righteous sect's siege, you were at the end of your life, your soul and body about to go cold. Only my master could save you. That's why I brought you here." "Yilin?" Zhuo Fan's brow shook. Zhuo Fan pondered, then shouted, "What about the girls? How are they?" Yilin raised an eyebrow. "Since when did you care about someone else? Just tell me, are they all right?" "They're fine. When I arrived, only you were fighting, blocking hundreds of men from universal righteous sect. I did you a favor and killed them all. There should be no pursuers." "Good, that's good." Easing a breath he'd been holding, Zhuo Fan was relieved. In his persistent determination to hold on for 3 days, his consciousness had faded at some point. One might have even ruled him dead. But he went on, hanging on to that last breath. That was what kept him fighting for so long, while he knew nothing of what was happening nor if the girls got away. The decimating dragon ancestor asked curiously, "Child, are those people related to you?" Dragon ancestor, my wife is with them." Zhuo Fan bowed, knowing how to clean up his act before such an almighty existence. His answer made the dragon snort, flaring its nostrils. "Heed my warning. Break all ties with them. You're not even aware you sunk so deep because of them. If you really do care about your wife, stay away from her." "What?" Zhuo Fan stood there dumbstruck. Chapter 796, 10 Sovereigns, 10 Paths. Glancing at the dumbstruck Zhuo Fan, the dragon ancestor turned to Yilin. "Leave us. There's something I want to speak to the kid." The dragon then clawed the air. Following the wave of heat, the space tore, revealing on the other side a magnificent landscape. Yilin looked at the dazed Zhuo Fan, then bowed and left. The tear sealed behind him, and this area was once again a searing inferno. "Just what's going on? What do you mean by that?" Zhuo Fan's brow shook and he felt uneasy. The dragon ancestor had touched his greatest fear. The dragon shouted, "Before I answer, you must first be honest with me. Who are you? Why do you have so many great legacies despite being so young?" Zhuo Fan did not reply. It was his greatest secret and not something that could be shared. "Talk or you'll one day be sorry. Don't say I didn't warn you." The dragon ancestor's roar gave a stern warning. Sighing, Zhuo Fan felt helpless. He had lost all grounds in this negotiation, not that it mattered much. Vaulting Kun Peng had him explain himself, and now talking to this dragon ancestor wouldn't be much of a difference. He wanted to know why the dragon ancestor wanted him detached from others, especially King Cheng. So he began detailing his 2 lives, making sure to include his meeting with Kun Peng and his request to find the other sacred beasts. The dragon ancestor was stunned. He sighed. "Kid, you're really something to have such strange circumstances. You must know that any one of those legacies is a dream come true for others. Yet you took them all for yourself, ha ha ha. Congratulations, especially on 9 Serenity's dubious arts, allowing you to come back through grudges. Even I have to show my admiration for such skill." Zhuo Fan chuckled and nodded, feeling the same way towards 9 Serenity's sovereign's research. However, the dragon ancestor changed his tone, his maw perked in a savage grin. "Kid, despite the amazing luck on you, it fails you when you most need it. You've been had by all Kun Peng and now you're stuck with us. Your life is destined to be spent in fear. Under constant despair, your life might end the next moment." Zhuo Fan's heart trembled from shock. Where did that come from? The ancient period. With a long sigh, the dragon ancestor released a heat wave and his fiery bulk shook. As he gazed at the sky, he struck a lonely figure. In the time of the primal chaos, when heaven and earth began to take shape, we were born, graced with 5 primal abilities. Everywhere we went, the beasts saw us as kings and the humans unable to reach our level. But us, 5 great sacred beasts, only had interest in each other to duel and settle once and for all who had supreme dominion over this world. The fights were endless. The disregard for humans was so severe, we saw them as nothing but snacks. This is how we spent the next few millions of years, always fighting and never winning, unable to settle on a one ruler. Kun Peng, the old geezer, maybe his gentle chaos flame being able to harmonize yin and yang had something to do with it, was slick and cunning. This made him be seen as a friend by the other 4 sacred beasts from the constant mediating of our conflicts. But he was far from being fit to be the leader of us 5 great sacred beasts. None of us was any weaker than the other to begin with, Zhuo Fan nodded. Sacred beasts were not much different from wild beasts. Unless beaten into submission, it would just not listen. Preaching and smooth-talking was pointless. But, Dragon Ancestor continued, one day beyond our knowledge, our carefree days ended. The humans we disregarded so much revealed to have 10 strong members. They had deep insights in the workings of the world, creating remarkable arts that held the power to contend with our might. To the point the top 3 were able to beat us. These 10 later on became the 10 ancient sovereigns. Their power was called the 10 paths to heaven. They can break the world and seize all. Under their guidance, humanity began to comprehend the Tao, beginning to cultivate and grow stronger. Countless experts rose to prominence while the supremacy of the sacred beasts upon the world began to wane. They were driven back to the forests and mountains. Only then did we realize that heaven was impartial. While our might was incredible, our intelligence was not. Be it sacred beasts or spiritual beasts, none could understand the heart's mysteries blocking our advance. Humanity was weak, but was very sharp too, with the chance to rise to the top. Especially those 10, they have become the peak of this world's power. Dragon Ancestor sighed. By the way, kid, don't you have Patriarch Blood Demon's blood infant in you as well? That's borrowed power, something that will never get you to the top. Do you know why Patriarch Blood Demon was stuck in the saint stage and the sovereigns avoided him? Isn't it because he was a show-off and ended up being killed before reaching the sovereign stage? Zhuo Fan asked. Dragon Ancestor laughed at his answer, mocking. Even you're giving credence to rumors, kid. An outstanding expert will treasure his life the higher he rises. With how cultivation takes ages to advance, who would show off? Knowing he was in the saint stage, no matter how strong, he'd be suicidal going against a sovereign. Startled, Zhuo Fan pondered a bit before nodding. True, if I were in Patriarch Blood Demon's stead, getting to the sovereign stage was a much better option than to flex. Then why? Dragon Ancestor spoke. The 10 paths to heaven are finite and all accounted for. For one to rise, another had to fall. This is why the Patriarch Blood Demon always lived on edge, challenging the sovereigns, which ended up being his downfall as well. As an ex-demonic emperor of the sacred domain, you should have a broader horizon. Haven't you ever noticed that all the arts and skills in the world have their roots going back to these 10 paths? Trembling, Zhuo Fan was in a state of shock. That means, precisely, Dragon Ancestor's eyes flashes. As long as the 10 sovereigns live, even if humanity cultivates, it will never reach higher. This is a world constant, its balance. It places a limit on the number of ultimate experts at one time to maintain it. The 10 paths to heaven are in balance. That's why one can only rise when another has fallen. Everything revolves around them. Stunned, Zhuo Fan clenched his fists in denial. Doesn't that mean that all cultivators are stuck in the saint stage? Not necessarily. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. I already said if one falls, another may rise. Humanity cultivates to comprehend the Tao to the point of reaching the peak and seeing the nature of the world. Only most cultivators' insight falls in line with the 10 paths, thus cutting off your future. But by gaining insight in a path outside of these 10, then you'll be a fully fledged sovereign in your own right. Then, as heaven wills it, with the rise of one, another has to fall. When Patriarch Blood Demon challenged the sovereigns, he did it in belief that his blood path was outside of theirs, a new path that allowed him to dethrone one of the 10 sovereigns. He was mistaken, unfortunate, as the demonic blood path fell under 9 Serenity's path. This bound him to the saint stage for the rest of his life. His blood infant was amazing, yes, but it was only a skill, while his cultivation could never reach the height of power the 10 sovereigns enjoyed. Zhuo Fan nodded. This explains why after years and years, there was no other sovereign appearing besides the 10 ancient sovereigns. The requirements are too high. Even if the 10 sovereigns weren't there, one must first comprehend their path to become its patriarch before rising into the sovereign stage. In a meritorious world such as this, hardly anyone had such qualifications. My master, Elder Yuan, has a high chance of comprehending the heart path. A shame his aptitude lacks, stunting his cultivation stage despite his deep insight. Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed. The road to the sovereign stage is beyond difficult. Dragon Ancestor looked at him hard, then smiled. Ha ha ha, kid, you think that's hard? Wrong again for us, the 5 great sacred beasts and the 10 sovereigns. The sovereign stage is in the past. What all of us really care about is that even in the sovereign stage, we're all nothing but the world's toys, under constant threat, and unable to dominate the world in the truest sense. The 10 paths to heaven might look unflinching, but they aren't without dangers. They are at risk of being replaced. That is why we wanted to strive for a higher stage. This is what brought the next series of great events. It even included your fate. Trembling, Zhuo Fan's expression turned heavy as he frowned, waiting for the explanation. Chapter 797, Heavenly Sovereign's Prison. Humanity focuses on insight. To advance, they need to go through the stages. Sacred beasts rely on power and need to amass greater power to advance. This ended up being the root of the most terrible war of all time. Dragon Ancestor's eyes shone as he grit his fangs, showing his bloodlust. All humans searched for a way to advance, with almost none succeeding. But 2 sovereigns and 1 beast had their own ideas. They were the strongest heavenly sovereign, the most devious 9 Serenities, and the most unscrupulous geezer Kunpeng. If not for him, Thunder Phoenix would have never had suffered so much at Heavenly Sovereign's insidious blow. Zhuo Fan's heart shook. Heavenly Sovereign hurt the Thunder Phoenix. How else do you think the purple lightning gold eye came to be? Decimating Dragon Ancestor mocked. Each of these 3 had their own way of overcoming the sovereign stage. Heavenly Sovereign wanted to do it through the divine eye of the void that contained everything. By holding all the world offered, he'll become its supreme ruler. 9 Serenity's sovereign pondered that all things had the same source, the world's Tao. By wielding the world's power, wouldn't you have it all? Through their own understanding, each ruled. Zhuo Fan shook and nodded. This must be the source of the demon transformation art. A shame 9 Serenity's sovereign never got the chance to train it, having gone missing. As for Kunpeng, Dragon Ancestor grew angry, his burning claw swiping around. He actually wanted to steal our 4 great sacred beasts' power. By means of returning them to primal chaos, he would go beyond a sacred beast and reach the highest level. What, combining 5 great sacred beasts' powers? Zhuo Fan was shocked. Thinking about it, he had considered it as well at some point. But he was not the first. Kunpeng came up with it in ancient times. If he hadn't combined 4 of them already, Zhuo Fan would have labeled Kunpeng as a madman. 5 extreme powers clashing into each other. It'd be a miracle if you were still around to tell the tale. But having gone through that preliminary process, he knew that the result would be beyond the 5 great sacred beasts' power. So much so, it was in another realm, while Kunpeng's intentions were dubious at best. This avenue showed promise. As for success, it all came down to how he handled these powers. Dragon Ancestor continued in a dark tone. Ever since the 10 sovereigns appeared, we could no longer overlook humanity. But humans are deceitful, unlike the frank spiritual beasts. To come in contact with the 10 sovereigns, we elected the most glib sacred beast among us, Kunpeng. We had no way of knowing the crafty Kunpeng, who only mediated our conflicts, had been corrupted by humanity's twisted minds. To test whether the 5 powers could be combined, he created the word-crushing array that 5 beasts could use. He came to us with it by lying it was to counter the 10 sovereigns. The day the array was employed, no matter how strong the 5 powers were, there was no sign of joining together. Disappointed, he figured the powers were still inside each of us, and that's why they could not fuse correctly. So he sought the help of Heavenly Sovereign. The first victim ended up to be Thunder Phoenix. That means young Sanzi is in terrible danger. Zhuo Fan panicked. He had severe doubts about Kunpeng from the start, but since he had done nothing untoward so far, he let down his guard. But hearing Kunpeng's goal from Dragon Ancestor, letting Gu Santong in his charge was like handing him on a silver platter. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Worry not, the old coot won't touch the kid. He's still growing. All the powers in the world are in balance. A tiny Qilin won't put a dent in his appetite to begin with. It's too soon for his plan. Besides, he has yet to find the right way to even achieve it. Nodding, Zhuo Fan eased a heavy breath. But even so, he was still worried about leaving young Sanzi with that geezer. Especially since he painted a pretty picture when he asked you to come save us. It's obvious to everyone that with your immature divine eye of the void, there won't be any rescue. His meaning was to make peace since we all have a common enemy. Heavenly Sovereign? Zhuo Fan's heart thumped. Dragon Ancestor's mood was heavy. Yes, when he went to ally with Heavenly Sovereign, it was the worst mistake of his life. Heavenly Sovereign's ambition was far greater. After stealing Thunder Phoenix's berserk purple lightning, he turned. Heavenly Sovereign is a proud man, considering everyone beneath him, even us, sacred beasts. But he feared our powers. Especially Thunder Phoenix's, known to be a destructive force of raw power, the most terrible of the 5. If he took the purple lightning for himself, then nothing in the world could escape his divine eye of the void. He worked with Kunpeng, but only to test his limits. Once he assessed them, he went to work on his true plan, which included all living things. What is it? Zhuo Fan asked even as his mind worked some guesses. With a sneer, the Dragon Ancestor said, "As an inheritor of the divine eye of the void, you still don't know its power." A new world. Yes, creating an entirely new world and having everything moved there to become its supreme ruler. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Ancestor revealed a hint of fear. This is without a doubt a catastrophe to this world. With everything contained in his eye will be nothing but cattle. Or worse, he plans on using the power of the entire world to advance beyond the sovereign stage and attain true dominion. Sacred beasts being against this was obvious, but even the other sovereigns would defy it. This marked the start of a great war among the 10 ancient sovereigns. It ravaged the lands for millennia, taking a heavy toll on its inhabitants. No matter how strong Heavenly Sovereign was, not even he was assured of victory. To make sure his ultimate skill did not go out, he used an imparting stone, hiding it behind a realm. Finding out about this, we planned on stealing it and figuring out its weaknesses. But soon, Heavenly Sovereign noticed our plan. Enraged, he hunted us 4 sacred beasts down. With the power of his eye, he created the mortal domain to trap us. In essence, the mortal domain is Heavenly Sovereign's prison and we the inmates. We were being assaulted by berserk purple lightning every day, wanting to take back his art. He had no idea Qilin had taken it. Ha ha ha, Dragon Ancestor laughed, but his joy was with tears. For the great sacred beasts to be trapped by a single man, this was no longer shame, but humiliation. And he was Heavenly Sovereign, the strongest sovereign for a reason. Zhuo Fan was dumbstruck. Every sacred domain denizen believed the lowest rung, the mortal domain, was made naturally. Now he found out the truth that Heavenly Sovereign had created it to trap the sacred beasts. Just what power is that? Isn't this like being the ruler of a world? Is this the power of a sovereign? Dragon Ancestor broke him out of his dazed look with a smile. Heavenly Sovereign is the very peak of this world, Zhuo Fan sighed. Afterward, we roamed the mortal domain, suffering every day, oblivious of how the 10 sovereigns' war was going. Then the 10 sovereigns vanished practically overnight. The rumors say they fell, dead fighting each other. Zhuo Fan sighed. Dragon Ancestor cracked up. Ha ha ha, they fell. Don't make me laugh. Granted others might fall, but Heavenly Sovereign. What about this prison? Isn't it still standing? The mortal domain will stand as long as Heavenly Sovereign lives. Craning his head up, Zhuo Fan asked in disbelief. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. I'm unsure either. The mortal domain was something he made with his eye. I don't know if it would vanish once he's dead. But I can still feel his piercing gaze on this world, to see if we have yet to still be under the purple lightning's onslaught. Heavenly Sovereign still watches this place? Maybe not watch, since everything here is in the palm of his hand. Dragon Ancestor gritted his fangs. Just like in the new world he wants to make in his own image, the people here are at his whim. As if the world laws or the 10 paths to heaven, the amount of experts are limited. He appears to be the overlord of this world, pressing down on the strong cultivators. Kid, you came from the sacred domain, but have you ever heard of anyone from the mortal domain reaching the sacred domain? Zhuo Fan frowned. I have never thought about it like that, but the mortal domain's spiritual energy is thin and makes it hard for. A thought struck Zhuo Fan. You mean? Quite. Dragon Ancestor's voice was firm. In the mortal domain, Heavenly Sovereign's world, not only is cultivation suppressed, but no one is allowed to leave it. If there's a true outstanding genius that comes out, humph, Heavenly Sovereign's rage would bore down on him, snuffing him out. In the end, this place is a test for Heavenly Sovereign's new world. He is the lord over it, and we are merely the guinea pigs populating it. Chapter 798. Apocalyptic Thunderflame I. Zhuo Fan was overwhelmed by what Dragon Ancestor declared, finding it very hard to believe it was true. That's simply godlike. It goes beyond what any expert can do. Humph, no god has the power to create world laws. Dragon Ancestor sighed, but in the mortal domain, Heavenly Sovereign is tantamount to the Creator, having everything in this world under his control. This is the greatest ability of the divine eye of the void. A new world? Zhuo Fan stood there, dazed, unable to conceive the 10 ancient sovereigns could hold so much power, having never seen them before. Although from the Dragon Ancestor's words, he did know one, it was obvious the rest were no pushovers either. Dragon Ancestor, I see that you control this place as well. Zhuo Fan looked around at the fiery place. There's no berserk purple lightning here, and Yilin can come and go whenever. Getting out of here should be easy for you. Are you perhaps stalling it out of fear of Heavenly Sovereign? The huge fiery head nodded. Yes, I'm not sure if the sovereigns have gone like you said, Heavenly Sovereign included. They might be just heavily wounded. But even so, he's still the master of the mortal domain. While disregarding feeble ants like you scurrying around, he will definitely look closer at us sacred beasts. Especially when he had made preparation in the mortal domain. Back then, he and Sword Sovereign had created 5 sacred weapons to guard the mortal domain. The moment they sense our energy, they would suck the 5 sacred mines dry, then come to kill us. And since this is the mortal domain, under divine eye of the void suppression, our power is severely weaker than in the sacred domain and can't block them. Speaking of, you already got one to accept you. The mortal domain's 5 lands defending sacred weapons were made by Heavenly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign for you in mind. Zhuo Fan cried out. Dragon Ancestor nodded. Among the 10 sovereigns, Sword Sovereign specialized in refining weapons, and also Heavenly Sovereign's confidant. While Heavenly Sovereign made this place, Sword Sovereign placed the many arrays. Even if we overcame years of purple lightning torture, we won't leave still. Those sacred weapons are our jailers. We have nowhere to run. I see. I was wondering why the divine eye of the void could resist the sacred weapon. It's because it won't fight what came from its master. Zhuo Fan nodded as things began to fall into place. When he went to the sacred mine, he was attacked by the sacred weapon all because it sensed the Kilin energy on him. But then he frowned. What a vaulting Kun Peng! He's in no prison, able to go wherever in the mortal domain. Why isn't he afraid of Heavenly Sovereign? Is he still on Heavenly Sovereign's side? Not at all. To be honest, Heavenly Sovereign has no use for him any longer. Heavenly Sovereign wanted to capture him and force him to give up his techniques, but always failed. He failed, showing off as the king of beasts in the all-beast mountain range. Zhuo Fan was stunned. Dragon Ancestor smiled. That's Heavenly Sovereign's only lapse. He is but a sovereign, no matter how powerful, and not the master of the real world to govern everything. Kid, you know as well that Kunpeng Geezer's chaos flame can harmonize yin and yang, able to blend the primal chaos power at the source of every being. He hides in the all-beast mountain range so that the beasts there mask his energy. Not even Heavenly Sovereign can find him like that, unless he comes out himself. With the beasts hiding him, he'd be no different from the other humans mingling about in the mortal domain. Moreover, Heavenly Sovereign would never think that having us imprisoned in these spaces, that old geezer long ago hid in the all-beast mountain range, still within the range of his prison. The safest place is also the most dangerous. I bet Heavenly Sovereign must be scouring this world for the coot, but won't ever find him. Zhuo Fan nodded, now realizing the Azure Flame was so ingenious, or maybe Kunpeng is so devious. Now I've explained to you all the ins and outs, and you should understand the world better. My warning should now be much clearer. Dragon Ancestor finished his sad story and returned back to the main topic. Shaking all over, Zhuo Fan's eyes glazed over, still reluctant. You should know by now who Heavenly Sovereign is. He made the mortal domain, imprisoning us and using purple lightning to torture us. Why didn't he kill us? Isn't it to find his art and not get anyone to learn it? This just shows how much he cares for it. Staring at Zhuo Fan, the Dragon Emperor spoke. Which is obvious, with how much of a threat someone stumbling upon the divine eye of the void would become. It's something he will not tolerate. If not for the crisis he was under when the other sovereigns attacked him, he would never make a record of his art to safeguard it. Zhuo Fan shook and closed his eyes, his fists clenched. Dragon Ancestor sighed. Kid, you're the successor of the strongest sovereign. It's your fortune and curse. When Kunpeng pushed you to find Qilin, it was to get you on his side. But in the end, it all came down to your greed, wanting that supreme treasure. Now you know the divine eye of the void, and that makes you Heavenly Sovereign's target. Your enemy is the strongest in the world that can take your life at any time, and you still want to involve your wife and friends into this danger? And what if I give it up? What if I destroy it? Zhuo Fan shook and clenched his teeth. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. Kid, do you know what successor means? It's not just the skill, but the path. Divine Eye of the Void is Heavenly Sovereign's greatest skill, containing within is his void path. As you train it, you'll gain insights and blend with the Tao. It seeps into your bones, it fills your soul. It will never leave you for as long as you live. What's the use ruining the skill? Heavenly Sovereign will still find you from your aura. Zhuo Fan shook all over, feeling regret flooding his heart. His jaw was locked so tight blood flowed. Just why did I train this skill? Kid, it seems you still don't want to give it up. But, Dragon Ancestor continued, if you don't let go, you're killing the others. You don't want them to suffer for your mistakes, but one day they'll die at Heavenly Sovereign's hand. The more you hang on to it, the more it slips away. Let it go and it will come. Isn't it enough to see them safe from afar? Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with loss. He had been alone all his first life, but not anymore. But Providence played the biggest joke on him. To stop being alone, he had to walk alone. Ha ha ha, if fate exists, who planned this out for me, toying with me to such extent? Zhuo Fan showed a self-deprecating smile, one filled with endless sorrow and malcontent at the world. Dragon Ancestor used a sharp talon to pat his shoulder. Hey, kid, don't go losing it over something so small. Heavenly Sovereign is strong, but not invincible. As long you follow my teachings, we, sacred beasts, will overcome him, and you will overcome this suffering as well. Before that, though, don't let trifles bog you down. Always follow my words above all else. As he finished, Zhuo Fan's body ignited in a golden flame, then the azure flame appeared as well, along with the crackling of purple lightning and Qilin's red glow. 4 of the sacred beast powers came out. Even Dragon Ancestor had to pause. What just happened? Then a pitch-black energy came spread over Zhuo Fan, sucking in the four powers and slowly combining them. This. With wide eyes, Dragon Ancestor shook from disbelief. Crack. With the crack of thunder, black flames exploded, and under decimating Dragon Ancestor's incredulous gaze, Zhuo Fan's body was covered in black flames with peals of black lightning flashing within. A dreaded power was released, making even the decimating Dragon Ancestor shudder. Is this the form of our combined powers? Standing there, Dragon Ancestor muttered. But our powers come from the primal chaos with life at its core. So why then do I feel total destruction when I sense this power? Even I'm feeling fear from it. Dragon Ancestor tapped the black flame with his claw. A bang went off and he quickly took his claw back. Looking close, the scales on the claw were erased. This can't be. Gasping, Dragon Ancestor looked at Zhuo Fan's black flame like it was a monster. Is this what Kun Peng was after? But this is no power to dominate, but to destroy. The black flames shrunk and entered Zhuo Fan. But when Zhuo Fan looked at the Dragon Ancestor, he jerked in fright. Zhuo Fan's eyes were stone cold, containing endless destruction. Especially his left eye, holding the same black flame and black flickers. Dragon Ancestor, what I give up today, I will take it back one day. I'll use this, different from Heavenly Sovereign's apocalyptic thunderflame eye. Zhuo Fan's will was firm, decimating Dragon Ancestor was dumbstruck, only bobbing his huge head, having felt fear like no other. The destruction aura combing off that black thunderflame made him feel pure terror. Chapter 799. Dragon Breath Pill. In the searing space filled with golden flames, there was one spot untouched. Or better yet, the golden flames always went around it from fear. Zhuo Fan stood in the middle, staring hard at decimating Dragon Ancestor's bulk with sharp eyes. His left eye was pitch black with flashes of black flames and flickering black lightning, while his right eye now sported 6 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void was in the 6th stage. Decimating Dragon Ancestor looked at this freak and trembled. He felt like he struck a familiar figure like Heavenly Sovereign. Yet he feared this little kid even more, especially that left eye. Despite only being in this form, the apocalyptic thunderflame eye was made of 4 sacred beast powers. Its level was above the 5 sacred beasts, bearing down on them. Logically, the black eye was on a weak user and that shouldn't work on him. But instinct told him to fear it. He felt slight regret from imparting the decimating golden flame to Zhuo Fan and leading to the creation of something so abominable. Kun Peng had been thinking of every way possible on how to get his hands on ultimate power, only for a pup to stumble into it. I wonder what face he'll make when he finds out. Dragon Ancestor relaxed at this point. Pa, a sound came from Zhuo Fan's left eye and he clenched his teeth. Holding his eye, when he took the hand away, the eye was back to normal with blood seeping from it. What's wrong? Dragon Ancestor asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The immense loss he felt made him think of how to fight Heavenly Sovereign when the time came, where normal methods were useless. Then he recalled the dreaded Thunderflame, the power that was always out of Kun Peng's reach. His head felt hot, and the 4 sacred beast powers came out on an impulse, using demon transformation art to fuse them just like when he fought Yi Lin. But after he succeeded, he noticed the Thunderflame was truly abominable. His own body couldn't take the strain. He had no way of keeping it in his body, or it would eat him alive, so he thought of how to dispel it when it came undone by itself. The Thunderflame was made of powers within himself. As these powers' source was him, it would be coming back and could ignite from a single spark. It was unlike in the Double Dragon gathering, where it was only temporarily. Aren't I playing with fire here? Luck had it, he was suddenly thinking of Divine Eye of the Void's art. It emphasized space and emptiness, able to contain everything and nothing. Then he entered Divine Eye of the Void's 6th stage, Void Domain. Just like that, in the Void, a space was created, similar to Heavenly Sovereign's new world he wanted to create. He then thought of the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye and understood. The Void Domain was inside his left eye and stored the Thunderflame, turning it into the apocalyptic Thunderflame eye. It became clear to him why the heavenly sovereign would say that by understanding the divine eye of the void one could train in the purple lightning gold eye. This was the secret. While he learned the core art, accidents happened. The Thunderflame eye rebelled on him, hurting his left eye. Is the Thunderflame too strong for void domain to hold or just unstable? Am I missing the fifth sacred beast power? Is the Thunderflame eye incomplete? Decimating dragon ancestor's eyes flashed and eased a breath. Thank God the Thunderflame isn't complete, or the kid would have been more terrible than heavenly sovereign. Or we'd have been inviting a worse disaster to deal with the first, one of our own making too. Both were deep in thought, each to his own devices. When the wounded eye recovered, Zhuo Fan wiped the bloody tears and spoke in a heavy tone. Dragon ancestor, you said that you have a way. What is it? What can you possibly do when you've been caught so easily? Humph, kid, don't look down on us so much. Dragon ancestor grumbled. I might have simplified things, but Heavenly Sovereign paid a heavy price to get us deeply wounded. Maybe that's why he's been in hiding all this time after facing the other sovereigns. From how I see it, he should be hovering on the edge. I mean, it's been ages and there's no sight of him in the sacred domain or before us. Doesn't he want his art back? This is the only explanation. Zhuo Fan's heart shook. This dragon does have a good point. Since he ain't dead yet hasn't recovered, that means he's stuck like that. Maybe he's really that wounded. That's why we must take this chance. Seeing recognition in Zhuo Fan's eyes, the dragon ancestor said, Before Heavenly Sovereign comes back, we must break open the mortal domain and get ourselves out, then kill him while he's weak. There hasn't been a better time to take down the strongest man in the world. Dragon ancestor's eyes flickered. Zhuo Fan looked up then frowned. The mortal domain isn't something simple as an isolated space made by a barrier, but a world in itself, even if smaller. To break it won't be easy. Without the power of a sovereign? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I already have a plan. Dragon ancestor laughed confidently. We'll use a recoiling array to attack with extreme power and break its seal on us. Then we, the sacred beasts, can simply walk out of hiding and no one can stop us. Ha ha ha. Brow shaking, Zhuo Fan said, Recoil array, that's something I used in a town to deal with a demonic twerp's fog array. It's not hard, but to strike at something the size of mortal domain, it needs something huge and of immense power. The entire mortal domain's power. Dragon ancestor's eyes flashed. The 5 lands of the mortal domain will each set up a recoil array. Their power will be enough to break it, crushing Heavenly Sovereign's world. What? Zhuo Fan shook as he cried out. With the entire lands as the basis, setting up a complete recoil array, just how big would that make it? Aside from the obscene amount of resources needed, the 5 lands are still in conflict with each other. Who'd go along with your plan in setting up some crazy array? You make a fair point. That's the crux of the problem. Dragon ancestor nodded. Before you become the lord of the mortal domain, setting it up will be impossible. The factions will fight you every step of the way. That's why I believed relying on Yilin alone was impossible. Luckily, there's you. Now that you're stuck with us and have the same enemy, we should be fighting alongside and unite our efforts. If we, sacred beasts, weren't stuck from coming out, enslaving humanity to set the array would have been easier than coming to you. Zhuo Fan's face was hard, and then he nodded. Whoosh tilde dragon ancestor opened its maw and spewed out tremendous heat. Then, 3 huge glittering golden balls came out. They were just like the golden ball Yilin used when he saved Zhuo Fan, only thousands of times bigger. The 3 scorching light balls drifted before Zhuo Fan. Sensing the decimating flames inside, he had to falter a few steps in fear. Dragon ancestor looked tired after that effort. Kid, you'll have to help us out as we can't do anything to offer direct support. Just take these 3 dragon breath pills and use them to save your life. This. Zhuo Fan felt the huge light ball's immense power and gulped. With a snicker, Dragon ancestor held his head high. These dragon breath pills hold the power of 1 fully powered dragon breath of mine. Not even a sovereign or other sacred beasts will take it head-on. As for the Sheng clan in the sacred domain, one of them is enough to wipe them out. But giving you these three made me tired and need rest. Since I'm in a prison, there's no one who'd come to take advantage of my weakness. Ha ha ha, despite being trapped, I'm quite safe. Dragon ancestor. Startled Zhuo Fan looked conflicted, but then he cupped his hands. Thank you, dragon ancestor, for giving me these three precious dragon breath pills, but there shouldn't be anyone near that strength. Dragon ancestor cut him off with a heavy tone. Kid, you're my hope of getting out of here. I'll be sure to grasp it fully. It might be the mortal domain, but it's hard to say you won't be stumbling into something outrageously hard. There's Kunpeng and ha, other deviant freaks out there. If they come after you, it always pays to have a last resort. Shaking all over, Zhuo Fan pondered and bowed in gratitude. I am immensely grateful, dragon ancestor. Chapter 800. Kaior's Transformation. With a wave of the hand and a flash of light, the three terrifying golden spheres were stashed away in Zhuo Fan's ring. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Dragon Ancestor's dragon breath pills were enough to kill anything beneath Sovereign stage. It'd be a shame to use it on some nobodies. Zhuo Fan hesitated. He now had a truly insane last resort, but he found no use for it in the mortal domain. When I get ambushed by an army, I'd much rather fight it out than waste it. Zhuo Fan shook his head. He'd been throwing his money around for the past years like a magnate, yet now that he had these three killer dragon breath pills, he found himself back to the olden days as a miser. They're just too damn valuable to waste. Staring at Zhuo Fan's happy and worried look, Dragon Ancestor couldn't understand it. The dragon had always been indulging in showing off its power and wealth, so how could he understand Zhuo Fan's predicament? I know this will be hard for you, but this is the extent of help I can offer. Dragon Ancestor clearly misunderstood, blaming himself. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, driving the misunderstanding home with a sigh and a shameless nod. Because it's hard, the success is that much worth it. Because winning is everything, you'll do all you can. So Zhuo Fan was back to thinking about how to fleece this mighty dragon ancestor for all he was worth. But then, as a array grandmaster, he found a problem. Dragon ancestor, you want to set up a recoil array, but where does its power come from? The spiritual energy in mortal domain is thin and suppressed as well. Even if the array is set, it won't have much effect. Unless we use the 5 sacred mines, dragon ancestor, I urge you to lend me 100 dragon breath pills and I'll snatch the sacred mines. Having found a perfectly logical excuse, Zhuo Fan roared with hope. PFF, dragon ancestor, was about to spew blood. 100. What do you take me for, a dispenser? Glaring at him, the dragon ancestor shook his head. No use. Ignoring the fact the 5 mines have sword sovereigns arrays to block their mining and lower the sacred weapon's power in killing us when needed. Even if we had them by some miracle, it won't be enough to break this barrier. This is a world in itself, even if a bit smaller than the sacred domain. What then? There's not enough juice to power it. Zhuo Fan frowned and sighed. Dragon Ancestor said, I've already figured it out. It's also the second problem of this plan, setting up a drawing array in the World Wind Tunnel. World Wind Tunnel? Zhuo Fan was startled. What's that? Dragon Ancestor explained. This is the perfect example why, despite how great Heavenly Sovereign's eye is, it's still in the sovereign stage. This mortal domain he created is like a small world, but it has its weakness, tied to the sacred domain, the World Wind Tunnel. Think about it. With the sacred domain's incredible spiritual energy, it should seep into the mortal domain through this tunnel, but it's being suppressed by the mortal domain's barrier. It ends up gathered in one place, leading to the formation of a strange pocket over time. Just how the spot where this prison of mine is placed in a similar wind tunnel, the ultimate clarity sect's secret realm. Here, the spiritual energy is thick and leads directly to sacred domain. That's why their disciples' enlightenment comes fast and can form the particular Taiji domain's soul. That means we can reach the sacred domain through this tunnel. Zhuo Fan cried out. Dragon Ancestor shook his head. If only it were that easy. It is but a cave that barely lets any spiritual energy pass through. Nothing else can cross it. We can only use its spiritual energy to break out of this place. By using a drawing array, it will draw out a lot of energy from sacred domain. With this power, we'll break the barrier. But this solution comes with a problem. Because this wind tunnel has created many strange pockets, like this one, while some are good for cultivation, others are deadly. Though there's one common ground to all of them. Whether they're a hellscape or paradise, all are under a strong faction's ownership. So to set a drawing array in them, you not only have to brave their dangers, but also go through any who oppose you. Zhuo Fan nodded. Since the power supply is settled, the recoil array is feasible. Although, and how am I supposed to find the world wind tunnel with the mortal domain as big as it is? You can't expect me to run around day and night, right? Zhuo Fan frowned. Dragon Ancestor smiled, his eyes flashing with pride. Easy. When the infernal gorge I am in was drifting across the 5 lands of the mortal domain, despite the constant strikes from berserk purple lightning, I was still able to sense the rough location of where the world wind tunnel is. Dragon Ancestor raised his huge claw, touching one sharp talon on Zhuo Fan's forehead. A visible ripple shot, and Zhuo Fan could feel warmth on that spot. A crude sketch appeared in his mind, with 8 dubious markings on it. Dragon Ancestor, the sketch ain't much to go by. Who knows where these tunnels even are? Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Aside from the 8 spots, the surrounding landscape could hardly be distinguished, whether they were mountains, forests, or plains. Dragon Ancestor reddened and snorted. I've been stuck all this time in the infernal gorge while under constant attack, unable to see the outside world. The fact I got their positions is already a blessing, yet you still nag. Anyway, once you go there, you'll definitely find some secret pocket realm, the place where the world wind tunnel resides. Zhuo Fan nodded and sighed. Hey, kid, you're 9 Serenity's successor. Don't tell me now I also have to teach you a drawing array. No, I know how to set it up. Zhuo Fan sighed longer. Let me out. I'll get right on it and get you back to sacred domain. That includes you as well. Dragon Ancestor smiled. Don't ever forget, we're on the same boat. Zhuo Fan nodded. Dragon Ancestor grinned and swiped his claw, making a tunnel in space for Zhuo Fan to pass. Wait. What is it now? Frowning, the Dragon Ancestor asked. For case of minor matters, I'll have Yilin assist you. Zhuo Fan shook his head and waved. Kaior came out with a flash in this infernal place. Only this time, Kaior was still unconscious and fading. Dragon Ancestor started. This, my daughter. Zhuo Fan spoke firmly. She has remained in this critical state ever since she took on Yilin's heavy blow. No matter what I tried, nothing could help her. I hope Dragon Ancestor has better chances. Sizing Kaior up, the Dragon Ancestor cried out, This spiritual beast's source of power is the berserk purple lightning. Is it the same as Thunder Phoenix's? And that old coot Kunpeng opened her mind. Yes, Kaior was born from purple lightning. Ha ha ha, I see. Heaven truly helps us, sacred beasts. There's now 30% higher chances we can fight Heavenly Sovereign. Zhuo Fan did not finish as the dragon burst out laughing. Kid, I don't know how you made this miracle happen. Any common sense has within them powers of life and destruction. When hurt, the life energy would recover. But she is different. She hasn't recovered because she lacks such energy. She's imbalanced. Pills will do for minor scratches, but the decimating golden flame's damage is no small matter. With her heavy injury and having no life energy in her, any kind of pill won't work. Zhuo Fan pondered. Yes, I had used her to absorb purple lightning through her. Demon transformation art is no healing art. At that time, the power she absorbed, whether the demon transformation art's demonic energy or berserk purple lightning's brutal force, all are elements of destruction with no life in them. How else would such a pure seed of purple lightning germinate in her? How else would she become the next generation of Thunder Phoenix? Thunder Phoenix. Zhuo Fan was shocked. Dragon Ancestor, what are you saying? That the 5 great sacred beasts will once again gather. At that time, Heavenly Sovereign will have no chance of getting away, ha ha ha. Dragon Ancestor spewed golden flame on Kaior. I shall help you open your mind once more, so you'll transform into a true sacred beast.